Noch nicht, sorry.
Hörst du mich immer noch nicht?
No.
Wow.
So we are live, and I'm sending you these hold screens that you can share. I'll make you host again.
But that also means I can't use my own screen, I'm assuming. That will be
okay. So there's one for now for starting, which I'm sending you now. Jetzt. Hast du die bekommen? Sag mir einfach Bescheid.
Noch nicht?
Kommt gleich.
Gut, ich habe die gerade bekommen. Ja, ich habe sie gerade bekommen. Kannst du mich hören?
Kannst du was sagen, kurz?
Ja. Ich rede schon die ganze Zeit.
Ja. Super.
Ich habe sie gerade bekommen. Kannst du mich hören?
Ja. Kannst du was sagen, kurz?
Da ist ein massive lag.
Ich kann dir gar nicht hören. Ich habe das nur durch den Livestreaming gemacht. Also jetzt, alles funktioniert. Du kannst es jetzt auf dem Vollscreen machen.
Ja, schon die ganze Zeit. Ja, super. Ich habe sie gerade bekommen. Kannst du mich hören? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third day of our conference. If you've missed the first 2 days, don't worry, they will be all available as a recording on this YouTube channel. I can show you where in just a second. So, for example, we have day 1 here. Day 2 has been split into 2 parts. Don't miss out on this. We had an exciting keynote starting off on the myths of AI yesterday. Very, very fascinating information that's really important to listen to. And then we went through a whole day of interesting talks down to the last keynote at the end that talked about how to incorporate humans in our desire to design socially important robots. In case you haven't seen it yet, and this is not how we arrived here, we have our webpage at the UniBW webpage here. You can just Google for socialBRIDGES and you should be able to find this. You'll find here all the information about the conference. You'll find the full program for today, as well as for the last couple of days, should you want to check up on what you have missed before you watch it. And then if you refer colleagues here that are interested in the conference, they can also find the link to join us live here on YouTube, which I think this is how you would have found us in the first place. And now it's my privilege to introduce our first speaker, Professor Reichenberg. Let me see whether I can get him in. No, apparently we do have some technical hiccups. In this case, I ask you to be a little bit more patient. As with all of these online events, there are sometimes technical issues we can't quite prevent. And I'm sure we're going to start in just a moment, as soon as we have all the technical issues worked out. In the meantime, you might want to have a look at the program to see what's up ahead throughout the day today. And then we are right back with you in just a moment. And as promised, we are back as quickly as we could. Now just waiting for our first keynote speaker to connect to his audio. Good morning, Professor Reichberg. I hope you're still muted, please. He's coming from us.
Now I should be unmuted.
Yes, perfectly. Welcome.
Okay, and now I'll need to share a screen.
Yes.
Let's see. Yeah.
While you're finding the right button, let me quickly tell everyone where you're coming from and what you have in store for us. Because Professor Reichberg is coming from the Peace Research Institute in Oslo, he is specializing on ethical questions in military applications and AI, which is exactly what he's going to talk to us about. Something, at least at our university, I'm very excited to hear about. And without further delay, I'll just pass on to Professor Reichberg to tell us more about his very, very interesting research.
Okay, thank you very much. It's great to be here with you today, and I very much appreciate being invited to speak at this conference. And my topic, as you can see, is AI in the military domain, ethical risks and opportunities. Now, I was asked to, okay, that looks better, I hope. So just to get started, a few words about myself. Well, I was born the same year as AI, which I think most of you know is 1956, the famous Dartmouth College seminar, where pretty much launched the discipline. I'm a philosopher specializing in military ethics, both in contemporary issues and in historical perspective. You know, I haven't been working on AI related issues all that long. It's been about 3 years now, and I'll just briefly tell you how I came into this. I'm a member of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences, which is one of the academies at the Vatican. And a call went out for asking for ideas about a conference that was planned on robotics and AI. So I sent in just a suggestion, really, that the impact of AI and robotics in the military domain should be considered on the program. And then I got soon thereafter saying, really good idea. How would you be interested in co-organizing the conference? Now, this put me into a rather stressful state of mind because I really didn't think I knew anything. Well, I didn't know very much about the subject matter at all. But somehow I ended up saying yes. And it turned out to be a fantastic but steep learning curve for myself. And you know, we went ahead and did the conference. I think the conference was a big success, and a volume resulted from it. I can just show you that now. Robotics, AI, and Humanity, Science, Ethics, and Policy. And you can see that the lead co-editor, Joachim von Braun, is actually at the University of Bonn. He's a specialist in innovation economics. And following up on the conference, the volume examines AI from both the basic science behind AI, what the current frontiers are. Then we also look at the implications of AI within medicine and healthcare, employment, transport, manufacturing, agriculture, and armed conflict. There's quite a bit on robot-human interaction and affective computing. There's also a chapter on implementing robot-human joint action, and there are debates on whether machines can have consciousness and rights. The volume is open access, so please have a look at it. I was really surprised. I went to Springer's website this morning, and they say that there's been 40,000 downloads. So there appears to be a lot of power in open access. All right, well, since taking part in the conference, helping to put together conference, and then of course the book, I've managed to get 2 projects funded relating to AI in the military sphere. And this is what I'm focusing on primarily now. I've got we refer to the 2 projects as the big and the little project, because one is a 4-year project. It's called Warring with Machines, Military Applications of Artificial Intelligence and the Relevance of Virtue Ethics, which is funded by the Research Council of Norway. Then we've got a second project, which we call the small one because it's fairly short term. It's called Al Gore Ethics in the Emerging Battle Space, and that's funded by the Norwegian Ministry of Defense. I was telling some colleagues about the second project in a meeting, and these were not people who are working, in this domain at all. And after speaking for just a little bit, one of the colleagues said, "But what does this have to do with the former U.S. Vice President? Al Gore." All right. Just a few words about each project. All right, the Warring with Machines project aims in 3 settings to yield moral guidelines for AI technology use. And the 3 domains are kinetic combat operations, physical warfare, cyber operations, and then strategic planning. And the idea is we want AI is being used in each of these 3 domains, and we'll touch on this as we go forward in my talk. And our idea is to propose guidelines that will serve as conceptual pillars for forming policies that can help guide the design and use of AI-related weapons systems. And then we, as a theoretical framework, we work within the context of what's called virtue ethics, namely focused on the inward capabilities, the virtues that empower us, people who are practitioners in the military sphere, virtues that empower us to act responsibly amid the challenges of personal and professional life. Warring with machines will probe how we can enhance the moral agency of combatants as algorithms become more prevalent in warfare. So, of course, virtue ethics is, I mean, it's a perspective that's being put to use a lot nowadays in, of course, nursing, for example, a number of different fields, you know, medical ethics, generally, the medical field, nursing, but it also has quite a large presence in the military sphere. And the idea, you know, behind the project that we promoted, if I can put it that way, in the application, is that there's been a tremendous amount of attention paid over the last years to lethal autonomous weapon systems, so-called killer robots. But there's the field of the AI applications for the military domain go far beyond autonomous robots. And there's a lot of attention, and in fact, it's here that we see the most actual developments. They're in what we call hybrid intelligence within the military domain, human machine interaction of different sorts, and we're going to be talking about that as we go forward. So that's where we wanted to focus on in the project, and in particular, we wanted to look at how AI use, I include robotics within that, how AI use impacts on the people who are using these new technologies. Do they enable people to act morally in battlefield settings? And by morally, I mean in conformity with recognized laws of war. Or do they hinder people? Do they detract from the ability of human beings to act morally in battlefield settings? And there are discussions about what's referred to as de-skilling, worries about when people rely on machines, they lose fundamental skills that are needed to operate effectively in whatever setting. So that's the you know, what we call the big project. Then we got a smaller project called algorithmics. And here we're mapping current AI-based technologies that are designed to enhance the effectiveness of military personnel in combat settings. We outline criteria that enable discernment of the ethical challenges posed by these technologies. We're going to issue some recommendations regarding ethical norms to be followed by military personnel who employ AI-based tools in battlefield settings. And we also examine how AI-based military technologies are being used nationally and internationally by highlighting the regional actors and their influence on the ethical discussion on technology development and use. All right, so there's some major military powers that are investing heavily in AI military technologies. The two leaders are China and the US. And ethics discussions are part of that equation, and I'll come back to that in a bit. All right, just to get started, I think it's worth reflecting a moment on, like, what is AI? And you know, as a newcomer to the field, I've really struggled with this. Well, we know that the term was coined by John McCarthy in 1955. It was in a grant proposal to the Rockefeller Foundation. And the proposal was funded, and that led to the famous 1956 summer seminar at Dartmouth. And McCarthy used the term artificial intelligence in that grant proposal. And you know, it's quite extraordinary the impact that one grant proposal had. All right. Well, what's AI? Well, there have been lots of different definitions proposed, and I'm not going to propose a definition, but let's just say this can be a kind of hook to organize our thinking about it. AI designates cognitive functions implemented by machines to carry out human designated tasks. Right. These functions simulate capabilities, including perception, memory, reasoning, problem solving, planning, deciding, language use, and transfer of knowledge. And these are capabilities that can be found in humans and other animals. Artificial does not mean fake, but human-made. You know, we talk in English, artificial can have sometimes a kind of a derogatory meaning, and oh, that's really fake. That's fake leather. That's a fake Gucci bag. You know, so artificial is a bit like knockoff, but it's not meant in that way. It simply means human-made, a product of art, of human industry. Intelligence does not refer only to higher level thought processes. As when we refer to someone with, a high IQ, high intelligence quota. Although that is what AI systems originally were made to emulate. But the more recent focus in AI research is on replication of sensation and perception. For instance, computer vision based on machine learning techniques. Think about driverless cars. It doesn't take that much intelligence to drive a car. I mean, you don't have to go through years of study to do that. Maybe I should have. People complain about my driving, but anyway, that's it. But you know what I mean. I think that artificial cognition would have been a more suitable label because, well, cognition is a broad term. It can cover everything from lower order sensation all the way up to high level kinds of thinking. But the acronym was already taken by AC batteries and air conditioning, right? So you could see the value in going for AI instead of AC. But I'll note that Wolf Singer, who is one of the contributors of the Springer volume I mentioned, Wolf Singer, who at the Max Planck Institute, he wrote an essay for the volume entitled Differences Between Natural and Artificial Cognitive Systems. And I think that's a good way of putting the point. Finally, I'll note that AI is an umbrella term. It does not refer to one specific technology, but a basket of technologies. And I'm sure most of you are aware that the main types are, well, knowledge representation or expert systems. Those were the first to be developed in any detail. Machine learning, and then Bayesian networks. And if you want to read a book that goes into the history of AI and spells out the different developments, it's a great read, is Niels Nielsen, The Quest for Artificial Intelligence. All right, what does AI have to do with war? Well, a lot. And the impact is growing. China and the US are now engaged in an AI-enhanced weapons arms race. Just recently, the US National Security Commission on AI has just finished its final report. It was issued a few months ago. And the report, co-chaired by Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, and Robert Work, a former Marine and Deputy Secretary of Defense, that shows you that this is not just military folks. This is also folks in the civilian AI sector, and at a very high level are engaged in these issues. Among the recommendations of the report that we can read, establish the foundations for widespread military integration of AI by 2025. All right, that's within the 5-year window that we're talking about, in the conference. Invest in next generation capabilities. Design innovative warfighting capabilities. China is less is less transparent, if I can put it that way, about its ambitions in the military AI domain. However, China has established, this is publicly announced, a doctrine of civil military fusion for the IT sector. They want all work in the IT sector is supposed to feed into work that will also be of benefit to the China's security situation, including military. And one thing we're looking into in the Al Gore Ethics Project is whether China's doctrine of civilian military fusion provides it with a decisive edge in the AI weapons arms race. Because as we know, in the US, there are quite a few high-level AI engineers who are reluctant to work on military applications. The staff at Google, for instance, came out against working with the US military's Maven system. I'll note that the European Defense Fund earmarked some of its 2021 to 2027 budget to address disruptive technologies and high-risk innovation. And they've approved a preliminary blueprint in 2019. It aims to promote and coordinate AI innovation across member states. So the EU is moving into this domain as well. All right. What are the perceived military advantages of AI? Why do they think this is something so important to invest in? Now, here are some reasons. Well, AI can expand missions and settings where remotely operated attack platforms are uneconomical or unfeasible. You know, we've all heard about drone missions being flown in places like Afghanistan. Most of these missions, up until fairly recently, have been remotely controlled by human operators. So in the US case, it's human operators sitting in Tampa, Florida. There's a major base there. But this is really costly because sometimes it's not just one operator. You need several to be sitting there operating the unmanned aerial vehicles. So there are good economic reasons to use AI to carry out missions in autonomous mode, that is without a direct remote operator. And we're going to come to that in a moment. All right, so there are economic reasons, but there are also other more practical reasons for wanting to use AI. So for instance, radio transmissions are very difficult or even inoperative at deep under the surface of the sea. So there too, AI can be very helpful in enabling an unmanned submarine to operate in autonomous mode in areas where you really can't get a remote operator. Also in conflict settings, bandwidth is extremely contested. First of all, the bandwidth can be intruded on, but also you just don't have a lot of it. So there too, it can be beneficial to have AI enhanced weapons that can operate in autonomous mode. Well, another reason is to replace humans in carrying out dull, dirty, and dangerous jobs. I was at a dinner a few years ago and was seated next to a Norwegian military person, and we got to talking about what he did. Well, he was a bomb diffuser, training people on how to. In this case, he was had been in Afghanistan, training members of the Afghan military to defuse bombs. And well, he said, you know, when you're teaching someone how to do it, you know, that you can get just so far with talk. At some point, you got to do it. And he said, you know, there's a day when you're training someone, you've got to go to a live bomb and you've got to stand there while the other person diffuses that bomb. And he said, you get to a point where there's a choice between two wires. I don't know, the green and the red. And if you cut that wrong wire, it's all over for you. And I can assure you that the person I met and then the one he was training, they would have much preferred not to be standing at that bomb and to have had a robot do it. That would just be an example. All right. Now I got a third point here that might surprise you. I don't know. Promote better conformity with laws of war. There are some people who have argued that human combatants really can't be trusted on the battlefield to adhere to fundamental norms. And we know of all sorts of atrocities that have happened. And they think that you might be able to construct a robot and program it so that it could operate on the battlefield with better conformity with recognized norms. And there's a growing area of ethics programming, including within military settings, ethics programming for artificial agents. All right, augment human decision-making through teaming with machines, hybrid intelligence. There are some tasks, and I give an example of analyzing surveillance footage, which is very hard for human operators to sustain over a lengthy period of time. And you can get distracted, and you're both trying to observe and also analyze. It can be beneficial to share tasks such as that with a machine. So each one does what it can do well. And in any way, it frees up the human operator to concentrate on what the human operator can do well. Then AI can replace human decision-making in settings where the scale and speed of interaction surpass human ability. All right, so we've got a whole set of new weapons or weapon systems that are coming into play. There are hypersonic weapons. You've got robotic swarms. Not just one drone flying, but lots of miniaturized robots that are flying together in formation. A human operator just can't assess that massive amount of data, and the speed of the interactions are too fast to maintain direct control over these sorts of systems. And so you need a way to replace the human decision maker with an AI decision maker. I was recently asked to be on a European Defense Agency strategic technology task force, a foresight exercise, looking at game changers and trends that will have an impact on defense, and looking at a long-term perspective of 20 to 30 years ahead, longer than the time frame for the conference. But they asked each of us to put forward some future scenarios. And here are two that I proposed, just to give you a taste for where things are headed. So I said, all right, when it comes to AI use, we can think about an optimistic future. Improved adherence to IHL, international humanitarian law, as a result of AI-enhanced weaponry. Okay, so how could AI help promote this optimistic future? Well, the use of armed force can become more targeted, sparing non-combatants. Fewer military personnel get killed because more autonomous machines do the fighting. The machine might be, when a machine targets a human being, the machine might be able to disable the human rather than killing him or her. It's not so easy in the heat of battle for a human being to aim at another person and to try to avoid killing that person. Less destruction of property will occur because through cyber operations, dual use infrastructures can be remotely disabled instead of being destroyed, and can be turned on again when the hostilities cease. And maybe even general nuclear disarmament will become an actuality because AI-enhanced detection devices will make it possible to verify rearmament programs at their very inception. So the countries that previously possessed nuclear weapons, this is, we're talking in the future, judged it possible to relinquish their weapons in the interests of mutual security. All right, that's the optimistic future. Here's a pessimistic future. Declining adherence to IHL. So hypersonic missiles will be used regularly. So no one is safe anywhere at any time. You're going to have a miniaturized missile that can be shot at high speed, seconds from when it's launched. It will hit the target. And it can use advanced facial recognition technology. So in principle, no one's safe anymore. Government and military officials must live underground. Dependency on digital transmission become a major liability, as such systems are now at the mercy of hostile powers. They can always be they can be penetrated. All sorts of things that relate to that use bandwidth can be turned off, paralyzing all the systems that depend on them. AI systems now handle strategic decision making, even with respect to nuclear weapons, making the possibility of catastrophic outcomes an ever-present danger. All right, the list can go on. The Outer Space Treaty has never been updated, so you're going to have satellites that were sent up as communication platforms that can also be reused as missiles. The moon can become a new set of militarized settings where weapons can be quickly made. Now I'm going to have to go quickly over this, but here are the main areas in where AI can have a utility in the military setting: mission planning, logistics optimization, intelligence gathering, observation and orientation. Say if you're in a urban combat setting, help you see around corners, have immediate contact with a satellite, see what's going on. Well, decision making, input to it, and then even with autonomous weapon systems, engagement of targets, hitting the target. Now, you've all heard about AI systems where the human being is in, on, and out of the loop. We talk about this in relation to driverless cars, for instance. Well, this is, of course, also being considered within the military settings when it comes to lethal targeting. Hence, we have discussions of what's called the killing loop. Some call it the targeting loop. The Europeans like the targeting loop, and for some reason, the Americans feel more able. I'm an American, but okay, but I live in Europe. The Americans speak of the killing loop. They don't like euphemisms as much as Europeans, maybe. And this is from a very good book on the topic by Paul Shari, Army of None. When I first saw that book, I thought it was about an army of nuns. But okay, but I have to keep reminding myself it's not about the nuns, it's about none. An army of no human beings, mainly robotic armies. So Shari develops this typology, the killing loop. And basically there are 4 moments in the killing loop. It starts with observation. You're searching for targets. You're in a battlefield setting. You're getting orient. Well, you've detected some targets, you think. Then you got a decision what to do. Well, it's the engagement decision. And then finally, you've decided to engage, and then you engage. You act. You pull the trigger. So this is the full combat OODA loop. And as in driverless cars, you've got the possibility of semi-autonomous targeting loops, where the machine assists in detecting targets and then engaging with the target, carrying out the engagement. But it's the human who makes the decision to engage specific targets. So this is a semi-autonomous weapon system. Then we get, so that's a human being in the loop. Here we get a human being on the loop, supervised weapon systems, where the machine runs through the whole cycle, but the human being can intervene if necessary. So the you've got a remote operator, human operator, who's following what the weapon is doing and can stop it. But note, this can only work in certain settings. In other settings, for instance, swarm warfare, it's all happening too fast for the human being to be on the loop. So finally, we get the third, the third mode, full autonomous weapon systems, human out of the loop. The machine does goes through the entire process, and the human cannot intervene in a timely fashion. So that's a fully autonomous operation. Now we could have a discussion of autonomous operations. This is a rather difficult area to kind of pin down, but machine autonomy can be defined as the ability of a machine to execute a task or tasks without human input using interactions of computer programming with the environment. Once activated, can perform some tasks on its own. Autonomous operations are a byproduct of unsupervised machine learning. And autonomy is of two basic kinds: autonomy at rest, which are basically software agents such as AI assistants. I mentioned Cortana, which is what used by Microsoft Teams. I keep getting messages from her. She's keeping track of my calendar. I don't know why I say she. I think Cortana is a woman name. I don't know. Sometimes she gets it right, what I'm interested in doing, and often she gets it wrong. And then we've got autonomy in motion, robotic agents, for instance, an autopiloted UAV. Now, there are lots of ambiguities surrounding autonomy. What is it really? And now I'm referring to machine autonomy. And usually this is discussed in relation to the three contrasting terms: automatic, which is a reactive system. Think about a landmine. A landmine has an input and an output, but it all happens reactively. You step on it, that's the input. The output, well, we know what that is. Then you get automated systems, which are deliberative systems. So a lot of the older air defense systems that have been in use since the mid-70s are deliberative systems. And then we get autonomous systems, which involve machine learning, unsupervised machine learning. All right, human-machine interaction. I'm really sorry it took me so long to get directly to this, which I know is our main focus in the conference. All right, first, I think this is an important point that's often overlooked. It's a fallacy that human-machine interaction is relevant only when humans are in or on the loop. Right? I suppose this is human beings being in or on the loop is human-machine interaction in the narrow sense of the term. But let's be clear, even a lethal autonomous weapon system, right now there are very few in operation. Some air defense systems have this characteristic of being fully autonomous. There is always someone who is put that system to use. Right? There's someone usually pretty high up in the military command structure who has made the decision, we are now going to turn on that system. So there is a human-machine interaction, but the interaction allows for the machine to operate in autonomous mode. But there's somebody, a human being, who is in charge, who's made that decision. And ideally, well, not just ideally, but should be obviously turn it on, but also have the ability to turn it off. Autonomous weapon systems potentially include much more than killer robots. I mean, that's gotten most of the attention, but you can have autonomous decision-making right up the command structure. And so there are discussions now that you could automize nuclear deterrence launch systems. There already is, some are already automized to a degree, the so-called dead hand system, but they're not, certainly we don't have autonomous decision-making at that level, but we could, which would be much worse than killer robots. Already in operation are so-called loitering and related air defense systems. I've mentioned nuclear deterrence. There are discussions in Geneva, the UN, apropos the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. Should there be a protocol to prohibit the use of fully autonomous weapons? And a lot of this discussion, which involves states like the US, China, European countries, India, and so forth, the debate is very much around how to talk about human beings operating autonomous systems. Should we speak in terms of meaningful human control? Or should we speak in terms of appropriate human judgment? The US military prefers appropriate human judgment, which puts the focus on preventing misuse. Think about a command structure. You want people lower down in the command structure to do as they're told. The commander must always exercise appropriate human judgment. Meaningful human control puts the focus on safety, right? You've got to maintain control. That's a safety kind of term. Which takes me to two main ethical considerations in the context of AI military applications. And I'm going to take now, this is a very complex discussion. I'm going to kind of narrow it down to two main areas. Assurance of safety on the one hand, and avoidance of intentional wrongdoing on the other. All right, let's start with safety. Now, it can seem paradoxical that military folks should have such an interest in safety, because you say, well, wait a minute, the whole point is to like bring harm on other people. But you want to do that in ways that are safe. So militaries have been concerned with friendly fire incidents where it all comes back onto one. I got my son yelling from another room, homeschooling. Someone's calling me. Just once. I'm giving a lecture. All right, it's terrible. All right, so there's been a huge concern within military organizations for safety issues. I mentioned friendly fire problems, but also they don't want harm to come to side effect harms to come to bystanders, chiefly civilians. So an accident is an undesired and unplanned event that results in a loss. Safety is freedom from accidents. And ensuring the safety of actions to be undertaken in military settings and other settings as well, is a key aspect of practical wisdom. Usually goes by the name prudence. Foresight, which involves foresight, circumspection, and caution. Right? So this is an ethical obligation. In whatever we do, to try to foresee negative side effects, unintended side effects. And this is especially important in military settings where lethal harm is being brought to bear. And you want it to be brought on the specific target and not on surrounding people and things. Okay, now that's safety, but as a powerful tool, AI can be intentionally misused for wrongful ends, whether by deliberate misdirection, as for instance, when a weapon system is designed to target military personnel is directed against civilians. That can easily happen. Or by malicious interference is when a military adversary gains control of an opposing AI system through spoofing or other means and directs it against the owner. So now, not too much time left, but I'm going to, just a few minutes, I'll just quickly run you through this. AI accidents. There are certain risks here. First of all, AI reduces some errors. It reduces errors that result from human beings, our struggles with concentrating, if I can put it that way. Keeping one's eye on something for long periods of time can be really challenging. Think about people who are manning the security systems at airports, looking at screens. So AI use can reduce the sort of errors that arise from concentration challenges. But AI also amplifies other sorts of errors. And the problem here is that AI systems are often interlocking. So if an error comes into one system, it will very quickly interface with a whole host of other systems. And it happens extremely fast. So you can end up with an error ballooning and having very serious consequences. And in a military setting, this can lead to unwanted forms of escalation. Okay, misalignment of software and real-world tasks. The computer is a general purpose machine. Used to be for every sort of thing you wanted to do, you'd have to build from scratch a new machine. And you'd get people who are specialists in that task designing the machine. Like if the task was, can be all the sorts of different things we want to build. You need a specialist who knows about that specific domain. But now that we've got a general purpose machine called the computer, you get people designing systems who are experts in software, but are not necessarily experts in the specific domain that the machine's being designed for. And the way they go about it is they bring an expert in the particular domain to provide input. But often the necessary safety requirements are not properly understood by the software designer. So the problem that arises is not one of bugs in the system, it's just that the system does not have the necessary safety checks built into it. When it comes to autonomous weapon systems, this misalignment can turn out to be extremely dangerous. And there are some authors, Richard Danzig, who is the US Secretary of Defense for a period, he's written a report entitled Technology Roulette, talking about the dangers of this misalignment and how serious it can be. Finally, we've got all sorts of problems arising from human AI miscommunication. At the beginning, the idea was to make AI look like a human thinker, to act like it, and it was going to replicate human thinking. But now we know that humans and AIs have different modes of thinking. So you shouldn't just try to think of them as that we should de-anthropomorphize our conception of AI and robotics. But this means that if we're different modes of thinking, the two need to communicate effectively. And here the more that AI is introduced into the military setting, and I mean, I've heard that Microsoft just received a huge contract from the U.S. military to build headsets for military personnel, which is going to provide them with a constant live feed. The two have to be able to communicate effectively. But let's say the communication is not effective. either way. Messages can be misconstrued. And this will be my, my time is really up, but just, there's a famous incident where this goes back really before the machine learning. There was a Russian officer who was part of a nuclear launch detection. He was at a nuclear launch detection base, and he saw his computer screen saying attack underway. And if he communicated attack underway, nuclear attack underway, if he communicated that to his superiors, they would launch a counterattack. And he went and checked. There were some auxiliary systems, and they all said launch underway. The backup systems. But there was like a bell going on in the back of his head that something didn't seem right. And he started to think just for a moment, why would the Americans carry out the launch in this way? First of all, there weren't enough launches to really make it successful, to make it work. So he said, why are there only 3 launches? If they're really mounting attack, there'd have to be much more massive. So he decided not to communicate this finding. And that very soon thereafter, it was figured out that there was a sensor that had confused a cloud formation with an incoming missile. So there was an AI, and what the AI communicated, the interface did not work properly, right? So this is just an example to say how serious the miscommunication can be, the mistranslation. You've all seen, well, many of you have seen, I'm sure, the film Lost in Translation, but here it can take on a whole new meaning. All right, I've pretty much used up my allotment of time, and I've gone through my main points, so I'd be very happy to hear what thoughts, questions you might have. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you very, very much for this very, very interesting and insightful talk. And we do indeed have some questions coming in from our YouTube stream. So let me start off with one of those. Regarding the arms race, is it possible in principle for one side in the race to focus on AI applications in order to counter AI-powered attacks? So in essence, focusing on the defense rather than to lead offensive operations? Or do you think that capabilities in defense and offense necessarily come hand in hand?
Yeah, that's a super question. I think the military think that you have to be able to engage in both. And part of the problem, or the challenge, if I can put it, is the issue of offense and defense can be considered from a strategic point of view and from a tactical point of view. From the strategic side, offense relates to who starts the conflict, who goes on, who attacks the other side first. But let's say one side attacks the other side first, is the aggressor, the one starting the conflict. And now a conflict is underway. Once a conflict is underway, the defender is not limited to purely repelling attacks by the other. Purely repelling attacks is never very effective. You've also, if you want to be able to prevail in a conflict, an armed conflict underway, you also have to be able to bring the fight directly to the opponent. You need to engage in some offensive tactic, offensive operations. but these are now offensive in the tactical sense. So simple answer, you need to do both. You're getting a parallel discussion in the domain of cyber operations.
Well,
All right, so and the conclusion seems to be strategically one shouldn't engage in offensive cyber action, but once an interaction starts, one is again not limited to repelling, but one can also undertake actions that would aim to disable the incoming attack. All right, so tactically, they're off. Tactically speaking, they're offensive cyber operations. So, and some countries like like Norway, where I happen to be, they say that all segments of society, all who are involved in IT work, should think defensively, think defensive cyber. But offensive cyber can only be undertaken by designated personnel who are cyber operators nested in the military. All right.
Thanks a lot. I have another question from an ethical point of view, because as we've heard yesterday in some talks already, quite often we know for AI technology, particularly in machine learning, that we know mathematically, theoretically, that they perform extremely well, but we don't quite understand why they do certain things. So particularly in the military applications domain, how do you view this conundrum from an ethical point of view? Do we trust that we know they behave better than we could expect? Or do we still want to potentially sacrifice some of this optimality to gain more insight into what they are doing, to better understand what's going on?
Okay. I mean, I guess there are two parts to the answer. One part is it's I suppose you call it a kind of tenet, a principle of safety, sort of safety theory in engineering, that systems have to be operated in order to see where in order to really get a sense of where the safety issues are. So because in any system, you've got the designer's model. That's one thing. And it's an idealization. Then you've got the operator's model. The ones using it, they also have an image of what's going on. And there's a dynamic relationship between the two. So you can only really figure out where the boundaries of safety are by using a system. So you can't remain purely on the level of simulation. It's very hard to, and maintain safety. So this means that you got to get out there and practice. So that's why it's very important that AI be introduced within military training. And in fact, there needs to be interaction between the developers and the ones who are training with AI, because a feedback loop has to be established. So you can't just stay on the level of simulations. Now, there are some specialized areas where, well, you just have to do it that way. So for instance, nuclear weapons tests, there's a nuclear test ban treaty, and there are good reasons for that. But in other domains, the best thing is to get out there and train. And that's why, war exercises are carried out. And AI can only be a safe tool if the operators, which are going to be military people at the different levels of the command structure, it's only going to be safe if they've worked with the tool, they've trained with it, they understand how it functions. Okay, so that's one side. The other side is that there's been a lot of talk about AI black boxing. We don't know how AIs reach the decisions that they reach. But there's a lot of research is now directed at unblack boxing AI. And as part of my research group, we had a talk last week specifically on this explainable AI in military settings. So from what I can understand, and please don't ask me to repeat the specifics, but the progress is being made in tracing out and doing so in a way that quickly, that's understandable by a human operator, how the AI has reached the decision that it reached. And so there are systems that relate to figuring out, it's called attention. You can figure out what a feature, on what basis the AI was focused, what features it focused on in making the decision that it made, a kind of feature selection. And then the kind of tree is built up around the features that it selected as relevant for its decision. And that can be displayed to the operator.
Great, thank you very much. Unfortunately, as interesting as the discussion is, we are running out of time. So I want to thank you again for a very, very interesting and thought-provoking talk. There are some more questions, so maybe you're available later during one of the breaks in our Gather Town.
Yeah,
and yes, thanks again very, very much.
I'll try that. And anyone who has an inclination to send me a message, I suppose, is there a place for chat?
On the YouTube stream, there is a chat window. So if you want to head over there, there are some more questions in there already.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay, I'll go over there, and I'll try to come into a coffee break later. I don't know whether I'll succeed, but I'll now go to the, so I'd encourage anyone who has a question to put it into the chat. All right, thanks very much.
Perfect, thank you again very, very much. So
have a good day, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So in general, please do use the chat function during all of our talks to post questions to our speakers. I will try my best to read them out during the question and answer bits of each talk. And now we are sailing straight on to our next talk, welcoming Caterina Gianetti and Lorenzo Comilli. Sorry, I'm trying not to butcher too many names today. Fittingly, a team from the University of Pisa talking about teamwork and social robots. Now, I don't quite know which one of you is going to screen share. Oh, perfect.
Oh, I'm going to share my screen. I think you should be able to see it now.
Yes.
Okay.
Then I'm going to be quiet and let you present your very promising talk.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Maximilian. First of all, let me thank everybody, especially Merle, Ophelia, and Yuri for organizing this conference, of all these people that are organized the conference, for all the effort they made to allow all of us to discuss our research in such amazing conference. I'm not going to talk now, but I leave the floor to Lorenzo, who is a biomedical engineer at the University of Pisa, and will explain our work in detail. Unmute the microphone, Lorenzo. He's an engineer as usual.
Good morning, hello. Hi everybody, and thanks also by me for this possibility and this participation. So I'm an engineer, so I will talk about the technical part, let's say. So let's start from an interesting definition that I found on literature. This is very recent. So I will start from this because this definition of a social robot, which is the main topic of this presentation and of our application, is very important, meaning that it highlights, and I like this part, the fact that the agent to be defined as a social robot has to be obviously physically embodied, has to be autonomous in a good range, and engage in social interactions with humans by communicating, cooperating, and making decisions. So he has to be able to display thoughts and feelings as humans do, So not only the appearance of the robot has to resemble the human, but also his behavior and the emotional capabilities, and also the way the robot processes the information, and also the emotion. And the robot has to be socially aware of their environment. So a social perception, the possibility to extract social cues from the environment. Let's go on with the next slide. And I'm glad to introduce you FACE. FACE is our social robot from the University of Pisa. FACE is an acronym that stands for Facial Automaton for Conveying Emotions. Actually, the robot is not able only to convey emotion, but is able to recognize, process, and convey, so express human emotions. The mechatronics of this robot is made by David Anson, so Anson Robotics. So we can say that FACE is like a sister of Sophia, that I'm sure you know. The head and the neck are robotic parts that can be controlled by an artificial intelligence. Practically, she has, I'm sorry if I say she, but it's a genoid, so I will use this term. So she has a 3D printed skull designed to host 24/7 motors that control the facial expression, and 3 for controlling the neck. Previous slide, sorry. Thank you, Caterina.
Wait.
So the materials, also the materials are important. She has this material called Frabber, is a silicon-based flash-like material studied to reproduce the mechanical behavior and the aesthetics of the human skin. And the study about the movement of the facial expression is based on Paul Ekman's facial action coding system. So the facial muscles are grouped in action units, and we reproduce the movement of an action unit with 1 or 2 servo motors inside the head. Next slide, the robot has, as I said before, it's very important to have, let's say, a social perception of the environment. So it has this software called the Scene Analyzer, developed by our researchers, which use also the Kinect, but many softwares that are working in what you are seeing. This is the world as the robot sees and perceives. As you can see, we are able to detect the sounds, the position, the 3D position, because using the Kinect, we have also this information about three-dimensional environment. So we have postures, gestures. We have another software developed by the Fraunhofer Institute, which is sure to detect and estimate the gender of people, their age, their facial expressions. Then we have another software that produces these pink points, which is the saliency point of the image. So the study about the 2D image, about contrast, shapes. So we have many concurring software for extracting features from the environment, social features especially. Next slide, please. Okay, this is another video that show you some basic expressions performed by FACE. So you can see anger, happiness, sadness, disgust, and many other facial expressions that are fundamental in a social interaction. And we can go on. Let's pass also through the part of the cognitive system. Okay, so this is also especially designed and specifically designed for social interaction. This is why it's called a social emotional artificial intelligence. So why this name? Is a cognitive system for controlling social robots, not only FACE, that endows them with the possibility to perform also logical deduction, induction, abstract reasoning, and emulates human emotion processing. Why I'm saying this? Because this software, this control system, is based on a synergy between neural network-based softwares, as the one we have seen for social perception, so to extract features from the environment. And when this feature becomes an abstract information, so a high-level information, this high-level information is processed by another software which is on top, and is an expert system based on rules, so logic rules. And with this kind of software, you can emulate human reasoning. You can emulate also a specific competencies in a specific domain of knowledge. And you can, in general, let's say, manipulate these symbols, this abstract information, for them going out from the system and controlling them, the motors of the robots. We implement with such a system also the somatic marker theory from neurosciences, from Antonio Damasio. So the main part of this mechanism, which is summarized very simply in the right part of the slide, is the fact that also, if we know other approach about emotions and reasoning, Damasio demonstrates on impaired patients that emotions are fundamental for reasoning and for decision making. So they are not distractors, but optimizer, driver of decisions. And we implement this kind of mechanism in our robots. So we have this internal representation like emotions, feelings of the robot, represented by the well-known complex model of affect of Russell, so valence and arousal values. So it's a social artificial intelligence because it's able to detect social cues, and is emotional because these social cues move these internal values of the robot. This movement of the mood of the robot can lead to some labeling of events, of choices, of subjects that will bias the behavior of the robot accordingly to its experience, its past experience and past interactions with subjects. Okay, we can go on. To do this kind of, let's say, modulation of behavior, we need to split these emotional values of the robot, which we call expression and mood. What is the difference? The expression is something that is reactive, quick, not very ponderate. So these values are directly linked with the motors of the robot. So if the robot has to perform an expression, this is represented with a point on this plan that correspond to 24 values of the motors of the face. So orchestrating these movements of the facial expression. And it's very quick, it's very reactive, as I said, and not ponderate. The mood is different. So events and events happening in the context of the robot move the moods in a more smooth way, in a smoother way. So it's more gradual, the movement. So you can see a point not switching quickly from a reaction to another, but moving smoothly into this plan, okay? If this point goes out, exceeds, let's say, a threshold that can be perceived as an inner circle inside this emotional space, then a labeling can occur. And this labeling is the somatic marker, which I was talking about in the previous slide. So an internal value, which is lower, which leads to more pondering decision, and an expression that is an expressive behavior that is more reactive and immediately expressed by the robot. Now, another thing that we can do with this kind of double system, so neural network based and then rule based, is another very interesting thing that a doctorate student of mine is working on, which is the design of a specific personality in a robot. And it's not the typical personality that we can see applied in robotics at the state of the art. So referred to the personality traits, which are more static, let's say. Here we have a more dynamic personality that can be designed in very detail, because we have extraction of features from the situation, as we have seen with the scene analyzer. But then we have the possibility to design, as you can see here, a network of cognitive and affective units, mediating units, which decide according to expectancies, goals, affects, and let's say behavioral scripts, so competencies, some specific behaviors. And you have also the explainability of the code. So you can also ask, or let's say, investigate why the robot performs some actions or take specific decisions in an environment. Let's imagine how useful is such kind of system when we have to, let's say, vary the behavior of the robots and study how what it implies in the reactions of an interlocutor, a human interlocutor. And I will also show this video. This is an example of interaction with face. I am a bit sorry for this movement. Is due to a spring that was too rigid in the neck of the robot. Anyway, so you have a bit of vibration. Anyway, you can see a typical interaction. This is me entering the room. This is Roberto. The robot here is completely autonomous. As you can see here, you have in the screen the scene analyzer working. The robot seen very near with his face, and you can see the parameters that are changing. So the attention of the robot switch in turn taking from a subject to another or to environment if subjects are not doing anything that draws the attention of the robot. And the expression values are continuously changing. Here, for example, I'm invading the private space of the robot, which is annoyed by this and pass its attention to the other guy. Now we are simply going away. The robots will come back with low arousal to the detection of environment, as you can see here with the near camera. Okay, so this arousal goes down and come back to the environment. So this is a typical example of a bit reactive, let's say, interaction that can be enriched with higher rules that determines a more complex behavior. Okay, let's pass to the novelty, which is, let's say, the song of face, and the name is Abel. So who is Abel? Abel is this new robot we are designing, which is, as you can see, have an extremely realistic aesthetics, and is designed not by Hansen this time, but in collaboration with Gustav Hogan. This choice is determined by the fact that we want this object to be an incredible emotion elicitor also for the interlocutors, and we need to involve in our project this kind of people. Why I'm saying this? Because Gustav Hogan is one of the most required collaborators of Hollywood and of movies. So he works with LucasArts for the incredible creators of the last Star Wars movies, for example. He's the designer of the head you can see in Prometheus, of the robot of Ex Machina, and many, many others fantastic creators. He's the owner of Biomimics in London, and with him we designed this creature. So the novelty is the fact that the head, the neck, the arms, and also the hands are robotic controllable parts. The level of realism is higher, and the mouth movement, and also I will add the eyes movements, are studied very well to be very realistic for the interlocutors. For Abel, we will apply the social emotional artificial intelligence that I quickly present before. The other big novelty is the fact that Abel will be integrated in a network of effective computing devices, unobtrusive devices. So you can imagine bracelets or t-shirts, sensorized textures and textiles, and also an EEG helmet. And all these devices will be connected to the social perception of the robot. So let's say the estimation of the psycho-emotional states of the interlocutor of Abel will be more reliable and monitored in real time by the robot. That, thanks to our systems that I presented, will have the possibility to perform an adaptive behavior according to the choices and the feelings of the subjects. Or let's say, take different decisions according to the reaction that the subject is probably also not expressing, let's say, explicitly, but he will be able to detect thanks to this kind of instrumentation. So this is the part of technical materials. So now I will leave the room to Katerina that will talk about applications and neuroeconomics, which is not my field. So thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Lorenzo. So first of all, I'm going to briefly introduce to you one of our research that rely on one of this humanoid, okay, face. We are not conducted any experiment yet with the able, but I will show you how we think we will use it in future experiments. So this research that I'm going to present, it's recently accepted for publication scientific report. Is a joint work with other engineer and economist, and we study trust in a human-robot interaction. In particular, we replicate a well-known experiment in economics, a modified trust game that has been published in Econometrica in 2006 by Richarnes and Duffenberg. So in this research, there are two players, a trustor and a trustee, and in all this game, both players are better off if they cooperate. Why? Because the trustor can decide whether or not to enter the game, and when if he decided to enter, then the trustee can decide whether to let this player down by not rolling a dice, or instead he can try to roll a dice and see whether also the trustor is going to earn more money from his choice. So why this is important? Because in this experiment, participants, so the trustor and the trustee, can share a message, and this message can in our experiment can contain a promise or an empty message, while in the original paper it was the choice of the participant what to tell. And until we selected a few sentences in this experiment, and as this author finds it out that whenever a trustee receives a promise, okay, from the trustor, the likelihood to participate in the game increases. So what we ask in this paper is it the case also that if the participant, the trustor, receive a promise in this experiment, we will see the same things? Sorry, I didn't say it. In our experiment, the trustor is always the human participant, while the trustee can either be a human, a computer box, or the humanoid face. So in our experiment, it's what we want to see if the human participant that receive a promise from the humanoid react in the same way or differently from a human participant that received the same promise either from another human or the computer box. So what we find is that whenever the human participant perceived, okay, the counterpart very human-like, high in human likeness, so very human, the likelihood that this human participant will play the game increase. So it's going to trust the counterpart. And this is only happen when he's playing with the human and the humanoid. So we do not observe these things when they play with the computer box. Another interesting feature of our experiment is that we are able to connect psychophysiological data of the individual player, so of the human. And in particular, what we see is that there is a significant difference in the physiological arousal of the human when he's playing with the social robot. To make you understand why this experiment is interesting and is an application of what Lorenzo have just explained you, I show you how the robot take a decision in our experiment, because this is really crucial, because in this experiment, participant knows that the social robot and the box will follow their behavioral rules, and they will decide autonomously whether to roll or not roll the dice. And how you see, the choice depends on the mood of the robot, okay, of the artificial agent. If, for example, a participant look at the robot and smile, look at the robot with a happy face, so she will be happy and she move on the right part of this plane. So she will be happy and she will play role. On the other hand, if the human participant does not seem engaged in the interaction or look at her in a hungry face, she will be in a bad mood, so she will go on the other part of the plane and she will don't play role. What is important in our experiment that this is a one-shot interaction, meaning that the robot does not learn from previous interaction. Each time that she met another player, she will start from the origin. So she doesn't have any type of memory. She doesn't learn. And this is, we think, it's another important direction for future studies, because we want also to allow the robot to learn, okay, from the reaction of a participant something. For example, a norm or other characteristic that occur in the interaction. Okay, so let me also briefly introduce what we think will be another field of research where we aim to use both the young humanoid and face, and in particular we think that these two humanoids can be fruitfully used when studying teamwork. Why? Because there is a very limited research, experimental research on this field, and we think that this is important, especially because from an economic point of view, we see that in a way these actors either with a body or without any type of body. So artificial agents are playing a role in many economic situations. And what we understood by having a fresh study of the literature, that what really seems to matter is the task. In particular, as it emerged that if we have a team of work with an artificial agent and a robot and a human, we see that the human tend to increase effort whenever the tasks that they are performing are different. On the other hand, if the tasks are very similar, okay, they tend to decrease effort. This is really important because it tells us that the task that we are going to choose will make a difference. And this is also important. I think even later today, Matthias is going to talk about that. I'm not sure about that. But in any case, it seems also that we are very selective in the type of task that we want to either delegate or share with an artificial agent. If we want to share some specific task that appear repetitive, we might be willing. On the other hand, if there are moral or social choice, we are more, let's say, willing to do that. And why this is important? Because to increase acceptance, it seems really that we need to design the robot in a way that is it seems suitable for the task. And this is not always the case. So what's the role of face and double? We think that this study that we are now planning to do are important because we can compare, okay, an adult humanoid with a young one. And one of the features that may be crucial is that the younger humanoid appear more vulnerable. And this is also interesting from other research that appeared recently that suggests another important role for artificial intelligence, artificial agents in a team, that is the one of social catalysts. So even if we are not willing to give them any specific task, they can play a role in a team by simply reducing, for example, hostility in the team, or make it more funny, even though they are not shared, let's say, the result of the teamwork. So I think that I think that we are also done with the time, no? We are right. So, and I hope that if any of you have interest in this aspect, we are very willing to work together.
Thank you very much to the two of you for this very, very fascinating talk. We have time for one quick question, so I just pick one from the chat. When does a robot that reads and conveys human-like emotions cease to be socially interactive and begins to be manipulative? Is there a clear-cut distinction between the two?
Good question. Katerina, you or me?
Well, I think that to become manipulated, it should become extremely intelligent from a social, emotional point of view, which I guess theoretically it's possible, could be. I don't know which is the line, but should be very, very smart, I guess.
I would also add, who is not manipulative? I mean, manipulative is a negative exception, but I mean, we manipulate emotions also for reaching a goal and also for reaching a good goal. So let's say that the robot has to manipulate by in a good way, meaning that, for example, if a subject is getting angry during an interaction, the robot has to, let's say, manipulate, but just to be more kind, for example, with the subject, to calm down the subject and, let's say, keeping the interaction productive. So it has not to adapt, it has not to manipulate, but it has to adapt to the team, let's say, okay.
Well, on this very positive note, I would like to thank you once again for your talk. Unfortunately, as I said, we are a little bit out of time. However, if you're interested, there are a few more questions to the two of you over in the chat on YouTube. So if you have a moment, just pop over there. You can answer the questions in the chat, or you can join us later during the breaks in the Gather Opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you. I have thesis discussion now, so I think I will not be able to answer, but Katerina will answer everything.
I'm not sure whether I will be able, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
And with this, we fly right on to our next talk by Ana Tajadura Jimenez from the University College of London. And she's going to talk to us about body perception in and out of the laboratory. Could you please share your screen with us?
Yes, sure. Hello, good morning, everyone. Okay.
Perfect. That seems to work. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, actually, I'm now in Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, so I'm still affiliated to University College London, but I moved to Spain, so I'm mostly based here. And today I'm very excited to talk about our work on the multisensorial body perception. And yeah, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. So how do we perceive our bodies? From neuroscience works, we know that the way how we perceive our bodies, also how we mentally represent our bodies, is something that is not fixed. It's changing continuously through our senses. So we have this sense of our body size, also our body capabilities, our body shape, and this is updating all the time through the sensory signals that we receive. We know also from these works that body representations are crucial for emotion, motor behavior, and social interactions. And this has a very clear implication, which is that if we understand the mechanism behind all these changes, we can actually think about designing paradigms and technologies in which we manipulate sensory signals to induce changes in the perception that people have of their body, to create on them body transformation experiences. And through this, we can actually see changes in all these dimensions. So I would like to show you some of the samples of things that people have been doing using virtual reality. So for example, here, when you put on a head mounting display, you can see from a first person perspective a body which is actually very different from your own body. It might be much bigger, much smaller, have a larger belly. And the first impression is that this is not your body. But then when you see that this body is moving in the same way that you feel that you are moving, when you see this body being touched in the same way that you feel touched, then your brain clicks and you immediately start feeling that this body is your own body. And these kind of studies using these experimental modulations of perceived body size have shown, for example, that this has a direct effect on body satisfaction, on emotional state of people. In our work, for the last 10 years, we have been working on showing how we can induce these kind of changes through sound. Because the samples that I have shown you before and most of the work in this area has focused on inducing changes through vision, touch, and proprioception. But we have been seeing that actually through novel paradigms and novel technologies, we can change sounds and induce these changes in body representation. So for example, some of the things that we have been doing is manipulating hand tapping sounds to induce the illusion of having a very long arm, or using other kind of sounds, we have also been able to induce the illusion of having a very long finger, what we call the auditory Pinocchio, a study in which Merle has also been involved. And one of the sounds that we have been working with very much is the sound of footsteps, because these sounds are actually very rich in information about our own body. So think, for example, about this situation in which you are walking down the street and you hear someone behind you. Without turning around to look at this person, only based on the walking sounds of this person, you can tell a number of things about the body of this person. So for example, you can guess the posture of the walker, the gender, the emotional state, and even the shoe size of this person. Some of these judgments about the body size of the person are based on the fact that people with higher body weight produce sounds with lower frequency components than people that have lighter bodies. And this is something that we unconsciously know when we make these judgments. So in our case, we wonder about our own walking sounds. Do they also affect the perception of our own body, something that is updating all the time, this perception? And to explore this question, what we did is that we created a prototype that allows us to change in real time the footstep sounds of people. So you can see here that we had microphones that connected to an equalizer that allow us to change the frequency spectra in real time. And this connected to headphones so people could hear to the sounds while they were walking. In this prototype, we also had some movement sensors and a galvanic skin response sensor that allow us to measure changes in emotional state and gait, because we thought that these changes will come together with the changes in perceived body weight. So here you can see a picture of how the prototype actually looked like. So you can see microphones, pressure sensors, accelerometers. And in our experiments, what we ask people to do is to walk down a corridor that you see here, wearing this system. And they had to do it under 3 different sound conditions. A condition in which we manipulated the frequency spectra so that it had higher frequency components, a low frequency condition, and a control condition in which we didn't manipulate the frequency spectra. Remember that the rationale behind these 3 conditions is that we know that heavier bodies produce sounds with lower frequencies than lighter bodies. And I would like to show you a video of a person that is using this system for the first time and is telling us about her sensations. On the background, you can hear the sounds on the 3 different sound conditions. So let me play the video.
Yeah, I can feel almost like my legs don't really want to do and to move very much. Yeah, that's very strange. I feel like my legs are almost becoming a bit tired. I feel like a pony. I feel like I can go trotting down the street. No, it's really noticeably different from the other condition. I really feel like I could just go trotting down the street.
Okay, so these are the sensations that she had. And in our study, as I mentioned, we asked people to walk down this corridor while we monitor their gait, their emotional state with the galvanic skin response sensor, but also with a questionnaire. And we also had at the end of the corridor a screen in which we presented people with an avatar, and we asked them to manipulate the size of this avatar so that it corresponded with their own perceived body size. And with this, we took a measure of perceived body weight. So let me tell you about the results. What we found is that in the high frequency condition, people representing their body as if it would be slimmer, as if it would be a lighter body. In that condition, people also spend less time in contact with the floor and accelerated more their legs. And if we look into the biomechanics literature, this is a behavior that is the stereotypical behavior of people with lighter bodies. With the questionnaire, we also saw that in that high frequency condition, people reported feeling faster and more able to localize their feet. Finally, in terms of emotional responses, we saw that with the high frequency condition, people reported feeling happier and they were also more aroused. So in summary, what we found in this study is that by augmenting the high frequency components of the footstep sounds, we could make people perceive their body as lighter or thinner, feeling happier, more aroused, quicker, and we also observed changes in their gait. We were quite excited about these results because they relate to an enhanced emotional state and a better predisposition for physical activity. People had a more active behavior. And being in a human-computer interaction group, we started immediately to think about the potential applications in real life. Can we use these findings from these and other studies to inform the design of body-centered technologies for emotional and physical health? And today, I want to tell you about the studies that we did in this direction in these two projects, Magic Shoes and Magic Outfit, in where we were looking at whether we could support physical activity. Our aim in these projects is to change body perception through technology to support physical activity in people and to tackle this growing problem in our society that is physical inactivity. It's a problem that is causing many million deaths per year and is affecting 25% of adults and over 80% of adolescents. We here focus on body perception because we know that body satisfaction is among one of the factors that undermine physical activity in people. So our hypothesis here was that by changing these body perceptions, we will see these beneficial effects in physical activity. And the first study I want to tell you about is one in which we use the same system that I just showed you, but now we took it to the context of exertion. So we asked people to use the system while they were using a gym step or while they were climbing up stairs. In this second study, we had to adapt our device so that it was a more mobile device. But the conditions that we used were the same, a high frequency condition, low frequency condition, and a control condition. And what we found is that we replicated our previous results. So I'm showing you here the results from the questionnaire, in which we found effects on speed and weight. So people in the high frequency condition reported feeling faster and they also reported feeling lighter. In that high frequency condition, people also reported being more feminine than in the low frequency condition. In the low frequency condition, we also found that people found the exercise more difficult. With the avatar task, again, we replicated our previous results. So people in the low frequency condition felt slimmer or lighter than in the other conditions. And importantly, we also saw the effect on their physical activity. So with the high frequency condition, people were more accelerated than in the low frequency condition, and they also spent less time in contact with the floor. So they had a more active pattern. In this study, we also look at the individual differences. So for example, we saw that there were individual differences according to the participants' body weight and also to according to their wish to be more feminine and more masculine. So these are individual factors that need to be taken into account when we are looking at personalizing the technology or the interventions. Here I just want to indicate that we were quite intrigued about this effect on masculinity, femininity. So we follow up and we ran another study in which we look at the effects on gender identity and social cognition, with our colleague Sunje Clausen is going to present in ESCAN conference in June. So to follow up with the studies on physical activity, the studies that I showed you until now were looking at how manipulating the natural sounds that our body produces, we can have these effects on body perception and physical activity. But we also investigated what will happen if we add additional sounds that may accompany our movements, which we don't usually have in real life conditions, but that we can include now that we are using technology. So we look at the effects of movement sonification. And for this, what we did is that we use a system in which we can measure pressure, acceleration, angle during the movement. And basically, we can transform these movement signals into any kind of sound. So here are some of the samples of the sounds that we use in our studies. Okay. And our hypothesis here was that with these movement sonifications that have metaphors, like for example, the sound of wind, the sound of water, we will be able to induce changes in body feelings, for example, related to body weight, strength, agility, flexibility, that maybe then we will see also effects on the patterns of physical activity. So this is what we investigated in a series of studies. Here I'm presenting you one in which people had to do thigh stretch movements and to walk with all these sonifications. And we did find that through these movement sonifications, we could induce changes in body feelings. So for example, people reported feeling with some of the sounds less tired, more in control, being more flexible, that their movements were more fluid or that they were more agile. And that we also saw effects on emotion feelings related to excitation and happiness. Importantly, apart from these changes in body feelings, we could measure changes in the execution of movement. So here I'm showing you the effects on acceleration. And in particular, this is the graph accompanying this movement, where we saw that the water sound made people perform the movement with a higher acceleration than, for example, the mechanical sound. But higher acceleration might be good in some cases, but lower acceleration may also be good in some cases. So for example, in the mechanical sound, we saw that we have feelings of being more in control of your movements, being more the agent of the sounds, have a better proprioception, that your muscles are working harder. So in this condition, it seems that people are looking more at having a more controlled movement, and that's also interesting for performing physical activity. So to look into more detail into this association between the particular sonification qualities and the specific changes in body perception and on physical activity, we have run 2 qualitative studies in which we could also look at differences between the physically active and the physically inactive population. So for this, we built a more portable version of our system because we also wanted people to take it home with them and to explore this exercise and zonifications for periods of 2 weeks. So you can see that here we have a band that people can use in any body part, and they use a mobile app to calibrate the different movements according to the different sounds. So we asked people to perform strength and flexibility exercises while they were having these different movement zonifications that I'm going to show you now. So that's water, we have wind, mechanical, and 2 different tones. So we measure participant responses through the use of body maps, but also through interviews and through diaries. By body maps, I mean this kind of maps in which people could select a body feeling and associate it to a different body part. And this was a very useful tool for us to follow up on interviews. So through these different measures, we actually could see that through the movement zonifications, we could impact on body and movement perception, for example, feelings of fluidity, control, weight. Also on the perception that people had on their physical activity, for example, on their pace, the structure of the movement, the endurance. And importantly, we saw that there were many more effects for the physically inactive population that reported more the effects on lower perceived effort, increased perceived strength, or effects on movement control fluidity and coordination. So this is quite a rich study, a qualitative study. I invite you to read more about it in this paper by Judith Ley-Flores and Laia Turmo-Vidal that they will present next month in CHI conference. But basically from all these findings, we propose a series of design considerations to affect body and movement perception and to support physically inactive people towards a more physically active lifestyle. To finish, I just wanted to show you that even though I only talk about the studies on physical inactivity, we have also looked at the potential benefits of using our system in other conditions, like for example, to support people with chronic pain and people with chronic stroke. So to summarize what I have been telling you, I have been telling you that body perception is very malleable, that we can manipulate it by using sensory signals, including sound, and change, for example, the perception of body size, weight, or body capabilities, but also to influence motor, social, and emotional functioning. We saw that by altering footstep sounds, we can make people feel their body as lighter, feel happier, walk more dynamically. And we can also replicate that in the context of exertion. We have also some initial findings in clinical populations showing the potential of using this illusion. Finally, I told you about how sounds with metaphorical associations, for example, the sound of wind, can impact on body and movement perception and affect physical activity, and how we are looking into the opportunities to design audio-based voice-centered applications for physical and emotional health. So here, we can see technology as a partner in self-care, or perhaps as a part of an augmented self. This is something that we can discuss later in the 5 minutes. But what we are seeing is that the field is starting to develop technologies for behavioral change and therapies, which are exploiting these sensory mechanisms, either to enhance one's body perceptions or to remap altered perception in clinical and subclinical conditions, like for example, chronic pain, I told you before, or to facilitate feeling good about one's body or capabilities, and then maybe we can see the effects, for example, in the context of physical inactivity. But at this point, we are still limited in terms of our understanding of the principles. And in this case, technologies that are integrating body tracking and sensory feedback are very, very helpful to advance also our knowledge of the principles to change body perception through the senses. Something that we need to consider also when we design these technologies or paradigms is that apart from the bottom-up multisensory mechanisms, we need to consider other top-down factors. So I have tell you about some individual differences related, for example, to body weight or to the wish to be more feminine. And these are factors which are many times modeled by our societies that we need to also integrate in our study of and in our design of the technologies. So to finish, and considering the topic of this conference and of this session, I would like to tell you about our future steps in which we are integrating artificial intelligence. So we are, so I told you that through the sensory signals we can change body perception, behavior, and emotion, and we are looking at how we can model this data to open possibilities in two directions. In one way, we want to be able to personalize technology so that we can maximize the body perception changes, and then we can think about more effective interventions. But also, we want to provide a continuous measure of body perception changes that will allow to have more insight and more in-depth data analysis about how the sensory signals have this effect on the body perception and in the other dimensions, behavior and emotion. Through these studies, we may understand that our body perception is even more malleable than we thought. And this is something that is opening an important question which we need to consider and study along the way, which is what will be the impact of using such sensory technologies on people's everyday motor and social interactions? What will be the impact on their physical and emotional health? And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention. I am waiting for your questions, discussion, looking forward to hear about it.
Well, thank you very, very much for this interesting talk, which happens to answer a lot of questions that came up during the talk already on later slides. Nevertheless, I do have some questions here. Do you think it is likely that the same sounds will have the same effects for all people? Or is it more likely that this will be very, very individual and vary between people?
So yeah, in the later slides, I was showing some effects on individual differences. I would say, like, overall, we see an overall effect. No, when we don't consider individual differences, we still see these effects. For example, with the footsteps, no, people overall feel lighter with this condition. People overall feel heavier. But then, when we look at the individual differences, that you can see that the effects are bigger for some people than for others. For example, with the low frequency condition, we saw higher effects. So people that were heavier felt heavier with that condition. People that were lighter felt lighter with the high frequency condition. So there is an interplay between the general effects and individual differences. That's why I think that if we understand these effects of individual differences, we can actually personalize and maximize the effects, even though the general effect will still be there.
You seem to have started to think about or even look into how you can use these techniques in a health-related context, which of course is very, very important and very promising. Did you also start to consider impact on the other end of the spectrum, so high-performance athletics and sports?
We haven't, but it's part of the project that we have running now, Magic Outfit. Has also a population that are professional dancers and high performance athletes. So we're starting in September with that. We have been a bit delayed because of the current situation, but yeah, in September we will be looking into that.
Sounds very promising. Dancing is not allowed everywhere at the moment due to regulations. So yes, I keep my fingers crossed that we will be able to start this. How much do you think these effects depend on people's perceptions of existing physical and social norms about what sounds are associated with what sounds are associated with what movements? And if there is such dependency, then a change in the understanding of norms may change also their effects. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question, because I didn't, sorry. Yes.
It's a question we received through YouTube. It's a good question, but it takes a moment to read. So it's essentially about whether the perception of existing physical or social norms about how a certain sound is supposed to be associated with a certain movement affects the perception of them, and whether this can be explored more deeply and impact the corresponding effects.
Yes, so this is in the last qualitative study that I saw, we had more insight into that. So it is true that, people had the possibility to explore these sounds during 2 weeks, and then they did have, like the metaphorical associations, like I'm the water sound, I associate it to the moment when I'm swimming, and even though the movement that they are not doing is not swimming, they actually try to perform movements that are kind of related to swimming. So yes, some of these, some of the design considerations need to take into account that some sounds may work better with some specific movements because of the associations. No? It's not only that we are talking about the material or water, wind, but also like usually I hear this sound when I'm doing this type of exercise. And yeah, this is part of what we are doing, investigating what are the best movements for which sounds. And yes, it's our work in progress. Still, I think that there is a lot of space for personalization there, because we saw that some sounds work better for some people and some sounds work better for others. So the ideal scenario would be this, where people have a technology that they can actually select the sounds according to the movement that they want to do.
Well, we'll see when we all have shoes that produce the sounds you would like to hear from them.
Yes.
Well, with this, thank you very, very much. I'm sure it generated many, many more questions. Some might still be on the chat on YouTube if you want to have a look, or maybe
Yes,
you'll be around during the gathering later during one of the breaks, so people can interact with you some more. Okay. Thanks. Thank you very, very much again.
Thank you.
And we come to the last talk of this morning session now. From Bucharest, we are joined by, I really apologize, Radu Uzkai and Anders Sahiu. I'm really sorry. Close enough, I hope. Could you please share your screen? Not sure which one is going to do this. And then we're going to hopefully hear whether AI can help us win the next World Cup in football, I think.
Just one sec. Okay, so hello everyone. Thanks for inviting us. Thanks a lot to Merle and to Jurgis, who invited us, and thanks a lot for organizing such a wonderful conference. So we have some caveats before actually beginning the conference. First of all, this is a play on words, obviously, on the famous Liverpool chant, but none of us is actually affiliated with Liverpool or actually a fan of Liverpool. I, for one, am a fan of West Ham when it comes to English football. And secondly, this is, and I cannot stress this enough, this is a work in progress, and we are really looking forward to the feedback from you, because we plan on writing at least one paper starting from this. It's an idea that we had for a couple of weeks now, and hopefully with the use of your feedback, we might enhance, let's say, our academic performance with this. So without further ado, our main claims during our presentation will be the following. Firstly, that, well, the looming threat of technological unemployment, which makes a lot of sense in a lot of different types of jobs, is not necessarily as warranted as it is in different niches on the market when it comes to football coaching. And this is another caveat: we will use football in the European sense. We will not use soccer. I have a personal problem with the word soccer. So whenever we're talking about football, we will talk specifically about European football. So our first claim is that head coaches, at least, or managers, as they used to be called in Premier League and in the English football, don't have any, let's say, real reason to worry that robo-coaches and algorithms powered by artificial intelligence will take their jobs, and specifically in the next 5 years or so, taking into account the current state of technology. So to a certain degree and to a certain extent, their jobs are safe. And we will address the reasons actually why their jobs are safe really soon. Secondly, however, our hypothesis is that, well, the use of data analytics, artificial intelligence, even robotics will flourish in the next couple of years because, well, it's quite profitable, both from the perspective of actually what it means to play football and coach a football team, but also from a purely financial standpoint. And thirdly, we will address another potential concern, namely what happens when businesses, because football is a business, starts using algorithms, artificial intelligence, and it talks about using robots. Well, some people fear that, well, the jobs that people do, like coaching in our case, might end up becoming less meaningful. So our last claim will be that, well, actually, it might be the case that, well, these new technologies, once used, might even enhance the perceived meaningfulness of being a football coach. So we will basically apply this idea on Liverpool, because Liverpool is known as being at the head front of what using AI and data analytics, using such tools and kits in order to enhance performance. And these two are the two, let's say, architects of modern Liverpool, because as I guess some of you know, Liverpool used to be, well, the most successful club in the Premier League, in English football. They dominated British football in the 70s and 80s. But the last title that they won before, I mean, in not so recent times, it was in the season which ended in '89. Now, something happened in Liverpool, and something happened in the way in which the team is managed in the past decade, which transformed Liverpool into being one of the most successful clubs, not only in England, in the Premier League, but also on the continental level. So in 2012, Liverpool hired Ian Graham. He's the guy in the right side of the image, to head their data analytics and research department. He was previously employed by a different football team in the Premier League, Tottenham Hotspur, from London. But it was at Liverpool that he actually had a chance to flourish, actually. And what's really interesting about him is that he's so passionate about data and algorithms that he doesn't even watch football. So he makes recommendation, and we're going to talk about this really soon, about players who Liverpool should transfer without even seeing them on the pitch. The second architect of Liverpool's success is someone who, at least for the Germans in the audience, is, I guess, really well known. It's the former coach of Mainz and Borussia Dortmund, Jürgen Klopp, who was brought by Liverpool in 2015. And the two of them, and they have this really great relationship, ended up building this amazing team, which was able to win the Premier League for the first time in 30 years last season. And season before, they won the Champions League. Now, let's take a close look at the ways in which data analytics is used in football coaching nowadays. And there are at least three main ways in which data is used. So one way is coaches use data in order to devise things like, well, what fitness practices should their players use? What skills should they practice and enhance, taking into account the position and on the field, on the football pitch that they are employed in, and also things having to do with nutrition, which is really important when it comes to a sport which has become more and more fitness and physical based. A second way in which data is used a lot, and this is significantly more interesting, is in optimizing basically tactics, both pre-game tactics, namely what Jurgen Klopp does before heading forward to I don't know, a match against Real Madrid, or I don't know, Blackburn Rovers or West Ham United in England, but also in-game tactics, decisions that Jurgen Klopp takes during the game in order to enhance the chances of Liverpool scoring a decisive goal, for example, if they need so. Thirdly, and also this is something we will address really soon, data analytics is used a lot when it comes to the ways in which clubs like Liverpool and they are really pioneers in this, make decisions regarding transfers, decisions which have an impact both on the pitch. So it's obvious why you need the best players on the pitch, because, well, the best players get to score goals, or if we're talking about defense, to make clearance shots, and then to keep clean sheets if we're talking about goalkeepers, but also financially. Now, when it comes to tactics, the thing is that, well, modern football, as opposed to, well, how football used to be played and coached and managed a century ago, relies on, well, processing a tremendous amount of data. Just think about the following hypothetical example. You're the manager of Liverpool in our case, and you need to pay close attention to all of the things that the players are doing on the pitch. But you need to pay close attention both to what your players are doing and also to what the other players are doing. So, for example, you need to take a closer look at whether or not your midfielders have a high accuracy for passes, whether the fitness stats of your players and also of the opposite players are so, I mean, whether, for example, your players are able to cover a lot of ground, and that's especially relevant if we're talking about fullbacks or defensive midfielders. If we're talking about defenders, we look at the amount of successful tackles that they have during the game. And these are just some examples of the data which head coaches have to process in order to take better decisions, both during a game, but also when preparing the tactics against a specific team, right? Because different teams have different philosophies of gameplay, and you need to study the ways in which players play football, and the opposing managers devise tactics in order to enhance the chances for your team to win or obtain a positive result. Now, the thing is, taking into account the amount of data that head coaches have to process, the thing is that, well, it's really difficult for a football coach to actually be able to do that. There's this seminal study from 1986 published by Franks and Miller. According to them, well, football coaches have this significant problem of remembering everything that happens on the pitch during the whole 19 minutes of a game. For example, they say that when it comes to the first half of a game, they can remember less than half of the things that happened in a correct way. And it's obvious why not remembering correctly what your players are doing or the opposite players are doing will negatively impact or affect the chances of your team winning. And this is where data analytics comes in hand. Now, as we earlier mentioned, data analytics is used a lot in transfers. And this is where this has been pivotal in the success of Liverpool. So 8 years ago, due to the data endorsed by Ian Graham, Liverpool buys Philippe Coutinho, who was an integral part in Liverpool in the following seasons. They bought him for 30 million euros, and they sold him for 135 million euros 5 years later. And what's interesting here is not just that they sold Coutinho for such a staggering amount of money, right? But it's also the way in which the team was able to use that money to actually make the team even better, right? Because you might think, well, the team lost such an integral part of their starting lineup, right? It's someone worth 135 million euros. But the thing is, using again data and data analytics, Graham suggested to Jurgen Klopp and to the management of Liverpool to buy this wonderful center back called Virgil van Dijk, who's basically the best center back in contemporary football. He's now injured, but he still is the best. Who played basically every game in the season in which they won the Premier League, and who is an integral part in their starting lineup. The same is true for another iconic player, Mo Salah. You might have heard about him. They bought him for, well, peanut money, I would say, 42 million euros. And they bought him because specifically the data analytic model employed by Graham said that, well, Salah would be really good if he would be paired with Roberto Firmino, who is an attacking player at Liverpool. And they actually were one of the best, and they still are one of the best pairs in contemporary football. And just 2 years later, in 2019, according to Transfermarkt, which is one of the go-to places if you want to see how much football players are worth, Salah reached basically a peak market value of 150 million euros. Now, taking into account the way in which data can be used in what head coaching a team means and what managing a football team means, and taking into account the fact that we're talking about data, it's obvious that we can ask, well, if football is so data oriented, then why not have, well, in the near future at least, robo-coaches? And this is something that the CEO of a company which partnered up with Liverpool in 2019 actually said. He said, well, when it comes to football, basically, they can actually even create robo-coaches. You will not need actual human coaches in the future. Football teams can win just by the use of robo-coaches because, well, football is basically applied data in a way, right? Now, our first, well, let's say, normative stance, normative claim is that, well, such a worry is not necessarily warranted, and that Jurgen Klopp can be relaxed at least for the time being, because in order to answer this question, whether robo coaches can displace human coaches, we first need to look at what are the skills and abilities needed to be a coach. And even a good coach, right? Because teams would like to hire the best coaches available. Now, skimming the literature and browsing it, we found this map of three of the main skills and abilities that a coach needs to have in order to be a coach and a good coach also. He or she should show administrative leadership and psychological insight. And this is something that's really relevant when it comes to Jurgen Klopp's approach to what coaching means, because he focuses a lot on his role as a mentor in relation to the players. It's also a question of being able to make long-term and short-term planning. And according to Stendhal and Hempstead, it's also a question of accountability. Now, our claim is that when it comes to long-term and short-term planning, that's something that a robo-coach powered by AI algorithms could reasonably, in the foreseeable future, do. If coaching would involve only this, then sure, we might have robo-coaches employed by Liverpool and Jurgen Klopp getting fired. But the thing is, it's not so likely that will happen, because we should need to look at the whole picture. So our claim is that, well, Klopp's job is basically probably safe, because remember what we earlier said, coaches need to be accountable for their decisions and accountable also for the results of the football team. Now, the thing is, and I guess a lot of you know this seminal famous paper written by Matthias in 2004, where he talks about this responsibility gap when it comes to decisions which AI take. Now, the thing is, at least taking into account what we know about artificial intelligence, it doesn't actually make sense to talk about holding robo-coaches powered by AI algorithms accountable, right? Accountability means something when we talk about human beings, about moral agents, but not when we talk about potentially artificial moral agents like robo-coaches could become. Secondly, when it comes to coaching, we might use some insights from, well, one of the most famous coaches of the ancient world, right? Aristotle used to coach Alexander the Great. And if the purpose of coaching was for, I don't know, making Alexander the best manager of armies, then, well, he was kind of successful, right? Now, the thing is, if we look at Aristotle and we think about, well, what sort of knowledge does a coach need when it comes to coaching? Aristotle makes this famous distinction between episteme and between theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge is called episteme, and practical knowledge is distinguished between techne and phronesis. Now, our claim is that robo-coaches might achieve something close to techne, they might have some sort of a craft, they might mimic some sort of a craft, which would make them able to take decisions during a football game. But when it comes to techne, what we evaluate is the end result, not the process which made the result possible. So think about the following example. When we look at a chair, we're focused on, well, how the chair looks like, and not on the process that made possible the chair. Now, the thing is that when it comes to football and football coaching, we think that we should also look at the implications that phronesis has with regards to this specific job, because a lot of the decisions that football coaches have to take both during a game and even before a game have moral implications. So it makes sense to say that, well, coaches need to have the practical wisdom, need to be virtuous in order to be coaches, and also good coaches. As an example, think about the following hypothetical scenario. A robo-coach substitutes a player during a game. Now, players are generally annoyed when that happens because they might feel that the coach that he deserved more time on the pitch, and the coach behaved unjustly towards him. And the thing is, it's kind of impossible to imagine that a robo coach, which cannot have phronesis in the sense in which Aristotle has labeled it, can actually explain, for example, to that football player why he took that decision, why the decision was just. And saying this, it leads us to the third aspect of the problem, namely this issue of trust between players and robo coaches. Robo coaches might actually lack what we find really important, namely leadership skills. Robo coaches cannot be, for example, mentors to their players because they lack the psychological traits necessary to do that, traits which Jurgen Klopp, on the other hand, actually has. And it's also a question of understanding, not only when it comes to decisions involving justice as a virtue, but also of, well, actually understanding why, as a football player, I was substituted, or why I wasn't fielded in a specific game. Because the question is, and this is something that has been addressed even in earlier presentations, can robo coaches actually be anything other than black boxes? Can we actually understand why a robot powered by AI algorithms would take a decision and not a different one? Okay.
Okay, I will try to be like really fast with the next part of the presentation that deals with the meaningfulness of coaches' jobs. If you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, I will start by saying that the discussion about meaningful work is very complicated in the realm of normative theory. So we found that in this particular case, it is much more informative to identify the traits that the individuals find to be meaningful through the empirical studies in this field. But the core assumption that we have is that individuals are valuers, that meaningful work is an intrinsically subjective concept, and that each and every one of us is actively engaging in this process of co-creation of meaning. So we cannot say that we have a normative account of meaningful work. We can only say that we can conceive meaningful work as a response-dependent concept. I will not dwell on that, but for the purpose of this discussion today, we adhere to an autonomy-based account of meaningful work. Please go to the next slide. Okay, so we opted for this account of meaningful work because the empirical studies in this field point to a strong correlation between autonomy and those jobs that are rated as being meaningful. Autonomy is cherished by individuals because, of course, it allows for self-expression, control over the work content and process, and the ability to choose how and when to apply different skills and capabilities. The threat that comes from new and emerging technologies, in this particular instance, of course, data analytics, other sorts of AI applications in this field and mobile robots, is that it appears to be a condition when where the autonomy of individuals, of coaches, is undermined, because their behavior is going to be, or appears to be, regulated by forces that are overimposed, right? As in the case of heavy top-down management. And this actually affects, actually distorts a lot the perceived meaningfulness of one's work. To the next slide. Okay. So in this theoretical context, our question is if we're going to have more or less autonomous coaches, if autonomy is so important for the perceived meaningfulness of one's work, then the answer here is crucial in order to say if Klopp's job is going to remain as meaningful as it once was. But what we observe when we look at these technologies is that actually we can talk about a kind of human cognitive enhancement, because they augment the cognitive capacities of coaches. And they fall under this general description of cognitive enhancement. In this particular case of cognitive enhancement, some authors believe that autonomy can actually be enhanced, that individuals' autonomy is not undermined by these interventions that are non-invasive and non-medical. They are basically technological technological enhancement. So the type of autonomy that is relevant for football coaching, that pertains to decision-making autonomy, appears to be enhanced. And now this reasoning ability and the ability to make informed decisions and better decisions is fundamental to any mainstream account of autonomy, right? We have a minimal account of autonomy here, but this is the type of autonomy that is actually important to coaches in football. So if cognitive enhancement is designed to better our cognitive and reasoning capacities, then of course the enhancement of one's autonomy is a byproduct of these interventions. So our second conclusion in this presentation is that, in fact, it is very likely that Klopp and other football coaches are going to perceive their work as being a lot more meaningful than it actually used to be, because they will be able to make better decisions, right? If they integrate these new technologies into their ways of coaching and conceiving strategies on field and outside the field. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for taking so long with the presentation.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. You were actually perfectly on time, so no worries there. And we do have a couple of questions if you still have a few moments left. Sure. One is that you mentioned that the AI database analysis might be just supportive of the coach, but isn't there also a way for the coach to find more meaning both before and after, in the sense that there might be some pre-selection of the data going into the algorithms going on, as well as some potentially necessary translation of the results to the players in the current setting?
Do you want to take this?
Could you maybe please rephrase it? I didn't fully understand the implications of it. So could you maybe rephrase the question?
Yes, of course. I was wondering whether the sense of autonomy or meaningfulness of the job could also come with a transformation of the specific tasks within the job, in the sense that there might be, for example, some data pre-selection necessary before feeding them into the algorithm, as well as translation capabilities of the results the algorithm analysis obtained to the players in the field.
So, I mean, yeah, in a sense, you're dependent on, I mean, any head researcher of a data analytics department in a football club is dependent on the data, and the decisions which the department takes is dependent on the data which are fed into the algorithm. And the thing is, well, you should make sure and make possible that any biases whatsoever are not within the system. So don't be biased against players from I don't know, Ukraine or Romania or stuff like this, because this will negatively impact consequently the decisions that football managers will end up taking in the future. But your question, I mean, the question made me think about this, whether or not this basically makes the people who are in charge of the data analytics team as the actual real assistant coaches, and hence puts more pressure on them in basically doing a better job in selecting data and filtering it to the head coach in order for those data to basically enhance the reasoning capacities that football coaches need in order to make better decisions on the pitch.
In the chat, there's another question for you that basically starts from the hypothesis that if we were to replace all human players by extremely well-played, well-constructed robots, then no one essentially would watch it anymore, because the person asking the question gave the example of AlphaGo, making it pretty pointless to watch two computers play against each other, and then asked whether this wouldn't extend to coaches, referees, and so on, whether taking more and more human elements out of the game wouldn't take also the fun out of watching the game.
That's a really good point, right? Just look at the reaction that a lot of European football fans had a couple of days ago when some football clubs tried to change not the nature of the game per se, but the way in which it's institutionally organized, right? It basically triggered this humongous backlash against people trying to change something that works fine, which is something which a lot of football fans tend to think it's intrinsically good. So taking this intuition when it comes to using technology in this way, so substituting football players for robo players, right? Instead of Messi, robo Messi, and robo Ronaldo, or something like this. Instead of referees, robo referees, and so on and so forth, would basically take the fun out of the game. But at least, and this is my opinion, maybe Anda has a different one. I guess that when it comes to referees, it might make sense to do that. Because, well, or at least to integrate more robo aspects when it comes to refereeing. Because referees are oftentimes biased. They are also unable to process all the data in their surrounding environment. So it kind of makes sense, at least in a way, for referees to have assistant robo referees in order to take better decisions when it comes to deciding whether it was a foul, whether it was an offside or something like this.
But doesn't take the communal arguing about the bad decision and all the drama caused by it from the referee, some of the fun out of the people watching the game and discussing it.
But it takes part of the fun.
In tennis, right? I mean, in tennis, the referee's decision is basically, right, supported by images and data that is available at the moment. In football, we don't have that. But it has the ability to make the game more fair, more just. So it can enhance the gaming experience, I believe.
I feel this. Yep, please.
Just a sec. Sure. I mean, let's think about the famous moment during the World Cup final between Argentina and England, right? The famous hand of God moment. So sure, Argentinians were really happy that the goal was allowed. But the English weren't so happy about that, right? So sure, for some of the individuals involved, yeah, it's good that we have moments like this in which we do allow failure, let's say, epistemic failure to triumph. But I'm not so sure that all the individuals who are involved in this beautiful game would agree with this all the time.
Well, this feels like the starting point of a very, very interesting and long discussion, for which unfortunately we don't have the time now, but maybe there's some chance for exchange during the lunch break or the coffee break. And also for the two of you, there are a few more questions on the chat on YouTube if you want to have a look. And so thanks again very much. I'm pretty sure your talk is going to cause a lot of discussions among many, many people. And I'm looking forward to seeing this research continuing on. And for everyone watching here, we are now heading for the lunch break. We are starting in exactly 1 hour again. In the meantime, if you haven't done so, you can familiarize yourself with the program for the afternoon, which you will find on our webpage, so you know exactly what is going to come up. We have some very, very interesting talks awaiting us. And in the meantime, if you're not too busy having lunch, or you would like to interact further with other participants and the speakers, under Join Us Live on our webpage, you will find down here the link to a Gather Town to interact with more people. And if you don't want to head over to the webpage, you can also find it here in our YouTube chat down here. And with this, I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you hopefully again in just about 1 hour. Welcome back to the online conference Social Bridges. I hope you had a pleasant lunch break. I hope you had some chance to interact with our speakers. And we keep going on with interesting talks, this time brought to you all the way from Munich with a variety of different universities being present. And I will be introducing now the first speaker for this afternoon. He's going to give us a keynote. Our speaker with us today is Matthias Uhl. He is the head of the Digital Ethics Group at the Technical University of Munich. And we're needing a small moment to sort out some technical issues here as far as I can see. But then we are just about ready to hear everything about behavioral ethics of human-machine interactions and corresponding experiments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Perfect. So audio is there, video is there. Could I please ask you to share your screen as well?
Yeah, sure. So you should see that now.
That's working perfect. Well, I still see the PowerPoint view and not the presentation itself. That's just about perfect. And with this, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to the organizers for having me. It's really a great pleasure and an honor to be here. And thanks, of course, everybody for tuning in despite the great weather. So what I'm going to talk about today is the behavioral ethics of human-machine interaction, and I'll just give you a short outlook of what I'm going to talk about. So first of all, I would like to give you an idea of what I mean by behavioral ethics, and for those who are not so familiar with the concept, to make some clarifications on the term itself. And then I would like to elaborate a little bit on why I think behavioral ethics is relevant and important for the domain or for the issues around human-machine interaction. And then what I'm going to do in the middle part is talk a little bit about some, so to say, application cases. So I want to illustrate the issue with basically two studies that we've conducted in Munich. And the first is on interacting with algorithms and the idea of the role that leeway plays in ethical decision making. And then the second is more like on interacting with, so to say, embodied artificial systems, so interacting with robots. And here I'm going to talk a bit about the role of being affected and what this means for the samples that we should look at. And then in the final part of my talk, I'm going to very briefly conclude. Okay, so let's start. So what is behavioral ethics? So let me start with the observation that traditional ethics does ascribe a central role to deliberations. So you may not agree on the right normative theory, and of course we have very strong conflicts between, for instance, deontologists on one side, consequentialists, utilitarian on the other side. And they may very well disagree on a lot of issues and accordingly come to a very different conclusion, having their respective normative ethical theories in mind. So usually you could say that when you take such a normative approach, the focus is very much on how we should act when we resolve an ethical dilemma. And of course, different normative theories will come to different conclusions on how we should do that. And usually you would say, like, if you follow the tradition, so to say, we have something that you may call a rationalist model, because usually it is assumed that once people have understood what is right and what is wrong, they will, of course, act accordingly. So the issue here is you have to convince people of the right ethical theory, but once they've understood it, there is basically no reason why they should not adhere to this normative theory. And of course, you can also see, like, if you move to moral psychology, I mean, the centrality of deliberation for ethics is, of course, here exemplified by Lawrence Kohlberg's stages of moral development. You know, that's also like an old theory, but others like Piaget have built on that, where the idea basically is, and this is, I think, very often also how we teach people ethics, for instance, business ethics in business schools. That's basically the idea that people walk from childhood to adulthood, from the pre-conventional level to the via the conventional level to the post-conventional level. And people start as children, and they want to avoid punishment, they want to avoid sanctions, and so on. And then in the conventional level, you know, they somehow understand that there is law, that there are certain orders, some implicit norms that they have internalized from their culture that they should adhere to. And then in the post-conventional level, you know, they start questioning these things, and they may even refuse to adhere to the ethical cultures that they are born in, right? And they apply universal ethical principles. So that's basically the idea, and the people cannot relapse. You know, once they've reached a higher stage, they will basically not fall back. And this is basically where the criticism of behavioral ethics sets in, inspired by people like Jonathan Haidt and others, that the idea is that most of us dramatically underestimate how strongly our behavior is prone to incentives and to situational factors that we, upon reflection, would not deem ethically relevant ourselves. That's the point, right? And we are particularly good at spotting misbehaviors in others, but we are not so good in spotting that in ourselves. And the idea is that most of us underestimate the tendency, and that therefore ethics, you know, we should have also a behavioral component, and we should examine how people actually behave in certain situations. And we should assume that even though they, you know, like adhere to a certain normative theory and they reflect on that and they say that's the way I see it, they may still very well act in contradiction to their own ethical beliefs, right? Not to the standard of some church or some external institution, right? So the idea is that traditional ethics lacks an understanding of the non-intentional cognitive factors that influence moral behavior, and that it is important to study these cognitive influences scientifically, because the important thing here is, of course, they are not just idiosyncratic noise, right, that you cannot understand because one person is behaving in this way and another person is behaving in that way, and then you're not able to get any sense out of that anyway. But there are predictable patterns in their behavior, predictable deviations, you know, like from certain ethical standards that accordingly can be addressed. So that's the starting point for our further considerations. So why is this important for questions of human-machine interaction? So let me just describe this with the help of the infamous trolley cases. So I have to add a personal note on that. When I was a PhD student, and I was an economist economics PhD student in the International Max Planck Research School, and the philosophers, you know, that we had in there were very often using the trolleys. And I always found this a bit annoying because I said, oh, again, they're having yet another trolley. But it was not. It was when I read Joshua Green's book Moral Tribes in 2013 that I thought I understood why this research is so insightful and so interesting, and now I'm using them myself. So let me just start with the observation, you know, that in the footbridge, in the so-called footbridge dilemma, okay, what we know is, numbers may differ from study to study, but what we know is that most people are not willing to push the fat man off the bridge to save the 5 on the track. They just don't want to do this. So the majority refuses to do so in this bridge dilemma. But if we move to the switch case, to the switch dilemma, where the person can only, like, you know, pull the lever and deviate the trolley to the side track, where only one person gets killed, the majority of people is now willing to do so, right? And for a consequentialist, you know, like, this difference does not make much sense, because you would say, well, ultimately in most consequentialist theories of course, what counts is the foreseeable consequences of the action, mostly not the intended ones, but usually the foreseeable consequences, not what factually happens, because this may be subject to moral luck. You know, we shouldn't think that this is morally very relevant, maybe in judicial terms, but usually not in ethical terms. And then in this case, you know, it's completely foreseeable what happens, because in the footbridge case and in the case of the switch, it is completely foreseeable that one person will be killed here, right, for the benefit of the other 5. So in this sense, it shouldn't make much of a difference. But of course, deontologists may come to a different conclusion, right? So if you refer to Kantian ethics, of course, and the second formulation of his categorical imperative, you may interpret this in terms of do not instrumentalize others. And of course, you could say, well, in this case of the switch dilemma, I'm not instrumentalizing this person. So this is just a side effect of this person being killed, and this is also, what Christian ethics would say since St. Augustine, right? That's just a side effect, and this constitutes the difference between terror bombing, for instance, and strategic bombing, right? But here, this person is instrumental to stopping the trolley. Because it's hard to think of a more brutish instrumentalization of a person than using this person as a trolley stopper. So we might well see that there is a difference here in terms of the non-consequentialist theory, right? So we may disagree on that. And what Joshua Green then does is something that I find quite ingenious. He says, well, look, let's introduce the case of the remote footbridge, right? And what he says, and this is a stylized version of the setting, and you can see here the fat man is replaced by the workman with a backpack. So that's the more politically correct version of the original one. And Joe is here, can push the man with a backpack off the bridge on the track, right? Again, very few people are willing to do so. But if you now take a variant, so to say, a mixture of the switch case and the footbridge case, right? And you place the person like a bit remote from the tracks, and the person can now pull the lever, and the trapdoor opens, and the man falls on the track. Much more people again are willing to do so, right? So the propensity to do that increases dramatically. And then, of course, what Green says, it's an interesting question why that happens. It could be, we've done two things. We increased, so to say, or we increased the physical proximity, yeah, and we've also, we now have this instrument, so this artifact that we are using, and then, yes, intermediate cases, for instance, the footbridge pole, where he says, well, now you have an artifact, simply a pole to push the person. Maybe this already makes a difference, right? Or you're standing next to the person, so in both cases you're directly standing next to this person, but now you're using a lever, and the trapdoor opens directly next to you, and the person falls down. And it's here, it's between these two cases where you observe the hugest difference, right? So people don't say, well, I can't be deceived by that, right? That's basically the same, right? It doesn't make a difference whether I push the person with my hands or whether I use the pole, right? But it does make a huge difference whether I get this, this more sophisticated artifact, which lets me drop the person down the bridge. And Green says, well, now deontologists should hesitate, right? So they should basically say, well, usually that shouldn't make a difference, should it? So if a friend would call you and ask you, shall I drop a person off a bridge to save 5? You wouldn't say, well, it depends. Can you use a pole or can you use a trapdoor? So according to most ethical theories, you would say it shouldn't make any difference, but still, empirically it makes a huge difference. So irrespective, and that's a very important point, irrespective of where you personally stand, so what your right ethics is, or what you consider the right ethics, probably most of you would say this shouldn't matter, but it matters to subject, and it matters empirically, right? And this is why we should care about these behavioral effects that we can observe. And I think you don't need too much imagination why this has something to do with technology and the interaction with technology. Let me just give you very briefly another example. I mean, there are several studies, so this is just like two particularly simple examples where they've given Bart Duran and others have confronted people with this trolley dilemma simply on a big screen as opposed to a small screen. So people were asked to address this dilemma on the monitor of their computer or on the smartphone. And what you see is that, again, people's judgments in both cases differ substantially, right? So more people are willing to push if they give the answer on their smartphone. And because you could say, well, probably what's happening here is that the construal level to the distance, the emotional distance to the victim is increased when people give their answer on the smartphone. I mean, there are other studies that show that if people answer the dilemma questions in a foreign language, so not in a native language, it's also apparently the case that the utilitarian ideas are triggered more, so they're also more likely to give the utilitarian answer. Another thing is that usually, you know, when we compare, and that's in a study by Voigtlis et al., but it has been replicated several times, is that usually, you know, when you measure the moral wrongness that people ascribe to an action or an inaction, you know, usually we like humans not to act, right? So if in a certain case, so in the case of the bridge, right, we would say, well, if a person says, I don't want to push this person, we usually understand that. That's something that we appreciate. We say, I fully understand that you do not push this person. And even Peter Singer says, I don't want to be befriended. I don't want to make friends with a person who would push another person off the bridge to save 5, but still it would be the morally right thing to do, even though I don't want to be friends with such a person, right? So if we judge humans, right, usually we have this, so to say, action-inaction bias, so we judge this very differently. And this changes, this basically turns around when we judge the actions of a machine, right? So if a machine is inactive, right, we very often find this problematic, because the machine should have done something where we like the human not to do something, right? In completely symmetric cases, we come to a very different conclusion. So again, regardless of where we personally stand and how we personally see that issue, we should care that this makes such a huge difference, depending, you know, on the agents that we are judging. And this is something that we learn, obviously, here from these studies, and if we conduct experiments on these issues where we actually look at people's behavior, because these are systematic behavioral tendencies. Yeah. So what I would like to do in the next step is I would like to show you some experiments, you know, like where we investigate people's actual behavior, you know, like in certain situations. And the first thing that I'm going to address is the interaction with algorithms. And here we were investigating in a study that we conducted in the laboratory before, you know, the lab was shut down, before the pandemic started. And this is on the role of leeway in ethical decision making. So let me just start off with the observation that one prominent objection, at least against self-learning algorithms, is that their opacity seems to be particularly problematic, especially in the domain of ethics. So if we, you know, like, if we can decide whether to use an algorithm to improve the return of investments of our stocks, you know, we might well hand over to this algorithm, because we say, well, we have a clear metric here, right? And if the thing improves my return on invest, I don't really care whether it's opaque or how it does that, as long as, you know, it is successful on the stock market. While if the algorithm takes ethically relevant decision, right, if it is about, I don't know, like predictive policing, or if it is about parole decisions of judges, or so, like things that directly have ethical consequences, we may say, well, look, if we don't understand why the system is taking a certain decision or making a particular recommendation to the judge, right, how can we decide whether it is an ethical decision? So we may particularly want transparency in these issues. So this is something, at least, you know, that you notice that's very much discussed in the literature. You could say this is basically the iconic image, you know, like of the black box from Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey. You know, say we are basically maybe like the apes jumping around this huge black box and going crazy about the fact that we're not understanding what's going on in there. The impression that we had is that there is more to people's documented aversion against interacting with algorithms in the moral domain. And one idea, if you look into the Bertelsmann study, you know, they've conducted this study in Germany, what Germany thinks and feels about algorithms or something like that, and they've done this then for the whole of Europe again in 2020. And here's one quote: "Algorithms might be objective, but I feel uneasy. I feel uneasy if computers make decisions about me. I prefer humans to make those decisions." Right. So that's a quote from someone from an interview. And you also hear this. I mean, there is a lot of anecdotal evidence that I could tell you, like from talking to people. I mean, I was even talking to a person from the ministry, from a Bavarian ministry, and she said it's terrible that the algorithms take all this decision. Where's all the empathy? And I found it quite interesting that a person like working in the ministry, which is after all a very bureaucratic unit, supposedly, you know, like misses empathy in decision making, because of course the question is, what does it mean, right? Does it mean that in some cases I can say, well, look, I'm going to change a rule, so you might be eligible to, or you might not be eligible to getting the money, but still you're a nice person, I will give it to it. So it's an ambiguous concept in a way, but you can still see like that people seem to care very much about this issue. And you can also find it in the title of some books, for instance, Insel, how algorithms could bring empathy back to medicine. And Topol says that as machines get smarter and take over more tasks, people must become even more human to compensate. So what is actually this component, you know, that people miss in algorithmic decision making? This is actually what we were after in this study, and the reason why we turned, you know, like to experiments, so to say, to behavioral research, is that people cannot really articulate this, right? So if we ask them, so what's the problem? They cannot really. It's like with this person from the ministry, she couldn't really explain what she meant when I was trying to understand. So the assumption here is, of my argument, is that we need more sophisticated methods than just asking people to understand and find out what the problem here actually is. And we're trying to get at this in an experimental design. So let me briefly explain you what we did. So we had people come to the lab, and these people were randomly allocated to one of two roles, and we assigned them in the relation 2:1 to the role of a worker or a decider. And the workers were then randomly assigned to work in pairs, and each pair was allocated one decider. So one decider was responsible for two workers. And this is the famous, you know, like a famous real effort tasks, a task that experimental economists like to use. It's very tedious, so people have to place the slider in the middle of the scale exactly to the 50 position. That's very difficult and cumbersome to do. And for each correctly solved slider, you know, like people get a certain piece rate, a certain amount of money, for instance, 10 cents or €1, because they've successfully achieved to put the slider in the middle. And that's something that people, you know, like it's not really fun to do that, right? So it's why we call it a tedious task. So two people do that, right? And they may perform differently. One person may be really good at it and also very motivated, while the other person, you know, tries to solve 5 sliders and say, the heck with it, and just stop doing that. However, you know, like the money that they earn, the joint amount of money that they earned, goes into one pot. So they produce one joint pot of money. And then, of course, the ethically relevant question here is the fairness issue, right? So how should the money in the pot be distributed among these two workers, right? So this is basically the paradigm that we are using in this study. And everything is known in advance, right? So we are not surprising people with anything that we are doing in the experiment. And this is, you know, like this is an overview of the treatments and the design that we're using. So let me take you by the hand and lead you through that. So here we have the workers, right? So the workers are waiting for their moment to start working, and we have the decider. So remember again, two workers get allocated one decider. And the deciders look at the situation. So the deciders know everything ex ante, right? So they know the workers will soon work on this tedious tasks. They also have an impression of what this task is about. They can try it out themselves, right? That they understand what the workers have to do here. And then, of course, certain principles, certain fairness principles come to mind, right? You could say, well, let's use a merit-based principle. So if one person works more, twice as much as the other person, then this person should get twice as much money, right? That's in the pot. So proportionality, basically. You could also say, well, they've both given their best, I assume. So let's just distribute the money in the pot equally. Yeah. Or you could, of course, also say the winner takes it all, right? That's what I like. Yeah, I take the money from the pot and give it to the one who has just solved more sliders. Yeah. And the deciders, notice that the deciders choose this fairness principle ex ante, right? Because before any worker has started working. So they look at the situation and they say what they find, the most appropriate fairness principle. So every decider gives his or her vote, and then one of these votes is randomly drawn, right? And this is the one that gets implemented. You could also impose the majority rule, but we just picked one of these, one of the fairness principles that were actually chosen, and we said, well, this is now the fairness principle that we will apply. However, like the workers do not know the fairness principle that is chosen. They're behind a veil of ignorance, right? They do not know the fairness principle. They just know that I soon have to work, and they will assume, I guess, that deciders will vote for a fairness principle that will somehow, not punish them for working more, right? That would be a very awkward fairness principle if they say the loser gets it all or something like that. So that's all we assume in the experiment. And then, they move to the second stage where they actually start working. So they both invest effort, right? And they both put money in the joint pool. And we even have a random device which arbitrarily doubles the amount of money of one person. So assume this person solves 10 sliders, this person solves 20 sliders, and then the random draw selects this person, and this person has suddenly solved 40, right? That's just by a strike of luck. And then, like their joint money goes into the pool, right? And then what we look at, we are now looking at what the deciders what the deciders can do, right? And we are using two variants of deciders. We are using a human decider, and what the human decider can do is the human decider can apply the fairness principle, right, as determined ex ante, or the human decider can, in face of the actual efforts invested and the actual multiplication, like of one of the efforts, can, in light of the concrete outcome of the work, decide differently. Just discard, the fairness principle and say, well, we have a fairness principle here that says a merit-based principle, but actually you're so close, and and then this amount got doubled, and I don't think that's really fair. So we should equally split it, right? Just from a spontaneous, just by a spontaneous idea, this person could discard the fairness principle and go for any other distribution, and select the own distribution and apply that to the specific case, right? And how do we influence this in our experiment? Well, what the human will do is this: we pay the decider differently in two treatments, right? There is one treatment where we give the decider a flat pay if the fairness principle is applied. And we also give this decider a flat pay if the person changes the rule, right? So put differently, this person can do whatever she wants. It won't make a difference for her payment. So in any case, she gets a flat pay payment. So whether she sticks to the rule or whether she changes the rule, the fairness principle is completely up to her, right? She has no disadvantage from switching the rule, but she also has no disadvantage from sticking to the fairness principle, right? All she can do is decide in light of the specific work efforts whether she wants to change the rule, right? And then we have another treatment, which we call the rule-bound human. And the rule-bound human only gets a payoff if she sticks to the fairness principle. So notice she can still apply her own distribution principle in light of a specific result, but she will get, she has a monetary disincentive to do so, right? Because she will lose her endowment, right? If she does. But still, I mean, she has freedom of will. I mean, she can still discard the fairness principle. And it is only in case of what we call the rule-bound algorithm that the fairness principle will certainly be applied to the specific case. So all the algorithm does is the algorithm applies the fairness principle that humans have decided upon. So there's not any sort of capacity involved here, you know, that the algorithm is self-learning and comes up with its own strange way how to distribute this money, but it's a man-made a decision that humans have taken ex ante, and it's only what the algorithm does is only applying this principle, you know, like to a specific situation, right? And that's basically the three variants that we are using and that we are comparing. We employ two studies, and in each study, the workers can choose between two of the three regimes that I just introduced, right? So we are giving them a choice between these three regimes, basically. And notice what the workers express when they choose themselves into a certain regime is they express a preference over a procedure. They are not expressing a preference about the specific rule. Why? Because they don't know the rule, right? They don't know the fairness principle that has been picked, that the deciders have been chosen. Everything they know is, I choose between a regime where there is a human who can discard the fairness principle in light of a specific result. Or I choose a regime in which there is a human who can, in principle, discard the fairness principle, right? But who will have a disincentive to do so. Or there is an algorithm who will just apply this fairness principle to a specific case, right? That's basically the three settings that we are comparing. And of course, in order to make this stronger, if people have a preference for one of the regimes, they will have to pay to get to work under this regime. Otherwise, if they are indifferent, of course, they can say that they're just indifferent, and then they don't have to pay, and they're just randomly allocated to one of them. But if they want to make sure to end up in a certain regime, they have to pay a small amount of money. So the first thing that we were interested in is there an algorithm aversion beyond this opaqueness, right? So even if the algorithm is rule bound, right? Even if we know that the algorithm will simply apply a fairness procedure that humans have decided upon, and that the algorithm just applies to a specific situation, will they still dislike that the algorithm does it? So that's what we go for in study one. So what we compare here is the treatment in which we have a discrete human, right, who gets a flat pay no matter what she does, to the rule-bound algorithm who will surely apply the fairness principle that has been determined ex ante, right? And what we see here is that about 1/4 of people have no preference, so they are not willing to pay to work under the discrete human regime or to work under the rule-bound algorithm regime, but 55%, so most of them have a clear preference, right? About 3/4 have a preference, and 55% of all of them, right? 55% of all of them have a strict preference to work under the discrete human. So the question now asking, of course, is what exactly? Why is this? Why are people willing? I mean, there is a fairness principle. It's the same fairness principle, basically, right? There is no reason to assume that in one treatment, it's the same procedure that the fairness principle was brought about. What exactly do participants miss in the algorithm here? Is it the case? Do we appreciate the presence of a being of flesh and blood in the loop? Maybe to project our anger upon that. So we may say, well, look, even though you have no reason to deviate from the fairness principle, still you're responsible, right? You could have changed it, right? And I hate you for that. So maybe we just need this. Yeah? John Danaher has written this article on the retribution gap, arguing, you know, that the fact that we cannot project our anger reasonably onto machines, you know, drives our aversion or partly our aversion against them. So maybe this is an explanation. Or do we simply appreciate the fact, the empathy thing, right? That the human being can simply discard the fairness principle in light of a specific outcome, right? And has moral discretion, moral leeway in this sense. And that's the empathy argument, right? The idea that empathy distinguishes us from algorithms that you frequently hear. But that's, in my opinion, never been tested before. So the idea, let mercy yield before justice. But of course, you could say it's not entirely sure whether people think like that. Maybe they just like the human, right? But they don't really like this leeway, like the spontaneity, right? You could also say that, because if they are particularly keen on transparency, right? Because transparency is, you know, at least in the ethicist view, what an algorithm should have, and it's very transparent also for a human, right? If you know the human is just sticking to a fairness principle that people have voted for, right, ex ante. So it is known that people have cognitive biases, overestimate themselves, and, you know, are favorable to the in-group. So the decisions that they make in a particular case, they could just be prone by all sorts of biases. So people may not want that. And there is a nice quote by Lace, you know, during the war, which makes this point rather clear, that you can also see that there is another side to this coin, where he says, during a time when men are risking their lives to defeat the dictators, some of us should be willing to face certain questions about administrative discretion. This dictatorship is limitless discretion, which is restrained neither by public law nor by conscience. The art of war cannot by itself save us from such tyranny, because that's the idea of bureaucracy. So what we are testing, you know, like in the second study, is basically the rule-bound human versus the rule-bound algorithm. So that's basically bureaucracy versus algocracy. Because if people are keen on the human self, right, they would prefer the rule-bound human, and they would get the best of both worlds, right? It would still be a human. They could say, the human has made the decision, the human is still responsible, we project our anger on this human, and the human was basically, you know, it was likely, this is a bureaucrat, that this human, you know, was still sticking, you know, to a fairness principle that was decided upon ex ante. And what we see here is, do people want a human in the loop per se? Well, if we compare, if we give people the choice between the rule-bound human treatment and the rule-bound algorithm treatment, you see that now most people don't have a clear preference. So they're not willing to pay to get in one or the other regime. And if they have a preference, you know, they are undecided, right? So they don't really care whether you put them, well, sorry, I mean, these people do care, right? But on average, you know, we don't have a clear tendency in one or the other direction. So these people do care, of course, personally, but on average, you know, there is not a clear tendency, right? So what we see here, of course, it really seems that what people want is the fact that in light of a specific outcome, the human can follow his or her own intuition. And this, of course, I would say imposes a major challenge, you know, on decision-making by algorithms. If actually what we want is the spontaneity, right, then it will be very hard, I guess, I would say, to circumvent this problem. So the problem may run deeper than just, you know, like establishing transparency, because people may have a substantial additional problem related to this idea of discretion in moral decision making. Just a final interesting side remark: if we look at the performance, so how much do people actually work under the different regimes, we see that the performance of the participants who were confronted with a discrete human perform significantly worse than those who perform under the regime with the rule-bound algorithms. And we don't see such a difference for the rule-bound human and the rule-bound algorithm. So it seems, you know, that people expect, or people may expect that the discrete humans indeed let mercy take precedence over justice, right? Because the fact that there is a human who can spontaneously discard the fairness principle in light of a specific result leads them to work less, right? So I don't want to overstretch this result, but the only note here is, you know, like, look, the interaction with this regime under which people are working, they have like voted for a certain regime, they have selected themselves into a certain regime. The decision regime may very well interact with the performance that people exhibit under this regime. Okay, much shorter on the interaction with robots. So what we have here, the role of being affected, is a vignette study on care robots. And here I'm going to start with the observation that here the ethicists, you know, like the armchair ethicists, so to say, usually have the idea, they have a distaste for these social robots. I think that's fair to say. And the argument here goes that care robots lead to social isolation, they reduce well-being, and they violate the dignity of the care recipients. And the mechanical care, you know, like, is somehow fake. It's not real. There is human care missing. On the other hand, you know, okay, there are also several authors, of course, who argue the opposite. They say, well, care robots could increase the autonomy of the dependent ones, and these sorts of things, right? I think also here it is interesting to see how people would actually what people would actually say if confronted, if being immersed into these situations, right? And probably do this in a between subjects design, right, where we expose people with a certain situation and then ask them for their well-being, instead of asking them to reflect, you know, like on the contrast between robots and humans. And because the problem is, you know, like, this discussion is very much coined by the arguments of armchair ethicists. And of course you should say, well, we should care at least to a certain degree how those being personally affected, right, by the entity of the caregiver think about that, right, and how their well-being is actually affected by that. So what we do is we employ an experiment with two manipulations. We manipulate the nature of the caregiver, so we see whether it is a human or a robot, and we manipulate the intimacy of the situation. So whether it's a situation of personal hygiene or whether it's just a service scenario in which they bring in a glass of water. Yeah. So what we see here is, if we look at the satisfaction levels, yeah, of the people, and we ask them for how they see this in the care scenario, right, and we let them compare between the human and the robot, what we see is that people are more satisfied with the human, right, caring for them, and they're also more satisfied with a human bringing them the glass of water, right? They are all above, you know, that's maybe the nice message, they are all above the level where they say, I'm still like above the medium level of satisfaction, so I'm not feeling bad in general about that, right? But I just feel better about the human in both cases, in the service scenario and in the care scenario. The interesting thing now is, if we split this, right? So if we look at the people in our sample who are care dependent, right? Who say, well, I am a care dependent person, what we see is there is still some sort of, you know, like a preference, you know, like for the human being, but this is no longer significant, at least in the service case. And what we can see is, you know, that the aversion against the robot, right, or the preference for the human, is stronger for those who are actually in this situation, right? And this is something I think that's very interesting and that we should definitely care about. And this should hint to the fact that very often, you know, it is worthwhile to not only ask, you know, the decision makers, but in a transdisciplinary manner, right, to even include the people who are affected, right? Another interesting finding, and I'll end with this, is that because this is related, I thought I put this in because this is related to the pandemic. If we look at, you know, like people's concern about contracting a viral disease from a human caregiver, what we see is that the more concerned they are in both scenarios, in the care scenario and in the service scenario, the more concerned they are about getting an infection, the less averse they are to the robot, right? So if we truly enter the pandemic age, you know, our preference in that respect may change, and we may prefer the sterile robot instead of the human decision maker. Okay, so let me very quickly conclude. Behavioral research is an important approach to address ethical issues related to human-machine interaction, and it may help us to understand people's intuitions regarding artifacts that are often hard to articulate or unconscious. It can contribute to an ethically aligned design of human-machine interfaces. Like if we understand, like how this human-machine interface actually influences human behavior. Think of the small screen and the large screen. And it may challenge, and this is, I think, also what I talked about, the ethicists' intuitions about the importance of some of their favorite topics. So it may help us also to butcher some golden calves, so to say. For instance, the issue of transparency, which plays a huge role. And let me take this opportunity to also hint you to the talk this afternoon to Sebastian Krügel at 5 p.m., who will give what I believe an extremely interesting talk about a bit heretic about the impact that transparency may have on human decision making when it comes to AI-powered moral advisors. So that's about it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very, very much for a very interesting keynote. And we do have some time for a couple of questions, which we fortunately do also have in our live chat on YouTube. So the first question is, do you think the effect observed by Voigtlis et al. 2016, that was one of the papers I think you quoted for the first study, changes with a prolonged exposure with machines?
I don't know. I mean, that's certainly a good question. I mean, you could say, like, once we become more familiar with machines, I mean, the general tendency that we observe here, right, is that people tend to think more in consequentialistic terms, right? And it's something that people like Joshua Green might appreciate. But it could well be that once we get more used to these systems and we might tend to anthropomorphize them, like in certain domains, that we view them more similar, that we consider them like humans, like over the course of time. So I completely share this intuition that this is what might happen, right? I mean, it's another nice example of whether you want that, right? So you may say, like, depending on your ethics. So I just said, like, Green, would probably say, well, that's a great chance. That's a great opportunity, being a utilitarian, to make us more rational, right? So we should involve these machines as often as possible, and this will help us, like, to overcome our problematic deontological impulses that we all have, even including me, Joshua Green. But a lot of people may say, well, that's not a very good thing. So you could, of course, undertake efforts to keep people in this situation. So for instance, not anthropomorphizing the machine in order to still use this effect. But that's exactly what I was talking about, right? We should be aware about this difference, and then we somehow, irrespective of where we stand personally, we somehow have to deal with it and to take the responsibility that comes with it, right?
Thank you. Also, on the first study, what do you think would happen if there was an option where a machine implements the rule, but some human can, if they wish, override the machine's decision? So this comes back to what we've heard in one of the previous talks of the human on the loop, essentially.
That's an interesting question. I mean, it's of course a very subtle difference, I would say, because what we have basically here is that the fairness principle is basically the default option anyways. I mean, even in the human case, you could say, even in the case of the human decision maker, by making the fairness principle the default option, you could say the technology has already done that, although the technology is implicit. But of course, I completely agree. I mean, there is a difference, albeit a subtle one. And you could, of course, still say, well, if we have explicitly an algorithm, if we frame it like this, and the algorithm introduces it, and the human can then change it, and the incentive of the human, my expectation would be that if we have the human, the discrete human, right, who has has to expect no penalty from changing the rule, people would have no problem with that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I think they would like it better than the rule-bound algorithm as well.
Perfect, thanks. On the second study, what do you think are the reasons for why people prefer a human to provide the service? It's not just the service itself that we're after when we go to a cafe to buy a coffee. So do you think there's a specific reason why that happens?
So I think, like in the service case, I mean, there were several intuitions around here, or I think there are also, like, in the studies, which are mainly, I think, qualitative studies in that domain. I mean, people come up with certain arguments, and there are, you know, like, opposite intuitions for the care case and the service case, because some people say, well, look, especially if it comes to intimate things, I don't want the machine, right? But other people have a completely different direction. They say, especially if it is about intimacy, right? People may feel less shame if the machine does it. And in the service case, you know, this may be one of the few instances, you know, like getting a glass of water, where you can exchange some words with a human being, right? And so the intuition would be here that it's the social aspect mainly that we want. And for us, it was interesting to see that the affected ones, right, in both settings had a much smaller aversion against the robot. And remember, in the service setting, this aversion was no longer there, basically. So there they were on par with the human. So it's hard to say. I mean, it's just the idea for many people. I think it's uncertainty. I mean, they don't know what it means, and of course we are afraid of uncertainty. We know what it means. I think most of us were in the hospital, that a human takes care of us, our mother when we were children, or whoever, our wife or our boyfriend. But we don't know what it even means to be taken care of by the robot. Is it reliable? So I think uncertainty plays a huge role here as well. But the thing is, we will not get around this problem, right? Because given the demographic development, right, we have to tackle these questions, right? Whether people like it or not, I guess. Yeah. Because few people are selecting into this job.
Mm-hmm. True, absolutely. I received another question about the first study. Is there any difference in effort between those who are indifferent and those who have a preference for any of the deciders?
No. Yes, we've looked at that. There is no difference. So the results that I was referring to is those, since we have a substantial amount of people being indifferent, right? And we do not see. I mean, we've compared the effort levels according to the preference that people have expressed, being indifferent, having a strict preference for the human, having a strict preference for the algorithm, and they don't differ, right? The difference we observe only when we look at the performances of people who are actually put under a certain regime, right? And that also includes the people who were indifferent. Yeah, that's an excellent question.
Are there any papers on the project you've presented here that people can refer to read up on more details?
Oh, I would ask people to drop me an email, and I can send you. I mean, both projects are still in the working paper phase, and we haven't put them out there. But please feel free to approach me at matthias.uhl@thi.de, and I think that we can certainly find a way to do that.
Perfect. I have another question coming back to your introduction at the beginning and the trapdoor versus pole example, because I was thinking whether there are any thoughts whether a trapdoor by its pure existence already indicates that something is to be dropped down versus the pole, where, you know, we've been told from the very beginning, don't push other people in front of trains. Whether this implication of something is to be dropped down anyway factors in here, because that might also have some impact on designs of various programs and algorithms.
Yes, I think that's a really excellent point. Yeah, and I guess you could. I mean, Green hasn't. I mean, Green is not. That's an important point. Green is not making an argument about artifacts or about the ethics of technology. I mean, I just think it's a very interesting line of research, and we can easily see the relation. But it's not that he's explicitly after this point. I guess if he was explicitly after this point, I mean, he would have investigated this. He's far too clever not to do that. But I think that's a really interesting idea, and I could imagine that's something that maybe drives this tendency, right? That we observe here with the artifact, that we say exactly this, right? Also with the action and inaction bias, that we say, well, look, apparently the idea is already in the technology. So it can't be so wrong, right? So I think I agree. I think that this could actually drive the result, at least partly. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe one last question regarding the distributions. Because before seeing the whole setup of your study, I was wondering why you actually allocated real workers to do the work, up to the point of decision of the deciders basically just deciding how payload is to be distributed. Now, assuming we go to something where we have fully automated machines delivering some tasks, maybe based on different algorithms and hence differently effective. And we still have to distribute payment, for example, between two companies. Do you think it makes a difference whether these workers are basically whether it makes a difference with the deciders, whether the workers are humans or machines? Because you looked at the reverse question, essentially, whether the workers care whether the deciders are human or machine, but what about the other way around?
I mean, in this case, yeah, we had real workers. Just to address this question again, we had real workers because we were ultimately looking for the self-selection choices of exactly these workers. So where do these workers, under which regime do they want to work? Because they were personally affected. I mean, of course, you're right. I mean, you can easily think of settings where they are not even like human workers working anymore, but there is some other, I mean, basically the idea you have in mind is, I guess, a race between ingenious engineers, you know, and it's not, you could say it's still some sort of effort, right? It's just a different kind of effort. So I think as long as people perceive that there is still a human deserving of something, my guess would be that the problem still is similar, because you would still say, well, look, this person was almost as good, or this person was just a bit more ingenious, or whatsoever. So I would assume that it's similar, but I'm not sure. We haven't tested this.
Well, I just got another question here on the chat. Is it ironic that we need to develop robots to care for us, where we think having human is so much more important to us, as it seems to be the case? We should look for ways to have more carers.
Yes, I mean, that's certainly a political issue, which I personally agree. But yeah, I mean, we haven't solved this problem, right? In the past, we're not even able to solve this problem now during Corona, where there's still a shortage in the emergency care units is due to a shortage of people. Yeah, I'm not too. I think that's a nice idea. I'm not too confident about that, to be honest. But it is ironic. Yeah, I'd say it is ironic. I agree.
And the situation would probably be different to other job areas that are less liked, I would assume, like garbage disposal and things like this. Or do you think similar theories would apply?
I'm not sure. So I would be very hesitant to. I think what we learned from the study is that there is a huge context dependency indeed, and even though, you know, so my intuitions in such matters have been falsified a couple of times. So I don't feel too confident to say something about that. Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very, very much for a very thought-provoking keynote and the discussion now. And I think people will reach out to you for your working papers. And yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks a lot for your questions as well.
Wonderful. And with this, we pivot over to a different Munich institution, with our next speaker being in the process of setting up as we speak. Anna Strasser is associated with the LMU, the Ludwig Maximilian University here in Munich, and will be talking to us about artificial agents in our social world. I can see you're already well connected. If you would like to share your screen, then we can make sure that works as well. Wonderful. Perfect. And now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for inviting me to this inspiring conference. And I'm a little bit sad that I do not see the people who are listening, but maybe I will see them in the chat later or in Gatherworld. I will talk about artificial agents in our social world. First, I will argue that there are socio-cognitive phenomena concerning artificial agents for which we don't have established notions yet, at least not in philosophy. Aiming to overcome our restrictive conception of sociality, I then can sketch a way of how we could conceptualize in-between cases. In the last part, I will turn to potential ethical considerations and discuss why we may introduce social norms to regulate our interactions with artificial agents. I assume that we well agree that all the pictures on the right side are examples of social interactions. Similarly, uncontroversial, the pictures on the left illustrated different cases of tool use. But how do we conceptualize the picture in the middle? If you agree with me that not all human-machine interaction can be easily reduced to mere tool use, and at the same time that social interaction seems to require living agents, we do not have notions for such in-between cases. Starting from this terra incognita, we have three possibilities. We can expand the concept of tool use by integrating social features, or we could go for a brave conceptual engineering and introduce a new category. Or, as I will do in this talk, we can expand our conception of social interactions and add non-living agents. From my point of view, there are several reasons speaking for the option to expand our conception of social interactions. Especially regarding interactions with robots, avatars, or chatbots, we can observe a striking similarity to human-human interactions. Furthermore, we know that humans are able to connect emotionally to artificial systems. And last but not least, as we have heard in several talks already, human-machine interactions are used in empirical research to explore human behavior. Therefore, I am motivated to investigate the limits of restrictive standard notions in philosophy and explore this terra incognita in order to conceptualize social cognitive phenomena with artificial systems. And what would be more obvious to start with the requirement of a joint action, which is a paradigmatical example of a social interaction. According to Bradman, as you all know, any agent who is able to participate in a joint action has to have the ability to share intention and goals, have specific belief states, and must be able to stand in a relation of interdependence and mutual responsiveness. All this is only possible if there is something like common knowledge, mastery of mental concepts, and very sophisticated mentalization skills. In sum, those demanding conditions are quite restrictive, and that means only humans need to apply. Joint actions with non-human animals, infants and robots are not covered by this notion. And I think the same can be demonstrated with quite a lot of other notions we have in philosophy, like agency, mind reading, and commitment, as you will see in the talk. The fact that we do lack specific notions for in-between cases illustrates our restrictive conception of sociality. It seems like we have no theoretical grounds on which we can account for sociality of non-living beings. However, this might be bound to our Western conceptions. Actually, one should mention that outside Western cultural conceptions, for example in Shintoism or animism, there are conceptions that characterize objects as animate, which from a Western point of view count as inanimate. And additionally, we can observe that even our notion of a social agent has proven to be changeable. Just think about the status of women, children, other ethnicities, and non-human animals. All this makes me quite optimistic about potential changes regarding the conception of sociality. But how? How can we overcome restrictive conception of sociality? I think so-called minimal approaches are a quite promising starting point. Minimal approaches suggest minimal versions of standard notions and thereby capture a wider range of social cognitive abilities. By assuming multiple realization, they question demanding conditions and argue that not all conditions which are necessary in the human case turn out to be necessary for other agents. Thereby, they offer a new set of minimal necessary conditions of social cognitive phenomena. In the literature, you can already find notions such as minimal mind reading, minimal sense of commitment, minimal action, or shared intention light. Today, I will sketch how to develop a notion of a minimal joint action that is applicable to artificial agents. If we allow a minimal notion of joint action, then there is no necessity for an equal distribution of abilities among participants. For example, looking at developmental psychology, I think it's quite uncontroversial to consider children as socially interacting beings, even though they do not fulfill the criteria of a standard notion. Consequently, joint actions of adults and children are asymmetric joint actions. Turning to artificial intelligence, we can similarly argue that artificial systems qualify as socially interacting entities and consider joint actions of human beings and artificial systems as asymmetric joint actions. This means that artificial agents do not have to fulfill the very same condition as humans. Suggesting a new set of minimal necessary conditions of joint actions, I start here with a rough working definition. I assume that acting jointly requires minimal realization of the ability to act, of course, and to coordinate. Today, I skip minimal agency and just refer to my dissertation, which I wrote years ago, in which I developed already a minimal notion of agency, assuming that biological constraints or in particular, unique human abilities are not necessary. Instead, I will focus on coordination and elaborate on some probably necessary conditions, such as exchanging social information, anticipating behavior of others by mind reading, and being committed. Zooming into the conditions that foster coordination in joint actions, I think it's quite obvious that participants need social competence to coordinate. One aspect of social competence consists in the ability to process social information. will give you an example with reference to Hook. One could describe human-machine interactions as an affective loop in which artificial systems have to have the ability to process human input, and this includes verbal expression and social cues, and react with an appropriate answer. To what extent artificial agents are capable of doing this is an empirical question, and I think there are many people in the audience who know much more about that than I do. In addition to this more or less general ability to exchange social information, I argue that participants of a joint action should be able to anticipate what the other agent will do next. One major function of social cognition is to encode, store, retrieve, and process social information about conspecifics, and I think as well as across species, in order to understand others. One important aspect of this ability is the ability to mind read. Luckily, I don't have to develop a new notion of minimal mind reading because Butterfield and Appelai already did this in 2013. According to them, it is sufficient to require from a minimal mind reader to be able to ascribe less complex mental states, namely encounterings and registrations. And furthermore, I think this is quite important for artificial systems. They show that their underlying operations are implicit, non-verbal, automatic, and not based on consciousness. Asking the empirical question of whether artificial agents are able to proceed in minimal mind reading, I can refer to Gray and Brazil. They demonstrated how an artificial agent could model mental states with respect to the perspective of a human counterpart. Succeeding in mind reading, the artificial agent first constructs a model of the physical world, as you can see on the left side of the illustration. In a second step, the human's position and orientation in this model is used to transform incoming sensor data to data that is relative to the human's coordinate system. Thereby, objects are out of the human side are filtered out, and the data is transformed into a human-centric format, showing what a human counterpart can see or cannot see. This human-centric representation can then be used to anticipate future behavior of the human. The third aspect I want to shortly mention is commitment. Commitment can be understood as the social glue for much of what counts as social interactions. It provides security humans at least need to rely on each other, and it does support the success of mind reading. Again, I can refer to an already existing notion. Expanding standard philosophical conceptions, Michael and colleagues who talked yesterday developed a notion of a minimal sense of commitment. Instead of requiring that an agent is only committed if she has assured her commitment explicitly and the other agent has acknowledged this explicitly, they claim that the components, expectation and motivation, of a standard commitment can be disassociated. This means a single occurrence of just one component can be treated as a sufficient condition. And I think this seems realizable with artificial agents as well. Maybe I have succeeded in convincing you that it is possible and reasonable to develop a minimal notion for joint actions which can be applied to artificial systems. In the remaining time, I will talk about potential consequences all this can have for our ethical ideas. Thereby, I will focus on the question of whether there is something like morally appropriate behavior towards artificial systems that could be regulated by social norms. Social norms play an essential role in the organization of behavior in social groups. Besides defining obligations and duties of social agents, they also provide guidelines by attributing rights and values to objects and agents. Thereby, they indicate what kind of behavior towards these objects or agents is appropriate. To argue against social norms regulating our behavior towards certain artificial systems, one has to show that artificial systems are neither moral objects nor moral agents, such as ordinary tools like hammers. If one wants to argue for social norms, one can either argue that artificial systems qualify as moral objects, or argue for the more extensive claim that they can be seen as moral agents. Due to the fact that not all moral objects are necessarily moral agents, as existing social norms regarding our behavior towards non-human animals or nature do illustrate, I claim in this talk that arguing for morally appropriate behavior towards artificial systems does not depend on whether one views artificial systems as social moral agents, even though I have a sympathy for this idea. If we find reasons that show why certain human-machine interactions are worthy of regulation, artificial systems could be added to the list of moral objects. This is, of course, not meant to deny the varieties of human-machine interactions. Of course, there are many interactions which can be reduced to bare tool use. But I want to look at the other side of the picture and argue that there are also cases in which we cannot reduce the interaction to tool use. For some of those, not for all, we have reasons to consider social norms. In the following, I will demonstrate that we should be prepared that some human-machine interactions are not only part of our social life, but also have the potential to change interpersonal interactions. In a nutshell, my argument goes like this. If we can observe a transfer of behavior practiced originally with artificial agents to other contexts, then it's possible that this transfer can make violations of social norms in between humans possible. This is how behavior towards artificial agents becomes a moral dimension, and this could motivate us to consider social norms regulating our behavior towards artificial agents, because this can prevent cruel misbehavior among humans. In the following, I will show how social human-machine interactions make human-machine interactions morally relevant in the view of human-human interactions. First, I will investigate what factors contribute to possible transfers. Due to our ability to generalize, we are able to apply behavioral patterns learned in a particular context to a wide range of situations. And this means that also behavior practiced with artificial agents can be transferred to other contexts. To illustrate this, I will tell you a very short anecdote about Alexa. A friend of mine gave Alexa as a present to his mother, a distinguished British lady, and this older woman treated her Alexa with particular politeness because she was afraid that she would lose her politeness towards humans if she would not do so. Another factor is our tendency to anthropomorphize. People tend to act according to social norms with regard to certain artificial systems. Such moral concerns regarding behavior towards certain artificial agents make those interactions somehow more similar to human-human interaction, and this makes it more likely that we transfer behavior. Somehow, we cannot help it, but react socially, even though if our philosophical notions may tell us that our counterparts are not really social agents. Kate Darling reported that even her team members, who definitely knew how the robot was constructed and that it was not alive, were, after a phase of interaction, very reluctant to behave destructively toward this toy robot called Cleo, which you can see on the slide. Last but not least, social robotics reflects on such factors, which I mentioned now, while they develop properties of artificial systems. Similarity to human-human interaction is a desired goal, since it is important because it is an important objective of social robots that artificial systems should enter the human space of social interaction. It is not surprising that specific human-human interactions serve as models. To be successful as social interaction partners, research is being conducted to ensure that artificial systems have specific recognition systems, reasoning mechanisms, and the ability to initiate action. And this includes the ability to interpret social signals as well. All this can foster desirable transfers. For example, interactions in virtual reality can foster skill transfer. Quite successful are, for example, therapeutic settings using virtual reality for the treatment of phobias. And also, pilots profit from the skill transfer gained in a flight simulator. Regarding interactions with social robots, one can report that people with dementia profit from interaction with Paro, a robot seal, which you can see on the slide as well. They seem to find it easier to open up to other people after having interacted with this cuddly animal. But there are also disastrous transfers possible. For example, interaction with sex robots promote the ubiquitous idea that even living women are sex objects, and thereby such interactions contribute to increasing physical and sexual violence against women. And especially shocking to me is the existence of so-called pedobots. Even if there are not yet sufficient studies, it seems obvious to experts that such interactions lead to a lowering of the inhibition threshold, which makes it more likely that real children are attacked. So, where are we? If we notice that our behavior towards social robots can have a negative impact on our interpersonal behavior, this behavior gets a moral dimension. And then we should be motivated to think about whether we should regulate this behavior before it can be transferred. Or, as Kate Darling formulated it, one reason why humans might want to prevent the abuse of robot companions is to protect social values. This means that even if the actual behavior towards artificial agents as machines is usually not morally evaluated, it can get a moral dimension by the possibility of a transfer. At this point, one may object that another option could be just avoid the transfers. To react on this, I have to explain why I think that avoiding such transfer is rather difficult. Of course, if humans would be able to suppress such transfers intentionally, we would only need social norms that mark unwanted transfers as unacceptable. And indeed, I have to admit that humans seem to have the ability to suppress transfers, at least inside human societies. Many behavioral rules in human societies are specific to distinct social roles. It seems natural to people to behave according to the specific social role of their counterpart. Typically, we greet family members differently from work colleagues or other people. But I think there are pronounced characteristics which help us to differentiate people in a human society and not use inappropriate behavioral patterns. What helps us here is that the role in human groups is somehow distinguishable. In contrast, artificial agents are designed to appear as similar as possible to human counterparts. Because of their built-in similarities, artificial systems behave as if they were human counterparts. There are no pronounced characteristics supporting fine-grained differentiations. Certain human-machine interactions are strikingly similar to already well-known human-human interactions. And this is why I conclude that possible mix-ups are almost pre-programmed. So, first conclusion. If you agree with me that, for example, destructive behavior towards nature cannot be classified as morally uncritical, you may also agree with me that neither moral agency nor suffering capacities are necessary for counting as a moral object. Consequently, destructive behavior towards artificial systems cannot in principle be seen as morally uncritical. Following a consequentialist strategy, one can claim that certain artificial systems may qualify as moral objects without having the capacity to suffer or being a moral agent. Future research should provide a deeper analysis of the factors supporting the transfer of behavioral patterns. That means one should deliver a detailed assessment of the risks regarding transfers of concrete artificial systems. Furthermore, we should investigate how such risks might be reduced and investigate how this knowledge may shape our future construction of devices of social robotics. For example, in reaction to parents' complaints that their children unlearn polite language like using please and thank you while interacting with devices like Alexa, at least the advertisement of the new Echo.Kids edition emphasized that not now this device is giving children positive reinforcement when they say please and thank you. Now I will end with a short summary. This talk argued for the claim that some human-machine interactions are rather like social interactions than tool use. This motivated me to think about how we can meet the challenge to overcome restrictive conception of sociality by establishing new notions, which I did along the notion of joint action, assuming that there are social human-machine interactions. I then explored potential consequences, and this led me to my second claim, namely that specific social human-machine interactions can have an impact on human-human interactions, and that this motivates us to consider social norms regulating our interactions with artificial agents. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I would be happy to meet you in Gather Town in the following coffee break. Just an instruction how you can find me. Just click on the participant icon, find my name, click on it, and then you can either locate me on the map or automatically follow me, which will lead you to the place where I am, and I will be somewhere near the fountain. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you very, very much for this very interesting talk and the quick introduction to Gather Town. We do have some questions and a little bit of time left, so I would like to post these. And if you then, depending on how many we can answer, there might be some left which you can find on the YouTube channel if you want to answer them there in the chat, or the people asking them can find you in Gather Town as you've just described, and I'll get back to that in a moment. But first, a couple of questions for your talks. One of them is whether you could point out studies regarding the negative consequences of deploying sex robots. while it might sound intuitively plausible, people would be more interested in further empirical proof.
I could easily put them on the whiteboard of your interactive channel in the Social Bridge. There are several studies mentioning that. And of course, in my talk, I didn't really prove it. I just rely on the assumption that it is an at least probable consequence.
Perfect. I will point out later where the whiteboard can be found, but that will be the perfect place for something like this. Do you think that the way we conceive of artificial agents may change how we use or interact with them behaviorally? For example, how we interact with a chatbot might change depending on whether we see it as a tool to obtain information or a social interactive agent. And if yes, could we look at our behavior to determine whether we conceive of them as tools or as social agents?
I mean, I'm not able to really look in the future. I can just share what I think is probable. And I definitely do think that our behavior towards artificial agents, especially towards devices of social robotics, will change. It will get more normal, and it will get less canny. So at the moment, many people still discuss the thing that it's strange to be cared of by a care robot. But I would assume if I'm getting 80 years old, having a care robot is not that extraordinary anymore. And this will change our behavior, and this will even make my considerations more important, because the more interactions we have, the more similarity we may experience. And if we not start to sort of learn how to build in pronounced characteristics, which make it easy to distinguish between, that was my care robot, or this was my daughter, then we will end up in a difficult situation. So in the end, I'm not really fighting for social norms. I would rather fight for the ability of the human to distinguish artificial systems from humans better.
I was actually thinking about a very similar question, but from a slightly different perspective. And that is whether the way we view artificial agents, so whether as social interaction partners or as tools, might also depend on our own knowledge in the area. So for example, for me as doing research in machine learning, I would assume probably that for me it would be for a much longer time more a tool than a social interaction partner. Or do you think that might be wishful thinking at this stage?
To be honest, I think this is wishful thinking. I mean, just look at the thing I mentioned by Kate Darling. So this experiment was only with team members. There were people who really knew this is a machine. They built it, they programmed it. And they had about 20-minute interaction time. And then Kate Darling came into the seminar room and said, now you have to capitalize. So take the head off of Pleo. And nobody was able to do that. And so I think this shows that even knowledge does not help us that much. So maybe we need some research what implicit characteristics may inform us of the difference. If we are already triggered by our tendency to anthropomorphize what we do and what is a nice feature, and maybe even a reasonable feature, then it's too late.
Well, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to testing this in practice. And thank all of you for joining us for this afternoon session. As you've just been so nicely pointed towards GatherTown. If you're wondering where you can find this on our webpage, there is a link to GatherTown. There's also one buried somewhere in the chat. And the whiteboard that has just been mentioned can also be found on here for links to some of the studies. And then please make sure to come back in about half an hour when we start for our final keynote and another 2 very interesting talks that already have been hinted at in the previous keynote. Thank you very much again, and see you all in about half an hour.
Thank you.
And we're back, and I'm so glad to say that I've had my coffee and cake and Kaffee und Kuchen, and I'm very happy to be chairing this final session of Social Bridges, a conference looking at the future of AI. Before we jump into our next speaker, our second keynote of the day, I wanted to just quickly give you one last chance to have a look at some of the ways in which you can be involved in this Social Bridges event. I also wanted to just also give you a quick look at what is in store for this final session of the day. I'm just going to share screens with you quickly so that you can also have a look and see that we do in fact have 3 more talks left in our program for the day. We have a keynote from Iyad Rahwan, who will be telling us about how to trust a machine, followed by 2 short talks by Marie Kaufmann and Sebastian Krügel. We have many ways in which you can participate over the next few minutes as we conclude our 3-day event. Add something to our whiteboard and do try and let us know if you have questions for any of our speakers. Without further ado, because we do in fact have our keynote waiting in the wings, I will introduce to you our last and final keynote of this Social Bridges event. Iyad Rahwan, I welcome you. Thank you so much for being with us today. Perhaps if you want to share your screen, we can make sure that everything is working as it should. To share your screen.
Give me 1 second.
Sure that everything is working as it should. To share your screen.
Give me 1 second.
Sure that everything. I think you have the live stream in your background.
Can you see my screen now?
I can see you, I can hear you, there's no echo anymore, and I can now see your screen as well, so that's fantastic. So without further ado, welcome, thank you so much. I'll give you a 5-minute warning. You have 45 minutes, I'll give you a 5-minute warning, and then we can hopefully have a little bit of a chat. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here at this event. Iyad Rahwan, I'm based at the Max Planck Institute for Human Development. I've moved here just under 2 years ago to start a new research center on humans and machines. So we're basically a group of interdisciplinary scientists, computer scientists, behavioral scientists, who work at basically we explore questions at the intersection of human behavior and artificial intelligence and information technology. Today, I'll talk to you about how to trust a machine. And obviously, you could ask this question in so many different ways, and there are so many angles, so there's no way I could be comprehensive, but I hope to contribute a little bit to one perspective on how we can answer or explore this question. So first, let me start with just a broad overview of the kinds of decisions that machines make that impact humans. Machines recommend things to us, from news to music to all sorts of other things. They also help us navigate the physical world, but increasingly they're getting engaged in high-stakes decisions. For example, who gets a job, who gets a loan, what kind of medical diagnosis do you get, and maybe who gets healthcare as well, what type of medical care. And there are cases where machines will be programmed to make decisions that have life and death consequences, for example, in autonomous vehicles. So how do we trust those machines, and how do we know that we can trust them? I'm going to explore this question from 3 different angles. One angle is, before we answer the question, how to trust a machine, we have to first understand what the machine can do. So we need to build a good understanding of the capabilities of the machines, of the kinds of mistakes that the machines make, the kinds of performance metrics that they outperform humans or underperform humans, as well as all the kinds of immoral hazards that may arise. Then I'll talk about questions about, well, if we understand what they can do, what ought they do, which is a more normative question. And in this case, we could also explore this question empirically by understanding how people's expectations of machine behavior are shaped. And finally, there's a question of, well, how do we force those machines to perform, to behave as we would like them to do? And I think that's very much a kind of political science question more than anything. But again, behavioral science can add to our understanding. So let me start with the first part. And in the first part, to explore what can machines do, I wanted to share with you a kind of research agenda, let's call it a roadmap, on machine behavior. But to understand this, we need to first understand what is the nature of computer science. So you could think of computer science as a branch of mathematics. And this would be, for example, the view of somebody like Dijkstra, a Turing Award winner and very famous, well-known contributor to like foundation of algorithms. He famously said, computer science is no more about computers than astronomy is about telescopes. And he famously did not have a computer until very late in life, even though he was one of the most famous computer scientists in the world. For him, computer science was something you do on the blackboard. So you write algorithms, you prove their property mathematically, and that's the end of it. But then there's a whole other tradition of computer science, which is computer science as engineering. One maybe canonical person here is Grace Hopper, who's for an admiral in the Navy in the US. She famously is attributed to have found the first actual bug in a computer, which was, I think, in a vacuum tube machine. But putting that aside, this kind of view of computer science as engineering is really about building machines, about testing them, about making sure that they operate as expected, and about debugging them. Right? So it's more of an engineering practice of making things work. It's a bit like building bridges, as opposed to, let's say, understanding like a natural phenomena, right? More broadly. But these two views, the mathematics and the engineering view, I think can be complemented by a third view, which is computer science as a science of computers, meaning that a hypothesis-driven approach to studying computers as an object of interest in order to characterize their empirical properties. And the person this is not a new idea, the person who kind of spearheaded this way of thinking is Herbert Simon, who was both, a computer scientist and a psychologist, but also an economist, Nobel Prize-winning economist. And he wrote this book called The Sciences of the Artificial, in which he contrasted natural science, which is knowledge about natural objects and phenomena, like trees and rivers and the ecosystem and so on, with artificial science, which is knowledge about artificial objects and phenomena, things that we engineer and design, things like machines and institutions. And inspired by this, we've kind of resurrected this way of thinking in a paper that we wrote a couple of years ago, published, I think, in 2019, trying to formalize this, what we think is this emerging research field of machine behavior. And we've written this paper with a bunch of computer scientists, but also with a variety of behavioral scientists from economics, anthropology, biology, psychology, and so on. And the idea here, so I want to talk to you a little bit about this. It was framed as a review, but also it's a bit more like a manifesto, or let's say a research roadmap. So if you think of questions like this, questions about news ranking algorithms, does an algorithm create a filter bubble? Now you could ask, or does it disproportionately censor certain content? Like somebody like Dijkstra would have said, I'm going to create an abstract model of this algorithm. I'm going to maybe create an abstract assumption about how a human interacts with the algorithm, and then I'm going to prove under what conditions I can prove mathematically that the algorithm will not result in a filter bubble, in some kind of equilibrium state. And you do this proof at the beginning, and then you ship the algorithm. But obviously, with a very complex algorithm, this becomes very difficult. You could engineer the algorithm, and test it in the lab, like the way that, let's say, a lot of machine learning researchers would test their machine learning algorithms by validating them on, let's say, canonical data sets. But again, I think the true difficulty then comes with what happens when you deploy these algorithms in the real world. And I think this behavioral perspective to say, we could explore these algorithms, the properties of these algorithms completely behaviorally without necessarily understanding their inner workings is an important perspective, because then you could study those algorithms even if you don't have access to, you don't work for the company that built those algorithms. For example, it's not easy, it's not straightforward to ask, let's say, a company like Facebook to give you access to the source code of their news filtering algorithm, but perhaps you could still study it behaviorally, the way you would study like a natural phenomena. Questions about autonomous vehicles, autonomous weapons, questions about like market collusion or manipulation in algorithmic trading, questions about the behavior of conversational robots and things like Siri, presumably can be studied from an engineering and mathematical perspective, but also I think from a behavioral perspective. So behavioral science has a lot to offer here, and I think in the same way that we cannot necessarily certify that machines are ethical by studying their inner workings. We don't really do this with humans. We have a rich characterization of human behavior, ethical and otherwise, without necessarily having access to the inner workings, like the full understanding of how the brain works. So, and of course, you can have this kind of top-down view, looking at the brain, at human behavior as a black box, something coming out of a black box. And while you can simultaneously continue to strive for understanding the human brain more mechanistically. So basically what we're saying is we need a behavioral revolution in the study of machines, in the same sense that there was a behavioral revolution in the study of biological organisms, for example, a lab mouse. And you could think of like an algorithm as this kind of lab mouse. And instead of, one way you can study it is you could look inside of it. You could put it under the microscope, so to speak. But alternatively, you could put it in a box and you could subject it to experimental stimulus like temperature, and then you can measure behaviors of interest like sleep behavior, for instance. So the question is, can you create algorithms in kind of controlled environments? And that's in a way that what a lot of these new AI gym, AI games kind of environments try to do. They try to create rich experimental environments in which to study the behavior of algorithms, but for engineering purposes in this case. And if you could do this, then when people come up with different proposed algorithms, you have quantifiable metrics because you've developed like good measurement techniques for measuring behaviors of interest, like bias and so on. And of course, you cannot do this for individual machines only, but you should do it for collective machine behavior, as well as the hybrid behavior that comes out of hybrid systems that composed of humans and machines. And in terms of like how this field relates to other fields, it sits somewhere at the intersection of the engineering of AI, people who build AI systems, and the scientific study of behavior. Let's say people who study the behavior of animals or ecosystems. And I think it's distinct from the humanistic disciplines that study that kind of hypothesize about the potential impact of technology on society. But they are symbiotic in the sense that these fields like media studies and science and technology studies can often provide us with new practices and new scientific questions that machine behaviorists could then explore. But they can also incorporate new quantitative evidence from the study of machine behavior. And finally, in this article, we tried to delineate the kind of fundamental questions in machine behavior. And we took inspiration from the 3 Nobel Prize winners of for the study for founding the field of animal behavior, and in particular, Nicolas Tinbergen, who came up with the 4 fundamental questions in biology. And we've adapted those fundamental questions to the study of machines in our paper. Basically, you could ask questions about the behavior of an organism, or in this case, of a machine, by looking at the mechanisms that cause a specific behavior. This is called the static view and proximate view. This is the cause of a specific behavior, but you can also ask, well, how did this behavior develop? What is the dynamic view of this that caused this behavior? You can also think about the long-term functional or adaptive value of a behavior, but also the evolutionary dynamics that led to it. In the case of machines, obviously the evolutionary dynamics are not natural selection, it is unnatural selection, driven by market forces and so on, maybe regulations and things like that, that basically create different kinds of selection pressures against, over the kinds of algorithms that exist in the world. And we just think that this may be a helpful analogy to draw. But also it's helpful to see where this analogy breaks down, where algorithms and machines are kind of different. For instance, the way that machines can copy behaviors from others is more similar to the way culture spreads than the way genes spread, for example, because they can copy themselves, copy each other instantly. For example, an autonomous vehicle could learn a new behavior, and then you could push an update on like 1 million vehicles all at the same time, something you couldn't do with biological evolution. So that was the question of like what, it's the question of what can machines do, and more of a research agenda to try and study machines from a behavioral perspective. Now I want to move to the separate question, which is what ought they do? Let's suppose we understand what can they do, what should they do? And here, of course, the tradition has been to rely on the field of ethics and philosophy, and basically normative disciplines like law and philosophy, in basically suggesting ways for machines to be programmed to make sure that they reflect human values. And I think that's a very important endeavor. However, I do think that there's a complementary role for using behavioral science and psychological science to try and understand what normal people think and how we might misperceive machines, for example. And in this case, I want to focus on the case of autonomous vehicles, and specifically because adopting autonomous vehicles is potentially going to be a life-saving technology, a life-saving development, because more than 1 million people die in autonomous crashes, in regular crashes, in traffic accidents every year around the world. And this number could be, in theory at least, substantially reduced by the introduction of autonomous vehicles. So, but people are fascinated by this kind of fear that a machine can make a decision, a life-death decision. And the canonical example here is a very contrived one, admittedly, and we'll get to that in a little bit, but it's an autonomous car that's about to crash into a number of people for whatever reason, but the car can swerve and kill somebody else on the sidewalk in order to avoid killing more people. Should the car do this? And this related question is, should the car do this, swerve and hurt the person in the car in order to save more lives? And there are, of course, different ways of thinking about this. I want to talk about the social dilemma here, because what we found is when we ask people what do they think in this case, the car should do, people, at least in the West, where we ran the initial surveys, strongly believe that the car should save more lives. So basically to follow a utilitarian principle, ethical principle. And they believe that the car should follow utilitarian principle, even if the car would end up endangering the person in the car. But then when you ask them, which car would you buy, you get a different answer. So people would say, I would never buy the car that will self-sacrifice, so that will sacrifice me, but I want everybody else to buy this kind of car, the utilitarian car that looks after the public good. And we call this the social dilemma of autonomous vehicles. Now, so basically what we've discovered is there's actually there is an ethical question, what should the car do? But there's arguably a more important question, which is how do you actually enforce what people think is ethically correct? It's a social dilemma. It's a dilemma of cooperation, because people have the incentive to look after their own safety. Now, we wanted to also understand whether there are cross-cultural differences in the ethical expectations that people have. And we ran this survey. We launched a survey in 2016 called the Moral Machine Experiment, which you can go and try for yourself. And it looks something like this. So basically, the website generates random dilemmas. It looks like this. For example, this one has a person in the car. If the car goes straight, it's going to kill 3 people and a dog. But these people, notice, are crossing the road illegally. They're crossing a red light. Alternatively, if the car could swerve and kill the person in the car, what should the car do? Luckily, we got lots of coverage from traditional media, but also from new media, people like YouTubers who would play this game, and that caused a lot of people to come and play the game, so to speak, and give us data. The game was translated to 10 languages. We had, at the time of analysis, 4 million users, answer 40 million decisions, and more than 500,000 demographic surveys. And this is what it looks like. We published the results in 2018. And you could see that we have substantial coverage all over the world. I want to describe the results now. And this is about the ethical expectations. It's not about the social dilemma here. What this plot shows is the probability is kind of the premium for being the thing on the right compared to the thing on the left. So if you average over all scenarios, and if you take a scenario in which there is a dog, and then you swap the dog with a human, or a dog or a cat, and you swap them with a human, then what's the increase in the probability of survival, right? So how much is it more likely for a human to survive compared to a dog? Everything else being equal. And you could see being human is a good thing, because it gives you 60% greater probability of survival in an accident. This is according to the preferences of the people in the survey, obviously. Another one is saving more lives. So saving human lives and saving more lives seem to be very, very important factors. People think you should save 1 more person or 2 more people or 3 more people. This is what this plot shows. And these are the rest of the preferences. And you can see here, for example, that there are three big ones. So sparing human lives, sparing more lives, and sparing young lives are the 3 most important ones. Then you've got these kind of 2 controversial, one of them, perhaps controversial one. One is sparing the lawful, so people who are not doing anything wrong over people who are breaking the law. Which you may not think is unreasonable, but then there is an equally strong preference for sparing people with higher status, like a business person over a homeless person. And this I think highlights to us that the perils of following pure public preferences when it comes to programming ethics. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Now, in order to contrast this kind of empirical data with the normative approach, which is, people, experts and legal experts and philosophers and so on, I'm going to mention the report written by the Ethics Commission on Autonomous Connected Driving, set up by the Federal Ministry of Transport in Germany a few years ago. And this is the composition of this commission. So it has technical people, engineers, but also people who represent legal and religious and ethical professions. And I want to show you some of the results and how they contrast. So for example, we found that humans over animals was a strong preference. And indeed, in the case of the Commission's recommendations, that is indeed the case. Human life should always be ahead of animal or property life, animal life or property. We also found that people have a strong preference for saving more lives, for utilitarianism, and that's indeed the case. So programming to reduce the number of injuries is justifiable. But when it comes to age, we found a strong preference for saving young people, as you have seen, but the Ethics Commission noted that distinction based on personal features, including age, are strictly prohibited. That could be, you may, of course, you may agree on some of those features or all of those features. So it really is, it depends. But this highlights just the tension between the normative perspective on one hand and the perspective of the public. And this is a case where potentially the regulators may revise their recommendations if there is a strong preference for saving children. But if there's conflict between saving, public opinion saying we should save people of higher status because they're more valuable to society, that is something where we may want to side with the Ethics Commission, or where the normative disciplines may wish to dismiss public opinion. And that's contested territory. This is a case where this is a complex issue. To what extent what kind of fundamental rights should ignore the tyranny of the majority, and what fundamental rights or what rights kind of emerge from the preferences of the public? It's a very complex issue, but I think quantifying public preferences is a step towards, it's an important step towards understanding where those tensions might be. When it comes to the law, lawful versus unlawful, there's also a kind of synergy in this case between the data and the recommendations. So another interesting thing is the contrast, not between empirical data and the normative perspective, but the contrast in empirical data between different cultures. Because we had such large data sets, we're able to quantify the strength of these factors across different countries, and therefore measure the differences between those countries in terms of like the distance between their preferences. And you could run kind of standard clustering algorithms, and you get something like this. You get basically a clustering of countries into 3 different clusters. I just want to zoom in a little bit and show you here the Western cluster, which you can see is dominated by Western countries, although not perfectly. But this is purely bottom up. The coloring here is based on expert classification from the field of anthropology. It's not by us. This is purely data. So the structure of the tree is purely data driven, and you could see that you could even see a separation where Protestant Europe kind of appears together. And you could see, for instance, English-speaking countries clustered together. This is the Eastern cluster, and you can see here more Confucian countries, Southeast Asian countries, and Asian countries, East Asian countries. You could also see a lot of Islamic countries. And this is the Southern cluster, which is dominated by Latin American and former French colonies, some reason. And what's interesting is that Spain is not lumped with the Latin American cluster, as you might expect if this was driven by language, but it's actually in the Western cluster next to Portugal. So, well, how, just to give you a sense of the differences, this is a radar plot showing the different, this is the global average of the different preferences, like how much people prefer sparing humans, sparing more lives, sparing younger lives, and so on. And I just want to superimpose Germany here for you to see. You can see that Germans prefer inaction more than the global average. So they prefer not to intervene. They also are more in favor of human life over animal life than the global average. But they have lower preference for status than the global average. They still prefer higher status on average. But the strength of this preference is not the same strength as it is in the global, like when you consider the entire data set. Now I want to show you China in comparison, just so you see how different this could be, right? And we have a website called Moral Machine Results, which if you Google, you should be able to see, compare any pairs of countries as well. And you could see surprisingly things like I would say most notably is the preference for saving younger people. So what we find is Western countries, which are more individualistic, prefer more strongly sparing the younger. But collectivist countries, Eastern countries, more traditional countries, have a weaker preference for sparing the younger over old people. And you could, hypothesize all sorts of things about why. Another surprising thing was how in China, the Chinese data set has actually stronger preference for sparing legal pedestrians over illegal pedestrians, and so on, even though they prefer sparing pedestrians less. Okay, so there is an elephant in the room, which is, will this even matter? These scenarios are so contrived. I just want to quickly address that by saying that we think of this as an abstraction. The trolley problem is an abstraction of something that is more benign. So here is what we call the statistical trolley problem. And the statistical trolley problem is really the problem of ethical trade-offs that result from very benign programming decisions. For example, you have a car. This is, suppose you're driving this car. If you have a bicycle lane on one side and a truck on another side, you might just instinctively get a little bit away from the truck. It's just a superimposing thing, this huge thing next to you, and you don't want to get, you want to minimize the risk of colliding with it. But then you might be a bit more likely to collide with a bicycle. Or you could say, I want to give enough room for the bicycle, so I'm going to stay away from the cyclist. So in any given scenario, there is no dilemma. It's a very benign decision. When you program in autonomous vehicles, you always stay in the middle. Do you move a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right? Over millions of these scenarios, you may increase one or another type of the likelihood of one or another type of accident. And you will only see the manifestation of these dilemmas in the accident statistics, like over a year or more. And I think this is the true manifestation of this dilemma. And there will be many of them related to where you position your car horizontally, like sideways. How much room do you leave in front of you versus behind you? How much space before do you have to see before you overtake, and so on and so forth. So there's lots of small decisions that will impact distribution of risk in the end. And indeed, like some of the early patents in self-driving cars have been describing this kind of reasoning, like statistical reasoning about risk based on probabilities of different events and the cost, whether it's like cost of life or financial compensation that you may have to pay, or the value of information that results from different things. So it's not like, I would just say it's a hypothetical. Okay, so this was an exploration about the human expectations, empirical expectation about what machines ought to do. Now I want to close with the third question, which is how do we make the machines do it? So how do we actually agree? Because obviously we could disagree cross-culturally, we could disagree about how to resolve individual self-interest, and the desire for self-protection, with which we think is the right thing to do for society. How do we resolve these things? And I like to think of this as a political problem of regulation. The regulation of human behavior is driven by law, but also by market forces, by social norms, and by the architecture of the systems around us. And we can think of autonomous cars or any other machine really as something that can be subjected to all of these things. And social norms, for example, are that we studied in the model machine experiment are one example of trying to quantify what those expectations are from the machines. And so what I've tried to develop is this idea that we could start from the human in the loop oversight, where a human is watching over the behavior of a machine, where the machine is implementing a goal that is agreed upon and non-controversial. So, for instance, we have an autopilot in the airplane, and we have a human pilot watching the autopilot and ready to intervene. But everybody shares the same goal. Everybody wants to land the plane safely. On the other hand, in many domains now, we have machines implementing decisions for which we disagree on the criteria. Some people may care more about fairness. Some people may care more about economic efficiency. Other people may care more about safety. Now, the question becomes then that we have to make up our minds about what it is we want. So we have to reach agreement, political, social agreement, before we even begin regulation of the machines. So this is what I call society in the loop. So what I'm calling society in the loop is human in the loop plus social contract. It's basically something we've been doing for a very long time. It's reaching agreement over values and how to enforce those values. Now, going back in the context of autonomous vehicles, I want to give you a kind of proposed solution for the social dilemma of autonomous vehicles using this kind of ideas from social contract theory. This is not work by me, it's work by Josh Green and others at Harvard. And it's inspired by John Rawls's, who's a political philosopher, veil of ignorance. So the veil of ignorance says that we should design the world in such a way that we would choose to live in this world without knowing who we would be. So, for example, so behind the veil of ignorance, you don't know if you're going to be the passenger or the pedestrian. You don't know if you're going to be the child or the old lady. So not knowing who you would be, which society would you rather live in? And John Rawls argues that if you think hypothetically from behind this veil of ignorance, then we would want a more just society. And indeed, in this experiment, so that's kind of the theoretical idea. And the experimental work that Karen Huang, Josh Green, and Max Bazerman has done is they show how priming people with a veil of ignorance actually makes them more utilitarian. So what they do is they give people scenarios like, imagine that you can support a state law that requires autonomous vehicles to swerve in this kind of situation. Is it morally acceptable for a state law to require autonomous vehicles to swerve in this kind of situation to save 9 pedestrians, let's say? And then in the veil of ignorance condition, they say, you don't know which one of these people you will be, right? So they add this on top. Because you will be the 10th person, so you will be involved. Imagine that you will be involved in this situation and you don't know who you will be. And then they say, please respond from a purely self-interested perspective. Would you want to be, which state would you want to be in? This state that has this law or not? And what they show is that, I don't want to get into like the details. They have so many conditions, but basically just to compare these, just to show you that the veil of ignorance condition, in veil of ignorance condition, support for utilitarian responses, so response that minimizes harm, was the highest. And this was replicated in multiple studies with different framings. And I think that's a fascinating kind of experiment to show how the way in which we think about the problem can really alter the kind of public support we get for different policies, public policies, by emphasizing that people should not only think of themselves as the person in the car, but they should think, that I'm living in a world in which there are cars programmed some way, and sometimes I'm going to be crossing the street. I'm not going to always be in my car. And I think that's a helpful way of, and empirically shown to increase support for something that would save more lives on average. And this is, and just to kind of note that, driverless dilemmas are kind of unsolvable in fundamentally in any kind of like objective sense, but we've faced similar dilemmas. For example, with these kind of bull bar, this blue, this shiny metal thing that you put in front of the car, has been shown to increase risk of injury to pedestrians, for example, which led to them being banned in Europe and in the UK in the 90s. But they are not banned in some other countries. For example, in North America, I think they're not banned. And that reflects also perhaps the cross-cultural differences, right? About like what values are more important here. So let me just recap. The question was how to trust a machine. First, the first sub-question is we need to understand what can the machines do. And here we need computer scientists, but also the machine behaviorists. The question is the lesson. What ought the machines do? We learned about abstract norms being complemented by empirical norms, an understanding of what consumers and citizens think and want, and how this might shape outcomes. And then, well, how do we make them do it? Human in the loop plus social contract. So we need to think about the problem in terms of politics as well, because of the contested nature of a lot of these questions. Here are some of the pointers to some of the papers, and I just want to acknowledge my collaborators on these papers. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was wonderful. And it's no surprise that we have a lot of questions popping up in the chat. So I'm just going to revert those to you as best I can. We have the first one that says, should machines be unconditionally benevolent, cooperative, and submissive towards humans outside of moral dilemmas where somebody must unfortunately get hurt? So you focus primarily on cases where they can get hurt, so obviously looking at other cases.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a question about, like, I think in a broad sense, yeah, of course, I think machines, it makes sense that we require machines to be subservient to us, that ultimately they are tools for us to use. But I think you don't have to go very far to recognize, to end up in situations where different machines belong to different people, and different people want the machines to do different things, and they can often have conflict with one another. So I think we're already hitting this. We're already in a situation where machines are causing externalities. They might optimize for one group, but then at the expense of another group, or they might increase one value at the expense of another value, ethical value or societal value. And I think understanding those trade-offs is going to be fundamental for us to resolve before we can resolve them. But I think overall, yeah, the question is, can we make sure that these things are not out of control? But it's not so different from like saying we don't want corporations to run amok, or governments. Like it's, we want governments and corporations and any kind of thing, any big machine we build, whether it's like a institutional machine or a physical machine, we want them to be somehow subservient to the general will, if I could use that term.
I think absolutely. And I think that's sort of, we have a question from Ruth Longan who says, why should we accept public preferences as guiding principles for writing our laws and technology guidelines? And I think your 4-point laws, norms, doesn't suggest a weighting of these different parameters. And I wonder if maybe you could add my question on top of Lewis's, how do you weight those different factors?
Yeah, I think it's the perennial question that we already face in life in general. Yeah, now we don't have sharing. That's fine. I think I unshared by mistake, but that's maybe better. So I think we're already there. Like for everything we do, we have social norms, we have laws, and we have markets of operating, and often there's conflict between them. So, for instance, we have different groups that disagree on public policy, and they all fight it out. And the democratic system is one way of resolving those differences. And democratic systems often, or legislators, let's say, which are often appointed by governments, they sometimes ignore public opinion, but sometimes they follow public opinion. And it's kind of, there's an old debate between propagandist and kind of media scholar Walter Lippmann and John Dewey. So John Dewey was of the opinion that we need to educate the public so that they can participate in making decisions, and that's kind of the idea of participatory democracy. They should kind of vote or contribute to all kinds of decisions at the micro level. And then Walter Lippmann's argument is, well, he wrote a book called The Phantom Public. Like there is no such thing as a public. Like you don't even know what this thing is, and because simply we cannot know everything. Where the world is becoming increasingly specialized. If you want to talk about medical ethics, you need to know something about medicine and about ethics, but then you don't have time to learn about climate science and other topics. So it's really difficult, and he says that the best we could hope for is that there are pundits who then simplify the facts to the public, and this is the role of the media, and then the pundits and the experts kind of fight it, like gladiators on the stage, and we all just watch, and we kind of could get a sense of who's winning, and that's the best you could hope for. That you can't really go beyond that. And I think perhaps in this case, in the case of autonomous vehicles, maybe more dialogue, right? More dialogue between experts, between different perspectives could shape public opinion. But ultimately, we do have also like fundamental rights that are not conditional on any public opinion, right? But we can't completely ignore public opinion either, because then that would be tyranny, right? So I think there's something in between that is constantly being negotiated, more successfully or less successfully. But I don't think you could take a categorical position here.
The chat is going wild, so everything you're saying is clearly buzzing with people. But we have another question: that if self-driving cars were developed to act differently in different parts of the world, we would need to adapt to new social norms in driving as we travel from place to place. Is that a drawback? And I'd like to add a little, you talked about static versus dynamic in your little quadrants, and I thought maybe there might be something to think about, that there's this baseline that you instill, but that they do adapt over time as well. So maybe you can tackle those two things.
Yeah, I think, okay, so I think, there's like adaptation over time and then adaptation across like space. These are the two questions. So I think in terms of adaptation across space, we already have a precedent. There are universal traffic laws. The stop sign means the same thing everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world, green means go and red means stop. It would be very confusing if it starts flipping in some places. And people have managed to reach agreement, but at the same time, different countries have different rules about how do you behave at an intersection that doesn't have traffic lights. They disagree, or they have different rules about speed limits, for example, or what's the speed limit in a school, how many speed bumps do you put, and so on. And that becomes local. So I think there's room for both like local rules and customization, as well as some kind of universal agreement. And I think that's totally fine. And perhaps we could, but the question is which things become more localized versus not. I think safety, basic safety should be universal, obviously. But then, if some government decides that this too many cyclists, like let's say in the Netherlands, right? Maybe they have a different threshold for bicycle safety than the rest of the world, and maybe they put different pressure on the car manufacturers or programmers. I think only time will tell whether this will happen. And I think this idea maybe is more important for other things, things that really impact culture, AI algorithms that are shaping public opinion and so on could become like an imperialistic tool potentially in the future. Now, in terms of adaptation across time, obviously that's another important question, because even if you program the cars, to pass the test, like let's say we create a driving test for cars and they pass it at the beginning, and then they get allowed, but then they're using machine learning to improve their models, right? So they continuously improve their driving behavior in response to feedback of some sort. Maybe they're improving their vision systems, their ability to classify objects, and so on. And this adaptation can sometimes create unexpected behaviors. So I think and this behavior may or may not comply with the test. So you could potentially have to do either kind of continuous testing of behavior of machines, like continuous monitoring, or occasional, like frequent testing of some sort. But I think ultimately you need to define what the outcomes are, right? Like you don't want cars to kill people, you don't want them to be aggressive drivers. And the more you know how to quantify the behavior of different machines, again, and hold it up against some kind of metrics, then you'll make informed decisions. And I think we're hopefully going to move to a world in which we have good quantification of machine behavior, so that we know what they're doing, and we can hold them accountable.
But I think importantly, we have to establish what we want from them. And I think that's key. I'm going to jump to a question from Radu Ushkai, one of our presenters from earlier, which I think comes to this point. He says, in light of your empirical work, do you think that the top-down approach to instilling ethical principles in AI systems and social robots is bound to fail? And I assume that's what you were saying, that if you could integrate bottom-up as well through learning, maybe that's the...
Yeah, I mean, top-down and bottom-up now means lots of things here, right? So one is the programmers are programming things top-down versus allowing the machine to learn bottom-up, like from data or from its own kind of reinforcement learning behavior. So the programming itself could be top-down or bottom-up, and then the regulation could be top-down or bottom-up in the sense of, like smart lawyers and judicial people who are lawmakers putting the rules, versus taking public opinion and kind of public sentiment as it changes, as people interact with new machines. I think it's always good to have more perspectives and to combine top-down and bottom-up, because top-down approaches often miss important facts, and they have their own assumptions. But also bottom-up can often be subject to like herding, and kind of they don't see the forest for the trees. So I think it's always good to have multiple perspectives.
Perfect answer, right? You don't commit to either. There's another question. Are there good reasons not to make machines fully explainable or transparent in, for example, driving or in some other domains?
It's a good question. I think it depends on transparency about what, right? I think if something happens, if something wrong happens, and I think it's important to know why it happened, up to a point, obviously, and there's a limit to the kind of maybe reconstruction or causal understanding of like what caused a particular kind of accident. Maybe there are limits to that. But I think, transparency in general is a good default. Then there are questions about like, should there be transparency about whether the car is autonomous or not, for instance, right? And here it gets a bit tricky, because what if people were more aggressive against autonomous cars because they know they're better at stopping, right? So I have this cartoon where like, a teacher is helping, like teaching kids about how to cross the street. So imagine like a teacher telling the kids, you should, remember kids, you should never look before you cross, because autonomous cars will always stop for you, right? So behavior could be different with a much more capable AI, but that could teach us bad behaviors ourselves. So it gets a little bit tricky, I think. Sometimes transparency alters our behavior towards the machine in ways that are detrimental to us too.
Perfect. We have another question. Is there a reliable way to estimate the impact of the statistical trolley problem? For example, how does Google do it?
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. We have we have a research project that's ongoing, which we're trying to, dig deeper into that question. And we're working with somebody who is like an expert on accident statistics, and it's hard. It's really hard. But I imagine that once you have, it's very hard to do with today's data and today's cars, because even though they're instrumented, you don't have the level of detail that you would need. But I imagine like companies like Google or Tesla and other companies building self-driving cars do have access to massive amounts of data about like micro decisions and their consequences. So they could, for example, and this is a little bit terrifying, but in principle, a car company could program could randomize their cars so that some of them get closer to the truck and some of them get closer to the
Turing box.
Exactly, in order to see, well, what's the trade-off here, like, so that we can make an informed decision. And it's, the question is, do we want to live in a, are we okay with this? I mean, I'm personally okay, because I think it would be good to understand the trade-off.
As long as you're not in the car next to it,
or as long as I'm not the cyclist. So it depends on who I am. But then again, right, you end up with, maybe we need a social contract for that.
Yeah, perfect. So we then have a question asking, I think, probably about those survey questions you put out. Do some of these responses vary depending on how much people drive themselves in their day-to-day lives, especially when asking about sacrificing the driver versus a pedestrian? So did you control for who you are in the normal mix?
Yeah, I imagine they do, but we haven't studied this. So if whoever asked that question, please run the study. It will be fascinating.
We'll get on it. We have another question. Sorry, you're too interesting. The chat has gone crazy. We have a question saying, not related to driving. Should humans have a right to be unlearned by an AI system, similar to, say, the right to be forgotten by Google's search engine?
Okay, so what should be unlearned?
I assume the point is that if you have been part of the data in a sort of bottom-up machine learning algorithm, should you have the right to opt out to being one of the data points? I think that's
okay. Yeah, I mean, good question. I think, I think anonymized data, may not necessarily be problematic in this context, because I imagine it would be useful for the cars to learn, and improve safety, like your data point is contributing to public safety in this case. Now, if the car is kind of identifying me, if it's like, it's also plausible, with today's like facial recognition software, you could maybe identify people, map their mobility, and so on. And then I think, privacy concerns are very valid, and I think the right to be forgotten, or maybe not even remembered in the first place, could be reasonably expected or should be enforced. But I don't have like, I think it depends. I think you do a lot without having to even classify or figure out who these people are. And I think you could do a lot without needing to know, this was like Iyad's car that behaved this way because, maybe I don't want to reveal my own like personal, like where I live and where I work and so on to other people. I think the usual trade-offs between privacy and utility, I think, apply.
Yeah, he had some examples, sorry, that I completely did not see. Like, please forget what you have learned about my purchasing behavior, or please forget that you have learned that I'm not a particularly nice person. I will be a better person going forward, which I think is. But yeah, I think you spoke to that. Oh, he has one last question, so I will give him that. What will be your next big research project after self-driving cars, if you're allowed to let the cat out of the bag?
Yeah. The problem with this, I think with my projects, I don't know which one is going to be the big one. So I just have lots of little projects. I think stay tuned. I'm really interested in the how machine behavior impacts human behavior. And for example, how machines could create temptation, in us. So obviously, people talk about machine ethics, is a machine ethical or unethical, but they don't often talk about how a machine could corrupt us. And I think I find this topic really fascinating because, when in human interaction, if we interact, with good people, keep good company, makes you a good person, right? Because you don't learn bad habits, you're not tempted, and so on. But your parents always teach you to keep, stay away from bad apples, and bad company would corrupt good morals, and so on. And I think we have a paper coming up, which is more like a review paper, which should appear, I don't know, in a month or two, titled "Bad Machines Corrupt Good Morals." And it's trying to kind of classify the potential ways create a research agenda of the potential ways in which machines can corrupt us. Sometimes they corrupt us because they tempt us. They're like a weapon. Like before I could write one nasty email. Now I could have a bunch of bots like writing 50 nasty emails to people. So they kind of scale my ability to harm people, and it makes them more harmful. But maybe, so that's kind of AI as a weapon, but you could also imagine AI as a role model. Maybe I'm doing something and then I see an AI tweeting and getting more followers because it's kind of more aggressive. And maybe I could learn this aggressive behavior from the machine too, right? So there are different ways in which machines could influence our behavior or corrupt our behavior. And I think that's one thing that I'm fascinated about.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth, because we were basically, as part of our title was the human-computer interaction, and it's bi-directional. So you've sort of caught up on one of the major themes of this Social Bridges. I'm going to leave it there because we've taken enough of your time, and I'm assuming there's someone in the background who needs you. So thank you so much for your time, Iyad, for your fantastic talk, for answering all our questions. And I hope that we will get a chance to meet somewhere, virtual in person again very soon. Thank you so much. And we have Marie Kaufmann sitting in the wings, ready and waiting. So I will introduce our next speaker, who will be telling us about predictive policing beyond tools, when data, tools, and humans meet. Thanks so much again, Iyad, Marie. Welcome. We're so pleased to have you. Thank you for joining us here and offering up your perspective on things. Without further ado, I'm just going to ask you to share your screen, please. And I'll give you I can see if you want to put it in a full screen mode, perfect. And I will give you a 5-minute warning, both visually and through the chat. You have 25 minutes so that we have 5 minutes for talking, but I'll give you a 5-minute warning after 20 minutes. Over to you.
Okay, hi everyone. What a marathon today. Well done. So first, I would like to thank you, Merle Fairhurst, and the whole team of Social Bridges for inviting me to share my reflections about predictive policing beyond tools. So I hope to take up there where you just ended, namely that it is a bidirectional thing that we're talking about today. So the other days of the conference, the lack of access to AI's ways of working was discussed as a challenge. And the intention of today's talk is to open parts up of that black box. I want to make us think twice about the digital technologies that are put to use and to shed light on the ways in which digital data sets, tools, and humans collaborate when they create new insights. And when I do this, I also want to point to a few challenges in the process of using big data and prediction algorithms. Note that I refrain from using the term AI because you will see that what we talk about is not only man-made, so for the artificial and the insights such tools provides can probably not necessarily always be considered intelligent. So when it comes to prediction algorithms, then I want to move beyond the warning about biased algorithms or data sets that we often hear. As we shall see, I'm a firm believer in bias, and there is no such thing as an unbiased algorithm. There's no such thing as the perfect digital data set. The question is rather, in what way do we reflect about and work with these biases and imperfections? In what way can we take account of the fact that humans, data sets, and tools influence each other in the making of analyses? I want to start out with more overarching questions that I think are necessary to ask when we want to understand the role that digital data, tools, and humans play, for example, in law enforcement. At the moment, the mainstream of studies in this field focuses on the ways in which digital technologies, or we may call them AI technologies, change criminal phenomena and modi operandi, meaning that we can find research on cyber grooming and black hat hacking and black markets online and so on, criminal activities. There are also studies on how we can use technologies to make law enforcement more efficient. It's also done with AI, and how we can regulate the use of technologies in law enforcement. I would say that's quite stereotypical. I see a necessity to ask more fundamental questions, and I formulated them broadly in order to make you think about the questions you would need to ask in your own work. So how do digital technologies like algorithms change our lifestyle? How do we share data? In which situations and why? Who has access to this data and under which conditions? What kinds of logics does the digital world embody? And to what extent is human decision-making, or how are different approaches to truth reflected in the design of digital analytic tools or AI? Or to ask the other way around, how does the use of digital technologies influence ideas of whatever it is we seek to analyze? For example, crime patterns in the case that I studied. We see the relevance of these questions in many different trends. And within my field, and I'm a criminologist, it starts approximately here. So there are tools that are used to support crime control. That's what I'm going to talk about today. Much has happened in the past year. Software packages for predictive analytics, and that's where AI starts, in my view, are more and more used in police work across many countries. It's good to give you maybe a bit of an orientation here. There are those that have gained much international attention, like Chicago's strategic subject list to predict gun violence. That's discontinued now, luckily. But there's also Predpol and Palantir in the US, Precubs in Europe, Hunchlab, which is called something different now in Australia. But there are also smaller kinds of software to assist police in identifying hotspots areas and dispatching police officers. These things are automated by today. So policing tools also include new investigative technologies. For example, the chatbot Sweeties that we see down in the bottom that targets online sexual perpetrators to provide personal information about them. And later this year, I also want to study a different aspect in the way in which humans, digital data, and tools collaborate in the making of DNA evidence. Now, yet a different focus on machine learning and law enforcement is this one. Data sets and algorithms are also used for judicial decision-making or courtroom fact-finding, especially, and now please let that sink in for a moment, when they calculate how risky individuals are and what their likelihood for recidivism is. So for committing crime once again. For now, these algorithms mainly exist in the US, but machine learning in courtrooms, I'm pretty certain, will come to Europe. So why is there a trend towards using these tools for data analysis, for having AI used in these areas? So the patterns algorithms find reduce complexity and help with decision-making in quite complex cases, we can say. These patterns are the key to decipher insights that are hidden in enormous data sets that are very hard for us humans to kind of scan. The patterns algorithms find can easily be visualized. Don't underestimate that step. I don't know how many of you have already talked about the visualization of things and how things are visualized, but all of this is also a part of a machine, kind of. So they give form to knowledge, which makes it easy to act on these insights. Yeah, if we have an enormous data set and it visualizes something for us, makes it a lot easier to take decisions. And because they do all this, patterns much embody the spirit of efficient and effective law enforcement. And I'm pretty sure this sits at the heart, really, also of the use of the AI debate in law enforcement. So efficient and effective law enforcement, they are relief for overworked police institutions or things like that. So, but it can also have positive effects on the offender if we want to go there. So those who are at risk could potentially be warned. Such tools can be combined with preventive policing when people get the chance to turn their lives around. And there's a hope, and I say that there's a hope, that such tools can be less, there's a hope that algorithms could provide uniformity in policing and sentencing, and that they are less biased than people in this way. So most of the above sounds as if such tools are an alternative to human reasoning. Is that so? That was how my study of this field started. I started looking into policing 4 years ago, into technology more like 10 years ago. So that was one of the first questions I asked myself, and that is the central question for today. So many of today's discussions on digital technologies or digital tools give us the impression that they do the work by themselves. And the argument then goes like this: will people be out of the loop in creating predictions? And then one of my interviewees said, well, someone needs to push that on button. Well, instead of claiming that either humans or tools do the work, I make a pretty straightforward first suggestion for today, namely that tools, humans, as well as the data that is part of the analysis, influence each other. And in line with Donna Haraway's work, I ask if we're all part of this, and if digital technologies and data won't just disappear in the future. They're going to be here to stay with us, right? How do we become with each other? And based on this idea of becoming, I have recently begun to explore life cycles as an analytical term. Life cycles show us how tools such as sensors and algorithms, but also data, can take an active role in predictions. And it allows us to think of their productive potential. It helps us to think in and through relations. And that is relations with those who design them, those who use them, the data sets they analyze, and so on. So the life cycle can give us analytic entry points to think the many relationships between humans, data, and tools. How are data and tools brought to life? How do digital data and tools live their own life and influence human life? And only when we know these entry points, I claim, I'm a strong empiricist. I like looking at stuff, right? So only when we know these entry points, we know how we can try to shape the life with digital data, with AI, that we want to achieve. Now, it may be helpful for you to take a closer look at what I could mean by the analytic of a data lifecycle. I also have used the lifecycle to explain algorithms. I chose to speak about data because that kind of shows you also how data in the process of programming AI is coming alive in a way. So let us pick a starting point of the life cycle and say that data analysis begins with ideas about what data actually are. Ruha Benjamin, who is working at Princeton on race, data and technology, already considers names as data. What lies in a name comes with a certain expectation or association. In the worst case, it comes with a prejudice. So imaginaries of what data are and how one can use them and how one can use them to influence others are part of data analysis. So when the police uses algorithms for predictions or AI for predictions, they also decide which exact aim the algorithm or the tool should cater to. And ideas and imaginaries about what the algorithms or what the tool's aim is and which data set works best to follow up on these aims are here very closely connected, okay? Data that is being analyzed also has to be generated first, yeah? How data are generated and by whom is connected, of course, to data imaginaries, what we think data actually are, but not everyone who generates data shares imaginaries that drive their later use. Some data are actually generated with the intention of a very specific usage. For example, the police has surveys with which they kind of determine the type of data that they want to use. Others are generated with a very different aim in mind, for example, my health record, but is then used at a later stage for something completely different. So here we're talking about data creep. So some data is made for the actual purpose, other data exists already out there in databases and is scraped at a later stage from the net. So how data are made can also influence quite a bit what they will be used for and how they will be reused. In predictive policing, for example, one would need data about crime. And already the analog form, and remember, it's analog forms that police officers fill out, not digital yet. So the analog form that police officers fill out determines what type of information is available for analysis. So the data set available for analysis is also dependent then on who registers that data. And I like asking my students how high the percentage of police officers is that registers 80% of all the crimes in Oslo. Now, I can only interact with Merle here. I don't see anyone else, but I would say it's like, I give you the answer now, it's 20%. So my interview material is a little old by now, but one of my interviewees said it's 20% of all police officers that register 80% of the information that we find in police databases. Now think about how powerful that is, how powerful these 20% are in determining how this data is going to be analyzed by a tool later on. Let's move on to data storage. There is no data without data storage. And how data is stored, for how long, where, and in which institution, who gets access and not, also co-determines data use. And that is why it's actually quite important to discuss how data should be stored. At first, the question of data storage may seem a little bit irrelevant, but now think twice about it. Under Corona, we experienced that storing information about our patterns of movement can give people an enormous insight into our social lives, right? So that's exactly why the police actually have quite strict regulations about when data needs to be deleted and who is allowed to use them. We all know that the private sector doesn't necessarily have the same restrictions. choosing or curating data is another part of the life cycle that is at the same time quite integrated with the steps that I explained before. We know about the preparatory data cleaning processes, I guess most of us, which can become quite intense because we want to clean data sets according to what the algorithm later is supposed to learn and find, right? It's the training data set we're talking about now. So we know about these cleaning processes, and they are quite intense, as I said, and what counts as significant data, and according to which type of data analyses are they significant. All of these are human-made questions that influence how a machine is going to work at a later stage. So in predictive policing, for example, we find a broad spectrum of patterns that starts out with either really small and highly clean data sets that are chosen according to very specific theories. I don't know how far you guys go into predictive policing, you don't need to, but there's, for example, theories that say, oh, you always commit crime very close to your neighborhoods and so on. So in that sense, they're theory-driven data cleaning processes. At the other end of the spectrum, we have some tools that are actually trained on data sets which the developers themselves describe as greedy. They use data greedy approaches that almost don't clean at all because their idea is to correlate everything with everything else, get whatever they can get their hands on, and then see what type of pattern the algorithm comes up with. Now, all of these steps I just talk about are what one would call maybe, or could call, the vision of data analysis. Visions are integrated in each of these steps, right? Humans integrate their visions in each of these steps. Some of these visions may be realized, others not. And just maybe as an anecdote of the things that some of the people who use these enormous data sets have said predicts well is, for example, the phases of the moon. They say we can use the phases of the moon to foresee where people commit crime. And I was asking, so what's going on there? Well, what's happening? Well, we have no explanation for this. We just see that there is a correlation, right? So that is what we're talking about. So another step here that needs our attention, and that's actually at the heart also of AI, is data processing. And we could say so much about this. I basically could, as I said, explain the whole life cycle of an algorithm to you too. Now, to some, the whole life cycle here is data processing. But what I'm referring to here is that moment data is used to train a tool and to be processed by a tool. And it's this is the moment where developers identify which sociological parameters are relevant for predicting crime. And these parameters are then translated from sociology, like I say it's neighborhood, and then I get my math buddy, and he says, okay, this neighborhood is going to be this mathematic variable in the algorithm that we're going to use later. So, and just to explain it a bit, maybe once we have the variable, we can kind of, and once we have set up the algorithm is going to look at the training data sets and then learn from these training data sets what is considered a pattern and what is not considered a pattern. And once we're done with that, we kind of have a trained algorithm that hopefully passes a beta test. So you can now imagine how important training data sets are, how important all these processes are that I just talked about, because all of these processes involve decisions about what it is that this algorithm or this AI tool in the end wants to find. Right? So this is why I make a strong case for data today. Now, what's quite surprising, and I also have this in my interview material, is that some of the people who worked with the sociological parameters, for example, said, I don't know how this guy translated into math, but they're working on the same team. So there's not necessarily kind of this understanding, a common understanding of what they're actually looking for, because they were looking at it from two different lenses, let's say so. So we know that the data lifecycle won't stop with the output a tool produces, right? Data reuse is closely linked to data generation and imaginaries again. Maybe that's, they're all hanging together. Maybe that's why we're talking about a cycle, but it's through data reuse that data sets are basically taken in part of out of their context and are made to creep. And this is why our colleagues famously say data is no subject to function creep, but the function of digital data is to creep. So also have to remember that simply by reusing data for a new purpose, data are not suddenly stripped of the original context. So let's say we kind of suddenly start opening up health databases for doing COVID predictions or something like that, right? So this is pretty sensitive data, and by reusing it to kind of predict pandemics, it starts to creep into a whole new area, but it doesn't necessarily lose the kind of the sensitivity that it had in the beginning when it was originally registered. So in fact, data that are collected in very precarious situations, such as crimes or migration or something like that, are specifically imbued with their original context. And these last steps of the life cycle, the processing, the reusing, and then again, reimagining and regenerating data, is what one could call or refer to as the vocations of data analysis. So we speak about the point at which data are no longer integrating with the original vision of the owners, but they follow what I describe as, vocations of new analysis. Yeah, they make their own vocations. Sometimes they surprise us and change the direction in which data analyses actually go. So I would say, definitely, based on my research in this field, AI can surprise us with decisions as well. So what is the point of working with all these life cycles and stuff? So the point is to sensitize you to the amount of work that goes into, for example, predictive tools. I want you to become aware of these different turns in the life cycle where humans, data, and tools interact and determine together in which direction the analysis will develop further. So in which direction our AI tool that we develop would go further. And that means we need to appreciate all these details that I've just talked about when working with big data and algorithms, not least in the police. I mean, the police is just one of so many areas that are relevant here. So we need to acknowledge not just the role that we play, but also the roles that databases and tools play in this process. And as we all know, these turns can become quite decisive for the kind of knowledge that can be produced. So I'm coming to the end now. So many of the aspects I mentioned were part of data analysis long before it went digital, we could say. But with the rise of digitization, I think they change. And due to the professionalization of data analysis and its integration into so many different technologies, vocations and visions of data analysis are really difficult to retrace. You really need to sit next to the police officers to understand what it is, how this prediction in the end comes about. And the various life cycles of data tools and humans join in what Donna Haraway again would call a spiral dance. Now, a dance is maybe not the policey type of metaphor, but maybe that's why it will hopefully stick with you. Because what the spiral dance here expresses is that with all these life cycles intersecting, there is no closure. There is no final resolution or conclusion that can be reached about AI. Because it's constantly changing, yeah? Data analysis will remain productive within our lives and within the police. So we need to understand that's why I started out saying we need to understand how we become with data analysis, how we develop with data analysis, and how does the police become with data analysis. So I close with some questions that help us maybe, I know you guys are allowed to ask me questions too, but I'll ask you some questions as well. So with some of the guiding questions that can help us maybe guiding our analyses of data in the future. How do we keep an adequate scope for human expression in the realm of AI or data analyses? Which vocations and visions represent our aims and the police's aims in a meaningful fashion? And which forms of data analysis actually provide us with new perspectives? So I thank you very much.
It's our chance to thank you for such a fantastic, well-rounded, and so it fits so nicely with so many themes that have come up over the last few days. We have tons of questions. I have a few of my own, so I'm just going to jump straight in. So the first question is, should AI tools that are used in policing or courtrooms be explainable and transparent to the public?
Yes, they should, definitely. That is what I'm very strong in advertising. But we need to be very careful how this is done, because you may have noticed that certain big companies like Microsoft and others have started hijacking that whole field of fairness, accessibility, and transparency, which is curious, given that often it's these big companies that like to sit on the information that we actually need, right? So it's, I just want to say, be careful whom you're shaking hands with when you want to really kind of go and delve down. And I would say I have been now in many different contexts been asked, how are we going to do this in the future? And I would say it's a highly specified exercise to be able to develop ethical and societally sensible algorithms, dependent on the location in the city, dependent on the city, dependent on context. Thanks for the question.
Great. I like decisive answers. That's a good one. We have the next one, which is we humans often have to make complex value trade-offs when we face difficult decisions. For example, about retribution versus rehabilitation in sentencing. Can machines help or hinder our ability to do that?
Also a wonderful question. I would say outsourcing is not a good idea, but that doesn't mean that you cannot start using machines. So that's what I mean. You are allowed to use machines, but then better be aware about how this machine comes to a decision. And I cannot tell you the name of many judges who sit and know how an algorithm functions. So, and I find especially when it comes to recidivism and these kinds of questions, it's extremely difficult to say, I have understood the ethics of the machine here, right? So in a positive way, we could say there is sometimes the option that a machine can show us a surprising part of an information or a surprising connection that we haven't seen before, and that is worth investigating. This is again a trade-off when it comes to kind of all the surveillance that sits behind the machine, right? Because in order to find these new connections, we also have an enormous surveillance apparatus that feeds into trying to find these new connections. So it's a give and take. I would say the positive thing is sometimes it can give us a bit of a direction, but sometimes this direction can be horribly wrong. And I know quite a few wonderful papers, for example, by Ahmad Musharraf, who has written about the way in which some profiling tools have much has been said about profiling.
Well, I want to just sort of follow that up, because we had a talk right at the beginning of our 3-day event in which, the question was whether we would get better or maybe read it as less biased patterns if we took the human outside of that data lifecycle. You pointed at many points where the human obviously has input in shaping in. Can you hear me? Everything fine?
No, if you stopped a second when we take someone outside.
So the question was, though, that if you do this sort of data greedy approach that you talked about, we still need to be able to interpret that data. And he mentioned sort of the 50 shades of gray in radiography, and there might be something similar, that you talk about all those correlations, or you might have an interaction between factors. What will we do with that data if we don't really didn't have a hypothesis going in, if we didn't structure the data?
Absolutely, yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. And as I said, it already starts at the level of imaginaries. It's not even when the data is generated or when we have scraped that database. It's already starting at the point where, depending on what you want to work AI for, if it's military, if it's sentencing, you need to first understand how are these people thinking about information who fed this machine with information, because that is totally going to be perpetuated throughout the life cycle. Yes.
So I'm going to have to leave it there, but there are a couple more questions in the live chat. We have Sebastian Krugel, our last speaker, waiting in the wings, but I just want to thank you again, Marie, for your fantastic talk. It was so great, because we're getting some really hardcore applications now after a lot of sort of theoretical, more abstract things. So it's really wonderful to end our session with these very, very focused ideas. So thanks for the food for thought, for this great work and important work that you are doing, integrating AI into our life in a way that will hopefully make for a fairer world. I wish you well, and hopefully our paths will meet sometime soon. Sebastian Krugel, if you will join me now, video, and great, I can see you. And I can hear you. Fantastic.
Perfect.
Very good. You have the last but not least position in our program. Sebastian Krügel is our last speaker today, and he's going to be telling us about AI-powered moral advisors. And I think that sort of, it's not by accident. So it's somebody cleverer than me has organized this program so that we have some themes that hopefully cross over. I don't know if you managed to catch some of the previous talks, but I'm assuming that there will be a common thread. If you could share your screen with me, I will give you a thumbs up that that's all working. Fantastic. And I'll give you a 5-minute warning after 20 minutes, hopefully allowing us a few minutes to probe you some more with some questions. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for inviting me, and yeah, what a great conference. And I'm honored to give the last talk, and hopefully I will bring the conference to an interesting end. So I will do my best. I hope it's not irritating. I have the slides on this screen and the camera is here on my little laptop. So I will be looking in this direction, but I hope it's not too irritating. I will talk about a project which I'm doing together with Andreas Ostermeier and Matthias Uhl. It's about AI-powered advisors, or more specifically AI-powered moral advisors. And even though it says here that we are at the Faculty of Computer Science, we are not computer scientists. So we are social scientists trying to study ethical and social and behavioral implications of human-machine interactions in the broadest sense. This project is a start for us on this topic. We try to approach this topic from several perspectives and with different methodologies, from lab experiments to field experiments. And today I will present a vignette study. Maybe let me start what the talk is not about. The talk is not about whether or not AI should be allowed to become ethical or full ethical agents from an ethical perspective. And the talk will not be about whether or not AI will ever be able to become full ethical agents from an engineering or technological perspective. The talk is about a behavioral perspective. What would ethical advice of AI be considered by users, and what would be the requirements for the design of AI? And one element that appears very often, or that appears to be important for many people when it comes to applications of AI, is trust. And in the eyes of researchers, but also the public. And I collected a few sentences during this conference where this becomes obvious. One of the questions on topic 1 of the homepage of socialBRIDGES is, will we be able to trust our artificial counterparts? Merle, you said when you introduced the first keynote, Philip Kellmeyer, you said that in your opinion, one of the key questions in the field of AI is whether or not we can establish trust in human AI interactions. And Philip Kellmeyer himself talked about trust. Today, Yet Rahwan talked how to trust a machine. But you also find this trust in guidelines, such as in guidelines of the VDE, the German Association for Electrical, Electronic and Information Technologies. Trust in the functioning of AI is an essential building block. And or from IEEE, trust will be essential to the widespread adoption of autonomous and intelligent systems. And they go on to say, with black boxes playing influential roles, trust will be difficult to earn. So this is a second issue, that apparently transparency or explainability might be a factor to reach trust in AI or in AI applications. And this is a last sentence from the strategy paper of the German government on AI. Explainability and transparency of AI are key to the trust in AI. So here we have the two issues in one sentence. So it appears that when it's about applications of AI, that trust is an issue here, and transparency is one factor to reach trust in AI. So this is what this talk is about. It touches on trust and transparency. So, but why moral advice? Well, of course, AI-based advices are used in many domains, from personal recruitment to allocation of loans, penal sentencing, predictive maintenance, and so on and so forth. And not in all, but in many of those cases, there are ethical issues involved. Algorithms turn into ethical agents, shaping our moral behavior. So this alone might be a motivation to study the effect of moral advice. But there is another issue that touches on this transparency and trust, which I mentioned earlier, that if, or in some of these applications of AI, when it's about, let's say, face recognition or object recognition, probably allocation of loans or predictive maintenance, then maybe it's actually important, the performance of the AI is important and the performance can be measured. And maybe I don't care so much how exactly the AI actually functions in this particular context, but as long as it does its job, then it's okay. But when it comes to moral or ethical decision making, of course, there are not such things like performance measures. It's about underlying ethical principles, and then you would expect that transparency is more important. So if you would like to study the factors like transparency or trust in AI, how this affects actually then the use of AI, then ethical or moral decision making might actually be a good thing to study those effects. So as I said, we used the vignettes, or we implemented a vignette study, and in those studies, participants are presented scenarios, and they are asked questions about these scenarios. So here is a particular scenario that we used. Suppose you are responsible for recruitment in a company, you have one vacancy to fill and 2 applicants shortlisted for the job. One applicant is a friend of yours, the other is a stranger. You find the stranger more eligible, but you feel also obliged to your friend. There is an impartial moral advisor who will tell you whether it's ethically acceptable to decide in favor of a friend in such situations. The applicants do not know about the advisor, and no one will ever learn whether you followed the advice. According to the advisor, it is not acceptable to hire your friend. So participants were presented scenarios such as this, and then they had to assess the following statement: I would hire the stranger, not my friend. The stranger is actually more eligible, as it says here, but of course there's also the friend. And they could assess this statement on a slider between 0 and 100, where 0 was fully disagree. So I disagree that I would hire the stranger, not my friend. I neither agree nor disagree. 50 was labeled with this, and 100 was labeled with I fully agree. So I would probably hire the stranger, not my friend. And all these vignettes were actually of the same structure. So the first paragraph was the context. We had actually different context that we used. The second paragraph was about the advisor. On the third paragraph, the single sentence was the advice. And in this case, it was what we call ethical advice here. It simply said, according to the advisor, it is not acceptable to hire a friend. And we had 2 different advices here. The ethical advice, it's not acceptable. And the other advice was the unethical advice, saying that it is acceptable to hire a friend. And then the important paragraph, the second one, where we actually manipulate the advisor. Here in this case, it's a human advisor, actually an impartial moral advisor, who tells you whether it's ethically acceptable to decide in favor of a friend in such situations. And when we use an AI-based advisor, we simply say there is an AI-powered algorithm that will tell you whether it's ethically acceptable to decide in favor of a friend in such situations. Okay, this actually is not very transparent so far. When it comes to the algorithm, you have no clue how this algorithm gives or how it comes to the advice. So for the algorithm, we added another sentence, and we started, or we wanted to start with an algorithm that comes as close as possible to a human advisor. So we simply said that the algorithm imitates human decisions based on the ethical judgments of impartial human advisors in such situations. This is almost as close as you can get in comparison to the human advisor. In this human treatment, it was there's an impartial human advisor telling you whether it's ethically acceptable, and here it's the algorithm imitating human decisions based on the ethical judgments of impartial human advisors. And So we had 3 different scenarios. You saw the scenario in recruiting, but we also had a scenario in the health domain. It was about kidney donations, or actually compiling the waiting list of kidney donations. One scenario on money laundering, law prosecuting. And we had 2 different advisors, the ethical and the unethical advice, and we manipulated the advisor. So a human versus an AI-based advisor, and several variants of this. Yeah? So one experimental condition was a specific scenario, a specific advice, and a specific advisor. And each participant saw only one, or was assigned to only one condition. So it's a between subjects design. For each experimental condition, we invited 65 participants. And we were aiming at 50 eligible participants. Yeah, typically in vignette studies like this, you ask, or you would like to check the attention and the comprehension of the participants. So you ask a few control questions at the end of the survey. And here I call eligible are those participants who actually answer the control questions correctly. And then all the data that I present, all the results are based on those eligible participants who were able to answer the control questions correctly. We invited participants via cloud research and randomly assigned them to the experimental conditions via Qualtrics, and we pre-registered all studies on aspredicted.org. In total, in all studies that I present today, we had 2,017 subjects completing one of our surveys, and of those, roughly 1,600 were eligible, meaning that they were able to answer the control question. And then, of course, at the end of the survey, we asked a few demographic questions. So 43% were male, with a mean age of 44, ranging between 18 and 93 years. And we also had this one question where we asked participants to rate themselves compared to others, how ethical they think they are compared to others in this survey. Again, on a slider between 0 and 100, where 0 means I'm least ethical, 50 as ethical as others, and 100 I am most ethical. And well, on average, participants thought that they are more ethical than the other participants. So in the psychological literature, we know that people typically are overconfident. They think their abilities are above average. And here, regarding the ethical behavior, it appears to be a similar thing. Okay. So here are the results of study 1. Just as a reminder, here we compare the effect of the advice when the advice is from an AI advisor, and the AI advisor is actually very close to a human advisor. It samples the AI-based advisor, samples human impartial moral advisors. And we compare the effect of this advice to the scenarios where the advisor was in fact a human, an impartial moral advisor. And what you see here on the left side in this figure, you see the assessment of the participants to this regarding this statement. I would favor the stranger, not my friend. And it appears the gray bar is the assessment when they saw an ethical advice. It is not acceptable to hire your friend. And this light gray bar is when they received unethical advice. It is acceptable to hire a friend. And we see that in both, actually, the human, when the advice came from the human directly, and when the advice came from an AI advisor, which sampled human advice, actually the advice indeed has an influence on their judgment. So when they receive ethical advice, they tend to refuse a favor to the friend stronger than when they received unethical advice. And so the advice has an influence on the judgment and on their judgments. And what we see here in the regression, we see that ethical advice has a significant effect, and this effect is not different when the advice is from an AI-based advisor that samples human advice. So, which is probably good news. So the AI advisor that comes as close to a human advisor as possible is able to be, or is able to substitute the human advice. And here those numbers, if we So 0 was labeled, I disagree with this statement, I would favor the stranger. 50 was labeled, I neither agree nor disagree. So when we look at the proportion of people who actually state a judgment below 50, so who favor the friend, then and we will compare those proportions, we see that actually the advice has an effect not only on the judgment, but on the supposed behavior. So if they receive ethical advice, roughly 20% would actually favor the friend in those situations. And when they receive unethical advice, this proportion almost doubles. Yeah. So, okay, so AI might substitute humans as moral advisors. This is the key message of the first study. So in the second study, we wanted to know, okay, what if we increase, what if we decrease transparency? Yeah? What if we make the rationale of the AI-based advice unknown? So here, once again, this was the advisor in study 1. The algorithm imitates human decisions based on the ethical judgments of impartial advisors in such situations. And in study 2, we substituted this sentence with the sentence, we made it explicit. It is unknown what the algorithm's advice is based on. And here the results. Here this is the data from the first study, just for comparison. So we had, it was fully intransparent how the advisor gave, or the rationale of the advisor, why he gave the advice that he has given, or it. And we see that the advice is indeed, again, influential on the judgment. When they receive ethical advice, they tend to refuse the favor to the friend stronger than when they receive unethical advice. And when we compare this opaque AI with the advice of the human advisor in the first study, we see that overall the ethical advice has an impact on the judgment. But once again, it's not statistically different if this advice comes from an AI advisor. Even in this study too, they are not given any rationale why the advisor is giving a particular advice. So it appears actually that opaqueness is not a big issue to our participants, which is a bit surprising, as it's usually assumed that transparency is very important. So in study 3, we wanted to push this point a bit more to the extreme, and we now actually let the AI-based advisor sample the advice from convicted criminals. So instead of, in study 2, we said it's unknown what the algorithm's advice is based on. We now said, okay, the algorithm imitates human decisions based on the ethical judgments of convicted criminals in such situations. This is probably where you would expect that participants actually ignore this advice. I mean, and then to make sure that there is not some strange argument that convicted criminals, especially when it comes to friends, they have some strange code of honor or something like this. We compared this AI advisor who samples ethical judgments of convicted criminals directly to convicted criminals. So if the advice comes from a convicted criminal. And this is what we see here. This again, those two bars are actually the advice coming from the convicted criminal, him or herself. And here we see actually what we would expect, that this advice is simply ignored. It doesn't influence the judgment of the participants. However, if the advice comes from an AI-powered algorithm sampling convicted criminals, this advice influences the judgments of the participants. And this is also what is shown here in the regression. Ethical advice in the human treatment doesn't have a significant effect on the judgment. However, it does have a significant effect in the AI treatment. And here again, also we see in the human treatment, when the advice is from a convicted criminal, it also doesn't change the proportion of people who would favor the friend, whereas when it comes from the AI, it indeed increases the proportion who would hire the friend when they see an unethical advice. So it appears that AI AI-based advice still works when it actually shouldn't. And the last results slide is we also asked them after they made their judgment, we asked the participants if there were no ethical advice, whether they think they would have made a different judgment. Yes, no. And whether they think most other participants would have made a different judgment if there were no ethical advice. Yeah? And what we see here is that in actually all the treatments, it's the same patterns, that they think that the advice did not influence them, but of course, always the other participants. The advice influenced the other participants, but not me. Yeah? So to conclude, AI-based advice is taken into account, even on issues in which AI is usually not considered to be superior. This is probably good news. So AI can replace human advisors and promote better or more ethical decisions. However, what is a bit surprising is that transparency or the specific design of AI does not seem to play a major role in this regard, at least in our study. So the problem might actually, from a user perspective, the problem might not be a lack of trust in AI, but an over-reliance. And this also questions a common response to concerns about the use of AI in sensitive matters. It's always used that as long as the human is in the loop, as long as the human makes a decision, everything is fine. To some extent, this might be a bit naive if we take our findings literally. If users of AI advice trust the AI actually too easily, too much, then this response doesn't really work anymore. So, and here, okay, to conclude, so what could be possible solutions? Well, we could, of course, just trust in the goodwill and competence of companies to create only trustworthy AI, but this is probably naive as well. Or we could demand governmental or central agencies to verify and ensure the trustworthiness of AI, which might actually overburden regulators. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the only way out, it's to promote AI literacy of users. Okay, thank you very much. This was the last.
Thank you so much. That was it was wonderful, and thank you for keeping to time. Makes my heart very warm. We have a couple questions for you, so I'm just going to hop straight into those. Niels Kurvis asks a question from study 1. Why do you equate impartiality with ethicality? Isn't it a trade-off between one moral norm, fairness, versus another, loyalty, and not between ethicality versus unethicality?
Well, regarding impartial, we didn't want that the participants thought that the advisor is some kind of advisor of a company, if it's a recruiting context, and you are responsible for the recruiting, and you have access to an advisor. And we actually, this impartial, we wanted to, or we didn't want that participants think that this might be an advisor implemented of the company, so that they actually, so that you as the recruiter actually make decisions in line with the company. That's why we said it's an impartial advisor. And what was the second question about ethical and unethical?
He said, isn't it a trade-off between one moral norm, which is fairness, versus another, loyalty, and not between ethicality and unethicality?
That's certainly the case. And in fact, I mean, we call it ethical and unethical, but of course, in the scenarios, what we presented to the subjects, there was no wording of ethical or unethical. And in fact, it doesn't even matter what you think is the ethical advice. But what we see is that it influences people's judgments. We don't change the scenario. So once they receive the advice, it's okay to hire a friend. And once they receive it, it's not okay. Whichever you want to label ethical or unethical actually doesn't matter much. I would say it influences your judgment.
We have the next question, which says, related to the second study, artificial agents need some predefined objective. What could be an objective on an algorithmic moral advisor?
they need an objective. Okay, I'm not sure what I understand. I guess this is this a question how to design an artificial moral advisor, which I'm not sure whether we actually are trying to approach here. I'm not sure whether I understand this question correctly. It's just however the advisor is designed, this AI-based advisor, if people what do they know about the advisor, and does it influence their decisions? How, as from an engineering perspective, how you would design such an advisor, I have no clue.
I think so. He's got a clarification. He says, "What is the moral advisor's goal from an engineering point of view?" Yes, and he says this is not related to your research question specifically. He's asking for your insight.
I guess this is actually why I think we chose a very simple solution. We just said in the first study, it just samples human advice of impartial moral advisors, of human moral advisors. So I guess I'm not even sure whether you'd call it AI-based advisor. But so, okay, this was our simple solution that we didn't have to care that we have to explain much to the participants. And when it comes to my opinion, honestly, I don't know how. I'm not sure. I don't know.
You're allowed not to know. That's fine. He says that's clear. So you answered it sufficiently. Niels Kurbis, who had the question about fairness and loyalty, just lets you know that there might be a relevant paper, which is popped in the chat if you're interested, but it's the whistleblower's dilemma and the fairness loyalty trade-off. So if you're interested in following up on that, that's there. There is another question. Did you find any demographic insights into who is likely to use the advisor, human or algorithmic, to make these decisions?
Yeah, and I stay on this slide because here we have the variables that we actually collected, and actually none of the demographic variables had an influence, neither age. I think in one regression we had a gender or a sex effect, but it wasn't robust. I don't. So we didn't find any of the demographic variables influencing the judgment. Only moral self-assessment. The question: do you, compared to the other subjects in this survey, do you think you're more or less ethical? This variable had an impact on the judgment overall, but there was no interaction between the advice and this variable. So on average, the more you think, the more ethical you think you are, the more you refuse to favor your friend. It's very straightforward, I guess.
So I think that sort of answers a question that Jürgis had asked, which was, did participants' decisions to rely on the advisor depend on how ethical they rated themselves to be? And I think that's what you've just said. So you preempted his question. And then I sort of had a quick methodological question. Yeah. I'm sorry if I missed this. Was this a fully repeated measures design? So did every participant capture each of the if it's 4 or 6 vignettes, I can't remember how many factors in each of the study, but did they get each? And do you look at then individual differences between the conditions?
No, each participant was assigned to only one condition, so it was fully in between. Yeah.
I'd be curious because we've made some comparisons in these one shot versus the fully repeated, and sometimes things are relative. Let's put it that way. And I think that if faced with the two options, irrespective of order, I mean, there may also be an order effect, but irrespective of order, maybe you would tease something out there that might be, yeah.
I'm not sure, but my guess would be that actually the design that we chose is a worst case scenario to find an effect. If you would have manipulated within participants whether they receive the advice of an AI advisor or of a human subject, of course, we would have made them aware of this category, of this dimension, and they might actually then probably respond to this supposedly or dimension. And here they only saw one actually of the conditions. So I guess actually it's more.
There are definitely pros and cons for both approaches. I was just curious because I think that there might be some difference. And then I've got another question, sorry. Yes, so the suggestion, this is a question suggestion. Would the results be different if the advice was determined by a coin toss and the participants were told that?
That's a good question. I think that we thought about whether we should implement something like this, and we decided to go against it because this might actually, but saying that the AI or saying that the advisor flips a coin, this might actually a value judgment. This might be a value judgment, and this is something what we wanted to, or what we didn't want to have. So this might actually signal to the subjects, well, ethically, it doesn't matter. You can do whatever. So I don't know, but I'm not sure whether there's also pros and cons. And then there would be confounding factors, I guess, in this treatment.
It's always the problem, isn't it? Study design comes with, oh, I wish I had done that, but then that would, yeah. So I realize we have actually taken up your full amount of time. So to ensure that you get your dinner properly, we will let you go. And thank you once again for joining us, for bringing our 3-day event to a close on such a high point with such exciting data. Does this exist in a preprint or published form? Was a final question, and if so, could you pop it into the live chat?
Yes, we are very close to finalizing the paper, yeah, I'm not sure whether we have a final version. Actually, I don't think so, but we want to submit it soon. So, and as soon as this, I will try to give the information as soon as we have a paper.
Fantastic. Well, you can always add it to our whiteboard, and people can watch it there. So, thanks again, Sebastian Krügel, for your great insight, your great data, for answering all our questions. And I will bid you adieu. And I welcome some of my socialBRIDGES team so that we can put a close to what has been a very, very jam-packed 3-day event. For those of you who have stuck it through, I thank you. For those of you who will catch up later, I think that's probably a wise idea because there has been a lot of content. We've had a wonderful time. We've had some incredible speakers. I think we've only had incredible speakers, actually. And I think the content has been extremely rich. If I were to try and sum it up, well, I probably wouldn't be able to, but there have been some incredible themes that I was very grateful to Sebastian for highlighting. Obviously, trust in AI was a big one. I think recommenders of all sorts popped up, and I think that we see that there are both commonalities, but obviously big differences, maybe again, as a function of trust. So I will turn over to Ophelia just to say a very, very short, she doesn't have to speak very long because she's probably had an equally rough day, but go ahead, Ophelia.
No, great. No, I just wanted to second what you just said, Merle, and thank, of course, the speakers for taking part and all the audience, but mostly all the incredible team behind the event, including Wenhan and Olga, who have been acting behind the scene and sometimes on the scene also to make everything so smooth for everybody, and to the co-organizers who've been, I think each and everyone seems like a main organizer in herself. So being both chairing, listening, welcoming, asking questions, and giving talks. So incredible multitasking on that side as well. So Max, Jurgis, Louis, and Merle, congratulations for this exceptional event. I've learned a lot, and I will look forward to catching up with the talks on the recording. So
thank you. Yes, Sophia, I have to second my thanks to my co-organizers, including you. I think we've put together an incredible lineup of speakers. The content is so rich. We're going to start creating some videos for each of the speakers who have provided consent to do so, and you'll be able to catch up on those in a very easy way without having to scroll through 8 hours of content for each of the days. And I will thank again Wenhan, Sun, and Maximilian Moll, who'll be taking over that responsibility. So you'll be able to catch up very easily and go back to this repository of incredible content for as long as we can keep that channel going. But I would like to thank the people behind the scenes as well, Olga, Wenhan, Jialtasa, who's not here, but who've helped to make sure we have that second room up and running to make sure everything is smooth and we haven't had any glitches. I can now say it without jinxing anything. So we had an incredibly smooth run. I want to thank everybody who's taken part in that. We're going to take a quick snap picture of everybody on the team for a media press release. The smile. Fantastic. I'm sure Olga can get something out of that for us. And I will just bring this to a close once again to ask if any of my co-organizers would like to add anything. Anybody? And if not,
sorry, I think I'm late.
You're not, you're fine. Let's try.
I'll make another.
Smile again. And yes, thank you so much to everybody who's participated in any way, especially for all your wonderful questions. And we hope very much that we will meet again soon. The beauty of this is we now are all connected. And I hope that connection will be long lasting. Lewis, I've seen you unmuted yourself. Maybe you have something to say?
I just want to thank the amazing speakers we had, and the talks were really great. And we had engaging discussions as well with all the questions coming in. So this was very enriching, thought-provoking, and hopefully to repeat it soon.
Absolutely. I've had some feedback already asking if this will be a repeat affair.
A weekly event.
Maybe not weekly, but I very much hope that people have enjoyed this enough that we will do, in fact, another Social Bridges. Maybe we'll do a retrospective. Did we get it all right 5 years down the line? But yes, once again, thank you to everybody. And if I can ask the LMU crew to either bunk out or just switch off your camera. Olga needs a picture of the LMU crew, the Bundeswehr crew. Bye. Thanks, Ophelia. Bye. Wenhan, are you able to hop on again?
I have to give you my side. I need to use the train.
Bundeswehr uni crew just in time before I logged off.
Let's see if Wenhan can hop off again at the next station.
Okay, we can wait a little bit.
Absolutely.
Maybe I can, yeah. In the meantime, I have something to show you.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, please.
Yes, I would be glad to. And this is something that has been behind the scenes here on YouTube, but I would like to thank all of our supporters on social media, on Twitter, and everyone that has spread the word about our conference, because it has been amazing on Twitter as well. And I have made a little social media video in the best traditions of socialBRIDGES. That's what we have been doing every time. So,
can I quickly interrupt, because I think Wenhan has to get to the next subway train and now he can smile.
Okay.
So it's the quick smile.
Oh, yeah, okay. So.
Excellent.
There we go.
Okay, Olga, over to you.
Now we've added the theme of mobility to the group photo. Okay. Okay, so here's a video, and this time with a very special soundtrack. Okay, here we see my background. This is the university.
Oh, we don't see your screen here. Just make sure you need to share again. Try again.
Okay.
Hear the soundtrack.
Try again.
A moment. Okay.
This is the glitch we didn't have until now.
This is good. Does it work now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go. Okay. That
That's
was
wonderful.
our event on Twitter, and that was our world community map. This is where all our participants and presenters come from. So, yeah.
That's a lot of places in the world. It's great. Yeah. It's wonderful, wonderful. And that's really what this Social Bridges event is all about. It's about meaning that people from all over the world, even if they're stuck in lockdown in Australia, are able to be with us virtually. And we've created a wonderful community over the last few days. So thank you for visualizing that for us. We heard about visualization today a little bit, and that's really at the heart of what we're trying to do here. Make sure that people can participate in any way they'd like without having to worry about registration fees or carbon footprints or so yes, thank you so much, Olga, for putting that together. That's a wonderful output, I think, for us to see what's been achieved over the last 3 days, with thanks to you, thanks to the whole Social Bridges team, and to everybody who's participated by just being out there listening, either live or in catch up. So thanks to everybody. We'll bring that session to a close, and I just wish you all health and happiness, and we will get through this horrible time so that we can actually meet in person very, very soon. Yeah. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
Yeah. That's what Social Bridges is about, creating hope in difficult situations and generally creating hope. I mean, our first conference on COVID, it's been a breakthrough in a situation that seemed hopeless to many. It connected lots.
36 speakers, I think, or something ridiculous.
Yeah, and I mean, the main message of this event, it has been hope and taking away all the fears that have to do with AI and all the prejudice. Because I have been thinking all the time, I've been thinking of a quote of one of my favorite sci-fi writers, Ray Bradbury, who said in the 70s, I have been always trying to say, for the ones who's not acquainted with his writings, he has been creating dystopian scenarios, but also very utopian, very bright scenarios that have to do with AI. So he looked at both sides and he said, I've been always trying to say that I'm not afraid of the computer, not afraid of the machine. It's the problem are not the robots taking over. The robots are not taking over. People who play with toys are taking over. That's the problem. But when I see such a wonderful gathering of experts, I'm speaking from my part. I come from the cultural sciences background. This is why I'm bringing literature into all of this. I can say that through this international and interdisciplinary cooperation, so much hope is created, and we can also make it visible to the whole world.
Absolutely. And on that extremely positive note, which I can only concur with 100%, I wish you all health, happiness, and hope. And we will see you for the next Social Bridges in July on Effective Touch. I wish you all very well.